Chapter 587. Zhou Changlu's voice was cold. That one sentence made Nanchang sweat profusely. No, no, no. How could it be? Mr. Nan sweated and said quickly, It's Nyener. She wanted to go there after hearing about it. I stopped her, but she is stubborn. She didn't believe me. I had no choice but to call you. Would you like to talk to her? Hearing that his daughter was also there, Zhou Changlu's voice was not so cold. Let her answer the phone. Mr. Nan handed the phone to Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoyan took the phone and checked the number first. Then she said hesitantly, Dad? Zhou Changlu said calmly, Listen to your Uncle Nan this time. Go back and do your thing. Don't worry. Duo is fine. Zhou Xiaoyan was still doubtful. Dad, I want to video call you. Chief Nan's forehead was covered in sweat and black lines when he heard this. Miss, you're still worried at this point? You want to video call me? If the voice could be faked, how difficult would it be to fake a video? Zhou Changlu obviously knew his daughter's temper. He hung up the phone first and then called her directly. He said helplessly, Didn't I send you a message? You silly girl. Zhou Xiaoyan was finally relieved. She smiled, I know, Dad. I will go back with Uncle Nan. Is Guda really okay? It's okay. Don't worry. When he is done, I will ask him call you to tell you that he is safe. Mr. Nan asked, Boss, I want to talk to you one more time. In the video, Zhou Changlu's eyes suddenly changed from gentle to cold. Then he hung up the phone. Mr. Nan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He hurriedly called Zhou again. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Minister Nan was dumbstruck. Zhou Xiaoyan didn't know what was going on, but she gloated and said, Uncle Nan, congratulations, you've been blacklisted by my dad. Chief Nan felt as if he'd been stabbed in the heart again. How could I not know that I was blacklisted? Do I need you to tell me? Who was the nice guy she was talking about? Was she talking about Zhou? My God, what a preposterous idea. Zhou Xiaoyan didn't know what had happened at all. Although her father had repeatedly assured her that everything was fine, she was still worried and asked around on the way. Uncle Nan, what's going on? Uncle Nan, what game? Uncle Nan, why did my father block you? He has such a good temper. What did you do to provoke him? Uncle Nan. Southern Chief felt bitter in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He used up all his energy to send this lady back. They entered the city. Go back by yourself. With my current status, it's not convenient for me to send you directly to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Before Uncle Nan could finish his words, he had already slipped away. Zhou Xiaoyan saw that Uncle Nan's face was pale. That was Uncle Nan too tired? As she walked, she took out her phone and dialed Zhou Changlu's number. Dad, what's going on? Don't let me guess blindly. Just tell me. In the mountains, a figure in green was flying in the air. The sword in his hand flashed coldly and split the clouds. All the way to the south, Qin Fangyang, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was brimming with a murderous aura. He was like a demon king from hell, speeding all the way to the starry mountains outside Fenghai. He didn't say a word, his expression cold and hard. Don't worry, since I promised to protect the children, I'll definitely protect them well. No matter what, even if I'm smashed into pieces, nothing will happen to the children. Qianqian, don't worry. Hidden Dragon Master. Li Chenglong was furious. Where are you going? Are you going to cause trouble? I'm not going. Why are you all so impulsive? With your current cultivation, are you qualified to go? Are you going to help or cause trouble? Go back and do what you're supposed to do. How can you not be anxious at all? Where's your heart? Xiang Chong and Meng Zhangjun both frowned and looked at this guy. What's the use of being anxious? If it's useful, I don't mind being anxious to death. My heart needs to be calm. I can't be anxious, and I can't be confused. Swollen waved his hand impatiently. Go back one by one, and pay close attention to the completion of the mission on the website. This time, if Zhou doesn't die, no matter who is against us, we'll take revenge in the future. If he dies, we'll take revenge for him. All the assassins, organizations, and Hell King Palace. As long as I have time, I'll crush them. Li Chenglong smiled brightly, but there was a trace of coldness in his smile. Swollen was very angry, and there was also a feeling of inferiority growing bit by bit, and it was impossible to get rid of. He realized that he couldn't get involved in Zhu's troubles. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. He was powerless. How could this be? Could it be that in the future, I'll only be a burden? No, absolutely not. Seeing Xiang Chong and the others leave, Li Chenglong's face turned gloomy. Gravity room, 6 hours. After swiping his credits, Li Chenglong went in. The Starlight Mountain Range had now completely turned into a battlefield. Zhou Xiaoduo, everyone's target, was nowhere to be seen. Even if he appeared occasionally, Zhou Xiaoduo's bodyguards were too powerful and too slippery. One hit, one kill, one hit, one hit, one hit, one run, one hit, and one run. Often, when people rushed over, they would see the ground after the Flaming Sun Sutra was used. There were clear traces, but Zhou Xiaoduo was nowhere to be seen. He came and went like the wind. He really came and went without a trace. This situation made many people furious, but they couldn't do anything about it. In addition, the 3 Demon Kings were involved. Everyone could only search carefully. They didn't dare to use their divine sense to search a large area. Once they used their divine sense to search a large area, part of it would inevitably enter the territory of one of the 3 Demon Kings. It would immediately cause panic. And Zhou Xiaoduo, this despicable guy, always moved around the territory of the 3 Demon Kings. He never left. Slowly, everyone found a pattern. If Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't in the territory of one Demon King, he would most likely be in the territory of another Demon King. Again and again, he went back and forth, welcoming and sending people away. This knowledge was gradually discovered and confirmed by all the bounty hunters. As a result, everyone began to gather their strength in these 3 places. The Starlight Mountain Range was undoubtedly huge. But if the search area was narrowed down to the territory of the 3 Demon Kings, it wasn't particularly big. Although there was still a radius of 3,000 miles, it was still vast and boundless with no end in sight. But compared to the previous aimless search, it was much better. Faced with such a situation, Yi Changqing and the rest of the Hidden Dragon School people couldn't help but feel anxious. Because, as the search area became smaller and smaller, the chances of Zhou Xiaoduo being discovered and bumped into would be much higher. Yi Changqing made a prompt decision and directly occupied the highest mountain peak, leading the rest of the Hidden Dragon School people to look down from above. The terrain here could be said to be the best mountain peak in the territory of the 3 Demon Kings. It wasn't that the Hidden Dragon School people were the strongest, but Yi Changqing directly said a ruthless sentence, dispelling everyone's thoughts. The current situation is clear to everyone. Our objectives are also clear. We only need to act. But since we haven't acted yet, we're not completely opposing each other. Yi Changqing's voice shook the Starlight Mountain Range. At this moment, whoever dares to fight with the Hidden Dragon School for this mountain will have shed all pretense of cordiality and become enemies. Everyone knows what the consequences will be. Going against the Hidden Dragon School is going against the martial arts department. It's going against the country. It's betrayal of the mainland. It's rebellion. His gaze was like lightning, looking around at the people around him. Without hiding anything, he threatened deeply. I'd like to see who has the guts to do so. Tens of thousands of Jianghu people cursed in their hearts at the same time. We're just bounty hunters. Since there's an underground world, then there's a place for us to eat. Jianghu's black and white. What's black and white? Everyone has their own rules and their own channels for eating. We often do illegal things, but we do it in secret. When have we ever broken the law and violated discipline completely in the open? That's a completely different nature, okay? This fucking Yi Changqing, he's so brazen now. Isn't it because he has the support of the government? But in reality, no one dared to go against him. At least before they found Zhou Xiaoduo, no one dared to go against the taboo and take the initiative to attack the Hidden Dragon School. Premeditated crimes and actual crimes were 2 completely different crimes. What's more, this fucking Yi Changqing actually pinned a big hat of rebellion on him. Motherfucker, this mountain belongs to the Hidden Dragon School. Yi Changqing walked up the mountain, leading a group of teachers from the Hidden Dragon School calmly. And the people who were at the top of the mountain were Tian Wujiang and a group of people. Yi Changqing walked straight up, glanced sideways, and shouted, "Go down." Tian Wujiang's entire face turned purple. I'm not your subordinate. I'm also a famous person in the Jianghu. Can't you be a little more polite? Yi Changqing? Yi Changqing expressed that he couldn't. He looked sideways at Tian Wujiang, his fingers slowly grasping the hilt of his sword. His meaning was clear: go down or not. If you don't go down, I'll make my move. As long as I make my move, you'll be openly hostile to the Hidden Dragon School. You'll have to bear the consequences. Tian Wujiang felt as if he had eaten shit. Fuck, you can still do this. Tian Wujiang's expression was ugly. He still wanted to save some face. You want a rebel? When Xingtian's hand was on the hilt of his sword, his gaze cold, Tian Wujiang, you've got guts. Tian Wujiang was so angry that he fell backwards. What did I say? I'm rebelling. Chapter 588. Even though Tian Wujiang already had thoughts of retreating, he still couldn't help but mutter. According to the rumors in Jianghu, Hidden Dragon High School's Yi Changqing is a scholarly general who has always been particular about convincing people with reason. What's wrong? Principal Yi, your actions don't match the rumors. Yi Changqing said coldly. The rumors I heard in Jianghu are that Tian Wujiang is a spineless person who has to kneel down and lick the Hidden Dragon High School's boots. Why don't you kneel down and lick the Hidden Dragon High School's boots like the rumors? Tian Wujiang was so angry that he fell backwards. Rumors? Since when were there such rumors in Jianghu? This Hidden Dragon High School's principal now looked like a homeless leader, or even worse. Was this really the principal of Hidden Dragon High School? A model teacher who had students all over the world. Principal Yi, let's just give up this place. Why do you have to be so aggressive? The other person said coldly, obviously very angry in his heart. Yi Changqing immediately turned around and shouted, Who are you? Do you want to be an enemy of our Hidden Dragon High School? The face of the Imperial Spirit expert who spoke turned purple in an instant. Yi Changqing, can you still be reasonable? Do you really think that you're a principal? If it weren't for that official power backing you up, I wouldn't care about your grandma's claws. With a black face, he followed Tian Wujiang down, but was stopped by Wen Xingtian. Stop! What's your name? What's your identity? You dare to speak to our principal like that? Tell us your name, place of birth, age, gender, and ID number. You and your family's descendants will forever be blacklisted by the Hidden Dragon High School, never to be seen again. The goatee flew into a rage. Wen Xingtian, don't go too far. When Xingtian's hand was on the hilt of his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. He shouted, Register. I now suspect that you're a spy from the Umno Alliance. Don't force me to make a move. The goatee was stunned. Fuck you. When Xingtian and I have known each other for almost 1,000 years. Usually when we see each other, we call each other brothers, saying affectionately. Now you're turning your back on me? Little did he know that when Xingtian was even more furious. He never thought that an old friend of his would come. This man with the surname Sang was an old acquaintance of Wen Xingtian. The two of them had fought side by side on the battlefield at the border. When they met occasionally, they would drink and reminisce about the past. They couldn't be considered brothers or friends, but they were still familiar acquaintances. But when Xingtian never thought that this guy would actually participate in the encirclement of his students. So Xiaoduo, Hidden Dragon High School student. The homeroom teacher, Wen Xingtian. All of this information was clearly written on the bounty notice. You didn't give me face, yet you expect me to give you face today? If you don't, I'll kill you today. The goatee, surnamed Sang, thought for a while and seemed to finally understand. He couldn't help but say with some guilt, Brother Wen, this time it was indeed my fault, but I was forced by life. I know that's what Xiaoduo is your student. But in life, there are always some choices that must be made. I hope you can understand. Before he could finish, Wen Xingtian shouted, Do you not understand human language? Register. I suspect that you are a spy from the Umno Alliance. Name, age, gender, place of origin, ID number. Say it loudly. The goatee's spirit visibly withered. He said hatefully, Name, Sang Jiushuan. Age, 1,454 years old. Place of origin, Shundu XXXX. Gender male. ID number. At this moment, the entire mountain peak was silent. No one would have thought that under such humiliation, the goatee would actually register and report his identity. To be able to endure such humiliation, Qin Wentian was shocked. Wen Xingtian took a deep breath and pointed a finger at Sang Jiuxuan's nose. He said bitterly, "Sang Jiuxuan, you are a disgrace to our Eastern Army. You are a disgrace to our commander. What you've done today is a disgrace to all the brothers who died on the battlefield back then. Scram! Don't let me see you again." Immediately, Wen Xingtian turned around and left. He didn't look back. Sang Jiuxuan lowered his head. His entire body was in a daze. He suddenly turned around and stared at Wen Xingtian's back. He screamed, "Wen Xingtian, I'm not as lucky as you. You are a bachelor. After you retire, you can still be a teacher. You don't have to worry about food or clothing. What about me? I have a big family to feed. As long as there is a path to survival for those who walk the righteous path, why should I be a killer who works for money? No one has lived in another's house for a few days. What right do you have to criticize me, Wen Xingtian?" Sang Jiuxuan was filled with grief and indignation. He was like a completely different person. Wen Xingtian didn't even turn around. He only said, "I, Wen Xingtian, have done things with a clear conscience. 100,000 souls under my sword deserve to die. I eat well and sleep well. My conscience is very clear. I feel that I have lived my life like this for a long time. I'm satisfied. But you are still not enough. You are still far from enough. From now on, I don't know you, and you don't know me." Wen Xingtian walked up the mountain without looking back. Below, Sang Jiuxuan stood there in a daze. Tian Wujiang said softly, "Brother Sang, let's go. It's useless to reason with them. It's just a choice." Sang Jiuxuan took a deep breath. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't and followed behind Tian Wujiang. On the mountain, Yi Changqing comforted. Everyone has their own aspirations. There's no need to force them. Wen Xingtian took a deep breath and shook his head. He didn't say a word. A gloomy voice said, "Hidden Dragon High School, Principal Yi, Department Head 1, how imposing, how murderous. Your group of people from Hidden Dragon High School openly killed people and stole their belongings. You must have stolen several hundred spatial rings, right? Now you're accusing others of being shameless. Hee. I would like to ask, who is more shameless?" This voice was faintly discernible, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. It made it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. At the very least, none of the people present were able to tell where this person was. When Xingtian laughed loudly, "Who is the shameless one? There is a public opinion. You assassins came to kill my Hidden Dragon High School students for the bounty. Killing you is a matter of course, and we have a clear conscience. Hidden Dragon High School has provided talents for the army over the years, fighting for the safety of the entire continent. On the other hand, you are at the back. Even if you have good cultivation, you are still protected. Do you dare to deny it? You are under our protection, yet you come to harm Hidden Dragon High School students, the future pillars of the country. Who is the shameless one? So what if we kill you? Can't we kill you?" When Xingtian's words were like spring thunder, he stood proudly on the top of the mountain and spoke with fervor and assurance. Facing all the assassins with ulterior motives, he asked everyone loudly, "Can I kill all of you?" Then he roared again, "So what if we kill and steal your spatial rings? Even if we steal your belongings, we will only use them on Hidden Dragon High School students to cultivate talents for the country and the continent. Can't we rob you? Who said we can't kill you? Who said we can't rob you?" When Xingtian roared, "Stand out. Let me see. How can you not kill me? How can you not rob me?" When Xingtian's words were earth-shattering, suppressing the tens of thousands of people present and making them speechless. They knew their own matters. What they did, whether it was right or wrong, everyone knew in their hearts. Being an assassin didn't mean that they could not distinguish between right and wrong, and that they could speak without conscience. Let's just leave it here. When Xingtian's voice shook the mountains, "The people of Hidden Dragon High School are here. Who dares to act rashly? Those who dare to act rashly are treacherous. Before Zhuo is found, you can only listen obediently. Once Wishaoduo is out, according to the rules of the underground world, you want to rob the bounty, and we want to protect the students. Everyone will use their own means. When that time comes, we will die in your hands, and you can find excuses to shirk responsibility. But before the bounty target appears, whoever dares to move is treacherous and is rebelling. Who dares to say no? When Xingtian's voice was too loud, and it shook the wilderness. In the end, someone was unhappy and dissatisfied. When Xingtian, even if that's the reason, why are you saying it so loudly? This person was very dissatisfied. Wasn't he informing Zhuo? He was clearly telling Zhuo, don't come out no matter what. You're so loud. Who can't hear you? When Xingtian said sternly, I'm born with a loud voice. Why are you unhappy? Come up, I'll spar with you. Many assassins were so angry that they almost fainted. When Zhuo comes out, I'll definitely spar with you. Even if he doesn't come out, I'll still find a chance to spar with you today. That person said sinisterly. When Xingtian snorted, you're just a stepmother? This person was so angry that his face turned red. This when Xingtian's mouth was simply too despicable. Other people didn't hit people in the face and didn't expose people's shortcomings when scolding them. However, this guy specialized in exposing people's shortcomings. The person who spoke lost his mother when he was young and was indeed raised by a stepmother. However, although this was the truth, it was easy to imagine how insulting it was when it came from someone else's mouth. It was even an additional 3 levels. Next, when Xingtian stood at the top of the mountain and explained, according to the rules of the martial arts world, the King of Hell Palace is just a corner of the martial arts world. According to the rules of the underworld, when there's a reward, you're responsible for your own life and death. Everything belongs to the individual. This is the rules set by the founder of the demonic path, Lei Changtian, and the star-plucking monarch. Therefore, when Zhuo comes out, one wants to protect and the other wants to kill. If the person you protect dies in battle, it's considered a personal grudge, and it's not considered a violation of the law. However, before Zhuo comes out, you guys made a move against the martial artists of the Hidden Dragon clan. That's a violation of the law. When Xingtian shouted sternly, the 4 armies want you guys. The 8 armies want you guys. The martial arts department wants you guys dead. The national security department wants you guys dead. The shield department wants you guys dead. The martial arts department wants you guys dead. Do you know what the crime of treason is? It's a crime of extermination, and the 9 generations of the family will be wiped out. His voice rumbled, echoing back and forth in the mountains and valleys. Some words had been said several times. This time, facing the entire Starlight Mountain range, he announced it again and explained it again. Tens of thousands of people were speechless. Shameless people were truly invincible. It seemed that today's Hidden Dragon clan's martial arts department was going to be shameless to the end. When Xingtian said loudly, everyone, do you understand? If you don't understand, I can say it again. Sigh. I'm used to being a teacher. I can't help it. Thus, with a rumbling sound, the lecture started again. Finally, someone became impatient and shouted from afar, when Xingtian, your students heard it long ago. If they didn't hear it, even if you say it 10 times, they won't hear it. We're not your students. Don't say it. When Xingtian said, I'll say it one last time. This is a matter of life and death for all of you. If you're not careful, your 9 generations will be wiped out and your ancestors will suffer. How can you not be careful? How can you not listen seriously? Therefore, tens of thousands of assassins felt like they were fucked. Chapter 589. Everyone had the urge to rush up and hack when Xingtian into 1,000 pieces, dismembering his body into pieces. Was there no end to this? Did he think he was drawing highlights for his students in school? Was he going to organize another exam? To be honest, today was an eye-opener for them. The top 3 Hidden Dragon martial experts in the entire Star Spirit continent actually did such a thing today. It was indeed a first in history. What was face? Everyone was speechless. When Xingtian's explanation over and over again was naturally heard by Zhuo Xiao's side, Not only had he heard it, but he had heard it so clearly that he was sick of it. Zhuo already had an idea of what to do. However, Zhuo would not do as when Xingtian said, because the void transformation stone he obtained this time was too useful for Zhuo, so much so that Master Zhuo had another plan. Because he realized, with this thing, the Centipede King, the Tiger King, and the Snake King would not be able to find him. If that was the case, did it mean he? Zhuo immediately came up with a bold idea. I want you to get me. No, I want to get the thing that you've been guarding for so many years. At this moment, Zhuo was the closest to the Snake King's territory. He held the antidote pill in his mouth and walked over happily. Long, see if there are any good things around here and point them out to me. Boss, there's no need to look. Because of the spirit medicine that the Snake King has been guarding for a long time, there won't be any other heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the area. This is the only one that has absorbed all of the earthly chi. Damn, that snake's soul fruit is so powerful. Yes, the Snake King's territory is similar to the Centipede King's, but it is colder and more humid. There is not as much poisonous fog. Xiaolong was uneasy. Boss, I suggest you give up on the snake soul fruit. This thing is basically useless to humans. Not to mention that it will anger a greater demon monarch. The disadvantages outweigh the benefits. The losses outweigh the gains. Zhuo said in amazement. Why don't you have any ideas about it, since it's useless to humans? Long, you must remember our mission. Xiaolong humbly asked for advice. Mission? What mission? Zhuo said solemnly. Our motto is, regarding things that we can't obtain, things that we have no hope of obtaining, we will never think about it, even if it is very useful to us. Then, you're smart. You know that there's more to it. What's more, we must get whatever we can get, even if it's of no use to us. Xiaolong was speechless. This is your mission? I really don't know what to say about your motto. Boss, are you sure? Xiaolong was depressed. This giant snake was not to be trifled with. It was not inferior to the Centipede King's, especially its ability to summon thunder and lightning. It was so powerful. Let me teach you one more thing. Zhuo gave him a bowl of chicken soup. If you don't try, you will never get it. If you try, there's a chance. Xiaolong muttered. If you try, you might die. Damn. Zhuo was angry. Can't you say something nice? You are saying something so inauspicious when we are about to fight. In any case, Zhuo still insisted on his opinion. He tiptoed and entered the Snake King's territory. Don't be fooled by his flowery words. In fact, he wasn't confident at all. Although this void transformation stone was effective on humans, who knew if it would be effective on the Snake King? In Zhuo's heart, he was really not confident. At this moment, in the Snake King's territory, Zhuo did not know that he was not the only one. There was already someone here, and it was someone who had been lurking for a long time. In another direction of the Snake King's territory, a man buried his entire body in the swamp. His whole body was covered in mud. Even his eyes were covered. It took a long time for him to squirm slightly. Occasionally, a poisonous snake would swim past him. The moment the mud in the swamp moved, his body would undulate. He did not leak any aura at all, but when he occasionally exposed his face, the terrifying crisscrossing scars on his face revealed his identity. It was Vice Principal Chung of Hidden Dragon High School. After receiving Yi Changqing's call, Vice Principal Chung gave up everything and rushed to the Starlight Mountain Range to protect Zhuo. But even he did not expect this. After he came to the Starlight Mountain Range, he actually found his lifelong enemy by chance. Shiyu. Ever since Li Qinglong talked to Zhuo last time, Vice Principal Chung began to pay attention to collecting information about those people. But Shiyu and his subordinates, the five-colored snake Venerable, were like clay oxen in the sea. There was no news at all. After many searches, Vice Principal Chung did not find anything. Naturally, his mood changed from yearning to inexplicable depression. But he rushed to the Starlight Mountain Range as soon as Yi Changqing summoned him. Although he was no longer the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, the 4 words Hidden Dragon High School still had an overwhelming weight in his heart. He rushed all the way here, even half a day earlier than Yi Changqing. In the end, when he was guarding the mountain pass, he unexpectedly saw 6 people rushing into the mountain pass as fast as lightning. And these 6 people gave him a very strange feeling, very strange. These 6 people's movements were uniform, and they all flew directly in the air. This was not surprising, but in Vice Principal Cheng's eyes, their movements were clearly 6 snakes slithering, twisting, and crawling into the mountain pass. Seeing this kind of characteristics, Vice Principal Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Although he did not see their faces clearly, Vice Principal Cheng immediately guessed the identity of these 6 people. Shiyu, the 5-colored snake venerable. Apart from these 6 people, it was likely that no one else in this world would be able to act like them. This discovery made Vice Principal Cheng forget everything at once. Only his granddaughter's eyes, which were full of despair when she died tragically, appeared in front of him again. He followed them regardless of everything. Shiyu and the others hid as soon as they entered the Starlight Mountain range, as if they were waiting for an opportunity. Vice Principal Cheng waited for a long time, but he did not see any movement. It seemed that they did not intend to carry out the mission of killing Zhuoxiaoduo. It was not until everyone was focused on searching for Zhuoxiaoduo that he took 5 of his subordinates and sneaked into the Snake King's territory. The Snake King did not seem to have any intention of driving them out. No, it did not react at all. Even Vice Principal Cheng, who followed them closely, was regarded as one of them by the Snake King, who followed them in safely. Vice Principal Cheng was dumbfounded when he came in. He did not know what to do next. Shiyu and the others walked to the center of the swamp as if they were familiar with the place. However, Vice Principal Cheng could not follow them in like he did just now. Obviously, there was another restriction. This delay made the Snake King realize that something was wrong. With a roar, a bolt of lightning struck down. Vice Principal Cheng was quick-witted. He quickly jumped into the swamp. Then, he held his breath and hid his aura. He did not dare to move at all. Until now, he had been hiding in the swamp for 5 days. During this period, Shiyu and the others came out from the swamp from time to time. They walked back and forth in the area, carrying things and occasionally cleaning the place. They were as free as if they were in their own home. The Snake King of the Star Beast seemed to treat the 6 of them as its own kind, or as workers. However, they were still its own people. Yes, it was a snake. The Snake King's residence was located in a damp and cold valley. It was surrounded by swamps on 3 sides, but this Star Beast Snake King's nest was located under a dry mountain wall. It was a huge snake cave. From what Vice Principal Cheng could see from afar, the cave was so vast that it had probably hollowed out the belly of the mountain it was leaning on. There were 7 or 8 huge holes for the Snake King to enter and exit, and they were all hidden in the cold clouds. Now, Shiyu and the other 5 people seemed to be very careful and even meticulously polishing the holes. Judging from the situation, the Snake King must have grown in size again. It was inconvenient for it to enter and exit, and it was afraid that it would accidentally crush its own nest. Therefore, it asked Shiyu and the others to repair it. This kind of work was not difficult for Shiyu and the others. Other than opening up the holes for the Snake King, they also polished off some of the sharp edges. They were very careful and patient. Vice Principal Cheng saw the 6 of them going in and out of the cave from time to time. They carried the stones out of the cave and threw them into the swamp. The swamp they chose to throw the stones in was exactly where Vice Principal Cheng was hiding. Every time they went in and out, they would throw thousands of stones into the swamp. Boom, boom, boom. It was like an earthquake. The muddy water splashed up hundreds of meters high, and turbid waves surged to the sky. However, Vice Principal Cheng remained motionless. He moved up and down along with the muddy water, as if he was a dead object. He would rather die than let go of this opportunity. He was waiting for a chance to perish together with these 6 devils. How could he not take revenge for such a deep blood feud? Shiyu and the other 5 worked for 3 days straight before they could rest for a day. Vice Principal Cheng looked at the 6 of them and happily walked out with a pile of green things. They used a huge stone as a platform at the edge of the swamp, and each of them pulled out a few chairs from their spatial rings and sat on them comfortably. This was the only place in the entire valley where they could see some sunlight. It seemed that Shiyu and the others were becoming more and more like snakes, but they still liked to bask in the sun. Vice Principal Chung thought for a while. He swam toward the shore quietly in the mud, wanting to hear what these villains were talking about when they were resting. However, he was too far away and their voices were too vague. He could barely hear what they were saying. Chapter 590. Shiyu, who was dressed in red, had a skinny figure, triangular eyes, and a triangular head. His entire being was cold, wet, and slippery. He placed the object in his hands on the stone platform. That was the only place where the sunlight could reach. He exposed the object completely to the sunlight. Then he started to circulate his special martial arts, causing wisps of dark green true core chi to flow into the object. With the continuous infusion of spiritual power and the prolonged exposure to sunlight, the object slowly unfolded. It was 6 stalks of dark green, curvy grass. However, every leaf of the grass was round and dark green. Under the sunlight, the 6 stalks of green grass started to twist, wriggle, and dance on their own. They looked like 6 living snakes. Shiyu and the rest of the 6 people focused all their attention on the grass. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism. With the infusion of true core chi and the sunlight shining, the dark green, snake-like grass wriggled even more vigorously. "Boss, sometimes I wonder how you found this place back then." One of the snake venerables was filled with curiosity and envy. She smiled faintly. "Back then, I was only in the embryonic breathing realm and was about to break through to the primordial elixir realm. However, my aptitude was second-rate and my family was poor. Moreover, my character back then was very antisocial. I didn't have any friends or brothers. If I want to practice resources, I could only risk my life. Back then, I accepted a bounty mission to find the spiritual medicine. Hence, I joined a small mercenary team and came to the Starry Mountains. However, after I found the spiritual medicine, Shiyu's gaze was deep. He pointed his finger upwards and said, "It was on the top of the mountain." The other members of the mercenary team suddenly attacked me. Obviously, they didn't want to share the loot with me. Back then, I naturally didn't want to die. However, if I stayed up there to fight with them, I would be outnumbered. Moreover, there was a difference in our abilities. How could I have the luck to fight them? After I was seriously injured, I had no other choice. I closed my eyes and rushed down the cliff. Shiyu smiled faintly, but his eyes were cruel and sinister. Back then, when I jumped down, I just so happened to land on the snake ancestor's body. Even though I had this buffer and didn't die, it was the same as sending myself to the snake ancestor. I could only end up as food in its mouth. However, the snake ancestor had just finished shedding its skin and its vitality was greatly damaged. It actually didn't eat me. At that time, the snake ancestor had just shed its most crucial king-level skin. But because of that, its strength was greatly reduced. It couldn't even deal with the sharp rocks around it. It didn't even have the strength to look for food. It was afraid that it would cut its body. Fortunately, the snake ancestor had advanced to the king tier at that time. His spiritual sense had transformed, and he could communicate with humans. At that time, I was inspired and took the initiative to pick food for the snake ancestor to nourish his life force. 3 months later, the snake ancestor completely recovered. He even rewarded me with a stalk of this snake spirit grass. She looked at the dark green grass in front of her and murmured, "This snake spirit grass is a kind of extremely poisonous thing between heaven and earth. Just 1 stalk will melt half of the bones in a person's body. From then on, the person will only be able to crawl like a snake. It will be difficult for him to walk upright." I lived crawling for 2 months. Then, the snake ancestor gave me a second stalk of snake spirit grass. From start to finish, I stayed in this snake valley for 5 years, a whole 5 years. 5 years later, my body was completely assimilated by the snake spirit grass. I received the recognition of the snake ancestor. I bid farewell to the snake ancestor and left the snake valley. Then at that time, my strength had greatly improved. I found that small mercenary group. Everyone's family was killed by me. Then I tried every method to find a spirit snake cultivation method. Every year, I would spend 2 months here. My cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds because of this. 100 years later, I met you guys. Then we established a gang. The Snake King smiled faintly. At that time, you guys always felt that it was strange. Why would I go out every year and come back with a sudden increase in my cultivation? This is the fundamental reason. Behind him, the 5 snake venerables all smiled embarrassedly. We slowly became the overlords of Feng Hai's underworld. We became the #1 gang. Those years were really happy. Shi's words revealed a look of longing and reminiscence. Then we were annihilated in one night and captured in the dungeon. At that time, I really thought that we were done for. In this world where the strong are respected, the strong are the ones who have the most power. It wasn't just you, boss. At that time, our brothers also felt that our lives were coming to an end and that we couldn't keep our lives. The 5 of them said at the same time. Yes, during that time, we saw people being captured and killed every day. That feeling, we were like chickens in a cage. We just saw who the butcher outside wanted to kill today. He would take out a knife and kill them. Even now, when I think about it, I still have lingering fears. But no one would have thought that it wasn't a public prison at all. Shiyu smiled bitterly. Finally, we were brought out. I thought that I had reached the end. I didn't expect to be brought to a garden. The person I met was actually the famous king of the Central Plains. The king of the Central Plains asked me if I wanted to die or work for him. Shiyu smiled bitterly. Was there any other choice? In the swamp, Vice Principal Cheng's heart suddenly thumped. The king of the Central Plains. It was the king of the Central Plains again. Last time, he saw a swordsman who looked very similar to the golden dragon sword that had assassinated his boss. He followed him all the way to the king of the Central Plains residence. In the end, the king of the Central Plains suddenly appeared and attacked him with a sword. It was also that sword strike that had caused him to almost lose his life, and it had even left behind a scar that could never be healed. Now this Shiyu was also a pawn of the king of the Central Plains. What was the king of the Central Plains trying to do? Or could it be that he was the mastermind behind all this? But when it came to submitting to the king of the Central Plains, there were still many benefits. From that year onwards, we started to cultivate the heavenly serpent soul technique that the king of the Central Plains gave us. Shiyu sighed and said, "This is also an opportunity, a blessing in disguise." From then on, we had a technique that could continue to cultivate. The 5 of them sighed, yes. Until that year, the king of the Central Plains returned and gave us the task. Shiyu's gaze turned cold. The other 5 venerable snake masters were all smiling lecherously. I have to say, boss, the task you took was really good. The 2 girls of the Chung family were so fucking beautiful. Their figures, their touch. I still have a lot of memories of them. I can't stop dreaming about them. Yes, it was so satisfying. It's a pity that we had to kill them. Otherwise, we could have captured them and trained them secretly to become our slaves. That's the joy of life. Just thinking about it makes me happy. It's a pity that we can only play once. Yes, it's a pity. I've never seen such beautiful girls in my life. Pity my ass. You've fucking done it several times in a row after taking the drug. You're the only one who's had the most fun among us. The 5 venerated snake masters laughed and joked around. They were delighted to talk about the past. However, Vice Principal Chung, who was in the swamp, felt like his organs were being torn apart. He gritted his teeth and sank his whole body into the muddy water. It was them. So Xiao Duo was right. Li Qinglong's speculation was also right. It was indeed Shiyu and the others. It was also the inner circle of the imperial family. It was indeed the king of the Central Plains, the mastermind behind everything. If he hadn't heard about the king of the Central Plains, Vice Principal Chung would have charged out at once. However, now that the king of the Central Plains was involved, the implications of this matter were too great. Revenge had to be taken. However, The news of the king of the Central Plains scheme had to be spread. They had to get out alive. They had to bring the news back. Shiyu and the 5 venerable snake masters deserved to die. They deserved to be hacked into pieces. However, the mastermind behind them deserved to die even more. They should be ground to dust and consigned to eternal damnation. Ever since I brought you here 4 years ago, the snake ancestor has made things difficult for me for a long time. Shiyu smiled bitterly. The 5 venerable snake masters were also grateful and emotional. When their boss brought them to the Snake Valley, everyone could see the fury of the venerable snake masters. He made their boss work for half a year and almost tortured her to death. Later, because their heavenly snake mental cultivation technique was compatible with snakes, they let them go and tacitly allowed the 5 venerable snake masters to become their subordinates. Boss's kindness to us is as high as the sky and as deep as the earth. We will never forget it in our lives. Sai, what's the point of saying this? Shiyu stretched her body under the sunlight. It's so comfortable, although it still can't be seen in the light, but it's finally out. At this moment, the 6 snake spirit grasses had stopped trembling and twisting. They transformed into 6 green, transparent sticks, standing upright. Under the sunlight, light flowed inside, as if there were little snakes slithering back and forth inside. The snake spirit grasses are more effective now. They're much thicker than the ones we ate a few years ago. She reached out and picked one up. Everyone, don't waste it. Eat it quickly and circulate your energy to digest it. The breakthrough of the heavenly snake body technique depends on these snake spirit grasses. This time, we'll stay here for half a year. Let's try to get more snake spirit grasses from the snake ancestor. She said, Yes, boss, everything is up to you. The 5 venerable snakes beamed with joy. They grabbed their own snake spirit grasses, put them in their mouths, chewed, and swallowed. Boss, there seems to be some strange fruit at the bottom of the snake ancestor's cave. A venerable snake asked curiously while circulating his energy to digest. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Haven't you heard of the proverb, curiosity kills the cat? Shiyu said coldly, That's not something we can think about. The snake ancestor has been guarding that thing for thousands of years. If you look at it too much, you'll be whipped. Have you forgotten? Yes, I won't ask. This short period of time was a rare time for the 6 of them to rest. It was precious. They still had to go in and work for the Snake King later. Time was precious. In the distance, the huge snake stood upright, facing the sunlight. It spat out a colorful snake pearl in its mouth. The snake pearl received the sunlight, and for a moment it shone brightly. So Xiaoduo also tiptoed into the Snake Valley at this time, requesting votes. Chapter 591. Xiaoduo was extremely careful at this moment. His long sky flying Kakin's technique, coupled with the effect of the void-changing stone, was truly soundless. He floated around like a feather without a trace. Even with the Snake King's ability, it did not discover anything. However, Xiaoduo had already seen the Snake King's true body. Although they were still far apart, the Snake King's body was too big. Xiaoduo looked at it and was shocked. This was the Snake King? It was really too big. Thick, long, and big. From afar, just the half of its body that was straightened up was at least 100 meters tall. Its entire body was covered with shiny silver scales. Its round body was estimated to be as thick as 2 houses. However, the scales on its body did not seem to be big. Each scale was only the size of a copper coin. They were densely packed together and looked extremely beautiful. Xiaoduo fell in love with it at first sight. If it was peeled off and made into clothes, regardless of its value, who could compare to its eye-catching appearance? Considering its defensive power and rarity, how much could it be sold for? This snake, how many kilograms of snake meat could it produce? And how much could this meat be sold for? And the internal elixir, fresh blood, and snake gall. All right, I heard that a mature snake would have snake pearls in its head and joints. How much could those be sold for? Xiaoduo's saliva dripped out of his mouth as he daydreamed. The moment his mind cleared up, he was afraid that he would reveal a flaw. He hurriedly sucked it and put it back into his mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. I can't take it anymore. I found a treasure. Long, long. Say if this snake suddenly commits suicide, how much can we get? Xiaoduo expressed his regret and pulled Xiao Long along to make the connection. This stinky snake, Master Zhua, is already here. Why don't you commit suicide? You don't know any better. Xiao Long laughed. Haha, you think too much. Commit suicide? It won't commit suicide, even if you commit suicide. So Xiaoduo stuck close to the ground very carefully. From time to time, he would use the meteors falling from the sky to cover himself. There were also some weeds on the ground. In short, he used everything that he could use to move forward quietly. It's actually another cliff here. No, this cliff seems to have been hollowed out by human power. Xiaoduo was shocked by this situation. Xiaolong said carefully, the snake's soul fruit is in this cave. Originally, it was 300 meters underground. However, in order to make it easier to guard and eat, the snake simply dug it out and exposed it to the air. It's just that this cave is too deep, and with the full protection of this snake, there's no possibility of an accident happening to the snake's soul fruit. Looking at the situation, this snake's soul fruit will mature in at most a month. Xiaolong said. So the Xiao duo sneaked all the way here, but the Snake King didn't notice him. It was still in the air, spitting out its inner core to welcome the sunlight. But Xiaoduo's heart was already half at ease. It seemed the Void Stone. This treasure was heaven-defying enough. It should be considered harmless in another sense. He looked at the huge snake that was still swallowing and spitting out the inner core in the air. So Xiaoduo suddenly had an extremely bold idea. Long, long, do you think the snake's soul fruit can survive if we uproot it and plant it in the space of our Tower of Annihilation? Xiaoduo's eyes were burning. I can live, but... Xiaolong was really shocked this time. Sir, you really do whatever you want to do. You even dare to think and do this. Not to mention the follow-up of this matter. Just the feasibility of this matter itself was too dangerous. It was almost certain death. Once that snake realizes what's going on, you'll never be able to escape. So Xiaoduo had other plans. So what if I can't escape? Can I not run? Why must he run? The snake was still trying its best to swallow and spit out the inner core, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. The snake cave must be empty. Chance. So Xiaoduo made up his mind. Go all out, go all out. Suddenly, Xiaoduo raised his body's speed to the limit. Once again, he performed the long sky, flying Katkin's body technique. While paying attention to his body's concealment, he also performed the Tianyuan escape technique. Like a wisp of smoke, he rushed into the huge snake cave. After rushing in, he followed the path that Xiao Long had pointed out and flew down 3,000 feet, like strands of catkins flying into the huge snake cave. On the walls of the cave on both sides, there were countless tiny holes that could be seen with the naked eye. Colorful venomous snakes wriggled their fat bodies in and out of them. If one looked at it this way, the entire cave walls seemed to be made up of poisonous snakes. So Xiaoduo was not distracted. In a flash, he reached the bottom of the cave. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the 6 Shi brothers were chatting and laughing as they walked to the entrance of the cave from above. They were exercising their body techniques and floating down, ready to continue their work. So Xiaoduo rushed all the way to the bottom of the cave. At a glance, he saw his target. It was a strange-looking fruit tree. On the fruit tree, there was a half-red, half-white fruit hanging on the branch. So Xiaoduo did not hesitate. He did not even have time to take a closer look at the fruit tree. The moment he landed, he grabbed the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel in his hand. He was like a little mouse dragging a big shovel. His body landed with the shovel. He activated all his cultivation, gritted his teeth, stared, and shoveled down without a care. Poof, poof, poof. With 3 consecutive shovels, the soil and stones tens of meters below were all pried out. The whole pile was tens of cubic meters. It was all kept in the Tower of Annihilation. Then he jumped down and burrowed into the soil. He stuffed the Tower of Annihilation into the deepest part of the soil. Then He hurriedly burrowed into the Tower of Annihilation as well. His heart was thumping wildly. I got it. What was the reaction of that stinky snake? Would discover me? From start to finish, the whole process took less than 3 seconds. This was simply like a sudden clap of thunder that left no time to cover one's ears while stealing a bell. So a Shao swore that the speed at which he detonated at this moment was definitely the fastest he had ever done in his life. After this, as his cultivation increased, there might be times when he could be even faster. But before this, there was no such time. Even when he used the hammer of 1,000 spirits with all his strength, it was not as fast as this. It was just as fast. Shiyu and the other 5 people floated down. They had just eaten the snake spirit grass and were feeling refreshed. Even their moods were extremely good. They raised their chi, lightened their bodies, and descended. But, why did it seem like there was a person below Dotton? There was a person. Fuck, there was a person. The 6 people's eyes widened abruptly. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They saw that person holding the big shovel and shoveling it down 3 times in a row. Then, that strange fruit at the bottom, that ancestor snake had been guarding for thousands of years, that just like that, it disappeared along with the fruit tree and a large piece of land. Then, that person seemed to have jumped and disappeared as well. What the fuck? What the fuck? At this moment, the 6 people were dumbfounded. This time, they were really dumbfounded. To be honest, even if they had nightmares, they would never dream of such a strange thing. In a nest of the king of star beasts, at the bottom, the most precious thing that had been guarded for thousands of years was taken away by someone just like that. Are you fucking kidding me? Or did I see wrongly just now? She suddenly lowered her body and came to the edge of the pit in a flash. Venerable Snake and the other 4 people also followed and stood at the edge of the pit. He saw that this huge pit was in a very irregular shape. It could be seen how abrupt, how hurried, and how unexpected the change was. In the middle, the most precious, and also the most precious. Where was that tree? Where was that fruit? Where was it? It was really gone. At this moment, the 6 people were still in a state of confusion. But the 6 people looked at each other, and the same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. They exclaimed in unison, "Oh no!" The treasure was gone. But at this moment, the 6 of them were standing at the edge of this pit, standing at the scene of a crime. The 6 of them and the person just now had arrived at the left side of that strange fruit tree almost at the same time. If Ancestor Snake came back, what would it think? The consequences. Shiyu and the others did not even dare to think about it. They had just eaten the snake spirit grass and felt that they had reached the peak of their lives. Until now, their nerves were still high. But why did a big pot suddenly fall from the sky? It was directly placed on their heads. Let's go. At this moment, Shiyu's blood rushed to her head. At this moment, her mind was numb and she saw stars. She was already scared out of her wits. Subconsciously, this was the only word that came to her mind. Leave this troublesome place. This was the only thought in her mind. Catch the thief. What kind of joke is this? Damn it, is this the time to catch the thief? Now is the time to run for their lives. That Snake King. No matter how much of a Snake King it was still a snake in its bones. It would not be reasonable, not to mention sentiments. The 6 of them turned around at the same time. Then the 6 of them felt cold all over because they saw a huge snake head hanging in midair at the entrance of the pit. It was sinking down. 2 huge snake eyes shone down like searchlights. Its eyes were burning. The huge snake eyes saw the 6 of them at the edge of the pit. Then it saw the pit. The Snake King was confused. But then it saw the horrified faces of the 6 people and looked at the empty pit. At this moment, the Snake King's mind was blank. Its snake eyes were dazed for a moment. Oh heavens, oh earth! I have been guarding this place for a total of 3,600 years. 3,600 years. Now, you're telling me that the thing I have been guarding is a treasure that is only half a month away from being swallowed. Where did it go? Where did it go? Fuck you guys. A surging aura suddenly exploded like a nuclear bomb. The Snake King's anger rose to the extreme at this moment. It could explode the heaven and earth and shatter the universe. Ayo! It was unknown how angry the Snake King was. The Snake King, who had never roared like that, had actually activated a new skill due to its extreme anger. It let out a roar similar to that of the Tiger King. It had learned a foreign language out of anger. Chapter 592. The Snake King was so angry that he was dumbfounded. At first, he felt that it was quite good. He had 6 subordinates to help him clean up, do some chores, and prepare food. This kind of life was quite comfortable. He went out comfortably. The sun was great today. He spat out his inner core and absorbed some sun energy. Comfortable. His body was so lazy from the sun that he wanted to sleep, that it was too comfortable. These 6 human ants are really quite obedient. How about I give him 2 more snake spirit grass as a reward? It was quite good, but just when it was at its most comfortable, and the entire snake was feeling lazy, that he suddenly felt a little strange. What was strange about it? He was suspicious, that he thought for a while. Fuck, why was the aura of the snake's soul fruit gone? The snake formation that was soaring to the sky suddenly collapsed. It turned around and drilled into the hole anxiously. Its movement was extremely fast. It turned around and drilled into the hole, not even caring that its thick waist was twisted. It turned around and saw it. It saw a big hole. My baby, it's gone. Beside the hole, the 6 detestable humans who should have become my feces but were taken in by me. They were actually standing beside the hole. Fuck your grandmother. The Snake King exploded. His huge spiritual power shook the void. Where are the treasures? Down below, Shiyu and the other 5 brothers were at a loss. They didn't know how to respond or react. Where are the treasures? You ask me? Who should I ask? I wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Really, at this moment, I just want to know who the hell dug this big hole for me. You fucking chose the right time to do this. Too little. Even if we were outside and you came to steal it, when we were floating down, you took it away. Oh my God, what kind of black injustice is this? What kind of hole is this? It can bury a god. Facing the Snake King's questioning, the 6 of them were dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. The Snake King's fury rose to another level, and it completely exploded. After another roar, its huge body swooped down without warning. It was crazy. In its huge eyes, the 6 ants below, the 6 snake slaves, the 6 stinky ants. They actually pulled out their weapons. Are they trying to kill me? Ungrateful bastard. Traitorous things. Despicable and shameless things. Despicable and dirty things. Shameless things. At this moment, the grievances in the Snake King's heart could not be washed away. I fed you, nourished you, and made you stronger. For so many years, I took care of you like I took care of my own sons. Is this how you repay me? You ate and drank from me, took my things, trained my skills in the end. You stole my most important treasure, and now you want to kill me. The huge head of the snake was filled with madness and hatred. At this moment, there was no more room for buffering, no more chance to explain. She only had time to shout, "It wasn't us." But then he said, "Let's fight." The Snake King, who could completely understand human language, was already charging down. When he heard that, he became even angrier. It wasn't you guys who did it, yet you still want to fight with me? What the fuck? The 6 of them drew their swords and sabers together. They used all their cultivation and rushed up with a roar. This was the real life and death situation. If they used less strength, they could be killed on the spot. They knew very well how powerful the Snake King was. Even if the 6 of them were not ants, they were not that strong in front of him. At this moment of life and death, they could only go all out and fight for a chance of survival. It was either life or death. Realizing this, the 5 venerable snakes gave it their all and risked their lives. However, at this moment, the absolute leader of the 6, Shiyu, suddenly paused for a moment. Just as he was rushing with all his might, he paused for a moment. With this pause, he fell to the back of the 6 and became the 5 venerable snakes who rushed up to meet the Snake King. The Snake King looked down from above. The 5 venerable snakes roared crazily. Their swords and sabers shone brilliantly at the same time. Saber chi and sword chi crisscrossed for hundreds of feet. "Boss, let's go." One of the venerable snakes roared, and then subconsciously looked back. "Well, boss, leave quickly." Boss has already left. Humans were always so strange. A moment ago, they were still shouting, "Boss, leave quickly." If the boss did not leave and stay to die, everyone would cry, shout, and curse. "Why don't you leave? If you don't leave, what's the point of our sacrifice?" However, when you shout a boss, "Leave quickly," the boss had already left. Then, everyone would feel a sense of betrayal and anger. "Fuck, we were fighting for you, but you really left. Where's your heart? Where's the brotherhood we agreed on?" However, they did not have time to think about all this. They did not even have time to curse. The five of them had already collided with the Snake King. The Snake King was furious and came down aggressively. Its power was so great that it was unstoppable. Crack, crack, cracked. The five venerable snakes' swords and sabers all broke, but half of them pierced into the Snake King's body. After all, it was the combined power of the five of them. In addition, the Snake King was angry and did not have the heart to defend. Even though its skin was thick, it was still full of wounds and dripping with blood. However, the five of them only suffered more serious injuries. They were all sent flying backwards, blood spurting out of their mouths. The Snake King continued to press down. The five of them smiled bitterly. "Since we called you boss, we might as well fulfill your wish." A loud roar. The five of them, who were originally flying backwards, suddenly came to a stop. Then they charged forward in unison. Then there was a loud bang. The five of them knew that they were not going to survive. They self-destructed at the same time, using the last of their willpower to fulfill the brotherhood. This was the extreme self-destruction of five royal god experts. The power was boundless. Although there had been spirit-reigning cultivators who had lost their lives to the Centipede Queen's sharp claws, they had all put up a desperate struggle to survive, hoping to be rescued. They had been severely injured and poisoned, so their remaining strength was less than 100%. Even if they self-destructed, it would be meaningless. As for the five snake-revered masters, although they took the Snake King's attack with hatred, they were the ones who risked their lives first. They had used up all of their cultivation, so the injuries they suffered were limited. However, when they saw that their big brother, Shiyu, had disregarded their brotherhood and ran away on his own, they were all filled with the will to die. Therefore, they fused all of their true essence, chi, blood, life, and even their divine souls into this final self-detonation attack. "If you don't leave, we will self-destruct to open the way for you and let you go. Because you are our big brother. We are willing to do it. If that is the case, even if we die with a smile. How comfortable and worth it would be to die. However, if you leave the boss, we brothers wish you a smooth escape and then be caught by your enemy. Then you will live forever. It would be best if you're caught by Vice Principal Chung. Then you will live forever." The entire cliff collapsed with a loud rumble as the five royal gods self-detonated. The Snake King, who bore the brunt of the impact, fell back from the impact. His body was full of holes, and a large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. The entire cliff was like a huge mountain crashing down with a loud bang. The Snake King's huge body was sent tumbling by the sudden fall of the mountain. At this time, a figure rushed out like lightning, holding two big handfuls of snake spirit grass in his hands. Who else could it be but Shiyu? The Snake King, who was falling back, saw this scene and became even more furious. Traitor! In extreme anger and hatred, he ignored his injuries and used all of his strength to pull out his snake tail. The long snake tail drew a mysterious trajectory that could split heaven and earth as it chased after Shiyu. Shiyu's body flashed out of the cave, and he waved his hands to push away a few big rocks, trying to escape. However, the huge snake tail was already chasing after him. With a puff, the sword that Shiyu treasured like his life was thrown out of his hands. At the same time, he used all of his cultivation to push forward with all of his strength. This was a real fight. If he did not fight, he would lose his life. With a loud bang, The Snake King let out a sharp scream. The snake tail was first pierced by the long sword, and then it collided with Shiyu's head-on. It was an extreme collision of enormous strength. The poor Snake King was first hit by the extreme self-explosion of the 5 snake venerables, and his body was severely injured. Then, he was crushed by the huge mountain. He tried to pull out his tail to chase after the traitor, but he was hit by the traitor's sword and palm. A big hole was created in the snake tail, and it was penetrated from the front to the back. A huge amount of blood gushed out, like a torrential flood. The Snake King roared and twisted his body. A mouthful of venom was also spat out like a mountain flood. On the opposite side, she was hit by the snake tail head-on. He was also not in a good condition. With a muffled groan, blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. His internal organs were ruptured, and his face was pale as paper. He was like a kite with a broken string, and he was sent flying more than 300 meters. With a bang, he crashed into an ironwood tree. With a shake, blood gushed out of his mouth like it was free. There were even pieces of his internal organs mixed in with the blood. Almost 60% of the bones in his body were broken by the snake tail. He struggled to get up and hurriedly pounced to one side. There was no other way. The Snake King's last mouthful of venom covered a wide area. Even Shiyu would not be able to withstand the venom that the Snake King had spat out using his vitality as the foundation, especially when he was heavily injured. He pounced with all his might and rushed out 60 meters, finally avoiding the area covered by the venom. However, one of his ankles was still stained by the Snake King's venom. The muscles on his calf started to smoke, and a pale green color quickly spread to his upper body. Ah! Shiyu screamed, but he still took out a sword from his space ring. Without any hesitation, he chopped off his right leg from the base of his thigh. Chapter 593. Poof! With a flash of the sword, an entire leg was cut off from the thigh. This was the venomous snake bites the hand. Warrior severs the wrist. However, she was even more thorough, directly cutting off the thigh. The entire leg that was cut off flew out. At first, it was still a little white, but almost instantly, it turned into a pale green color. Then it sizzled with smoke and finally turned into a puddle of pus. Ah! She screamed miserably. With one hand on the ground and one leg on the ground, her entire body was like a toad with a broken limb. However, her speed was still extremely fast. As she jumped, she stopped the bleeding. In just a few breaths, she had actually jumped a few hundred meters. Shiyu understood very well. She was still far from escaping the trap. The opportunity in front of her was her last chance to escape. Once the Snake King crawled out of the landslide, he would be dead for sure if he couldn't escape far away and find a safe place to hide. There was no way he would be lucky. As for her injuries, how could she care about her injuries now? As she jumped, she stopped the bleeding. As she bled, she spat out blood, flesh, and internal organs. Yes, in another sense, she was multitasking. Speaking of which, until now, Shiyu still did not understand what was going on. The time was really too short. Everything happened so suddenly. Before she could understand anything, it had already happened. She really did not have time to react. She could only act passively and run all the way to the end, completely taking the blame for everything that happened. But what was going on? It seemed like she had jumped down and realized that the treasure was gone. Even the tree, the fruit, and the land were all gone. Then, the Snake King came back and started fighting. The 5 beasts self-destructed, the mountain collapsed, and then it was her turn to fight with the snake tail. Yes, she left the battle group to collect the snake's spirit grass. That was because she had no other choice. Besides, that was not the main point. Anyway, she was then sent flying, sprayed with venom, and now she jumped more than 1,000 meters with one leg and one hand. Taking everything into account, it only took about half a minute from start to finish. The landslide over there was still not over yet. It would probably continue for a while longer. But the time left for her was definitely not much. And the 5 good brothers who had followed her for so many years. Now, their lives were really over. But why did all of this happen? Who the hell set me up? Who stole the snake's soul fruit? It was too unfair. I've been wronged. Shiyu felt that even if it was snowing in June, she still wouldn't be able to tell everyone about her grievances. On the other side, the mountain continued to rumble. The Snake King's furious roar continued, but its body was too huge. The entire mountain collapsed, and it was in the midst of the landslide when it was heavily injured and sent flying back. It was impossible for him to escape in a short period of time. It was unrealistic. However, it was truly burning with impatience and could not wait any longer. The huge snake was so angry that blood was spurting out of its mouth. It was so angry that one of its fangs was broken. Despicable and shameless humans. I will never let you off. Shiyu had forgotten himself and was jumping up and down with all his might. He could clearly feel the pain in his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. All the bones in his body were creaking, and the muscles on his body were falling off one after another. Even his consciousness was about to blur. The blood in his body had almost dried up because of his multiple injuries. However, he still didn't dare to stop. He didn't dare to stop at all. There was only a possibility of death now. However, if the Snake King chased after him, he would definitely die. A possibility and a certainty were 2 completely different concepts. He desperately jumped with one hand and 1 foot supporting himself. In one breath, he had jumped more than 20 miles away from the Snake King's lair. Shiyu's heart was finally slightly comforted. However, he still didn't dare to relax and continued to jump with all his might. Thus suddenly, he saw a pair of feet in front of him. A pair of feet covered in mud. A cold voice said, "How tired are you to jump like this? I'm doing a good deed. I'll bring you along." Shiyu was shocked when he heard this. He almost couldn't breathe. He raised his head and saw a person looking at him with a frosty face. There was an eye-catching scar on his face that split diagonally from the bridge of his nose. It clearly divided his face into 2 halves. Shiyu's breath was instantly released. He laughed bitterly. "So it's you, Vice Principal Chung. To die in your hands, to die in your scheme, we are not wronged." Vice Principal Chung snorted coldly. He was filled with extreme hatred as he said, "Die? Shiyu, do you think there's such a good thing in this world?" He grabbed Shiyu and slapped his dantee on. Then, he picked him up with one hand and broke through the thick fog like lightning. He sped away. For Vice Principal Chung, everything in front of him was like a fantasy. However, this dream was too beautiful. It was so beautiful that it was a little unreal. Even if Vice Principal Chung were to design it himself, he wouldn't dare to make it up like this. Today, Shiyu's cultivation was at the peak of the returning profound realm. The 5 snake venerables under him were all at the royal god realm. With such strength, if he faced them head-on, not only would he not be a match, he would also die without a doubt. He hid in the swamp and didn't dare to move. All he wanted was to find a chance to get out and spread the news. He couldn't die here for nothing. What he thought was so simple. That was all. However, things in the world were so mysterious. He watched as Shiyu and the other 5 walked back, chatting and laughing along the way as they entered the huge snake cave. Then, the strangest and most unbelievable things of his life happened one after another. First, the Snake King, who was lazily drying his inner core, suddenly turned back into the cave, as if his but was on fire. Then, there was a great shaking of heaven and earth, and the world was turned upside down. He clearly heard one of the 5 snake venerables yell, "Boss, run quickly." Then there was an extremely loud explosion based on Vice Principal Cheng's years of experience. Such a big commotion couldn't be caused by a royal god's self-detonation. But what had happened? Could it be that all 5 snake venerables self-detonated? But what happened? Why did it have to be like this? Then there was a landslide. Then the Snake King's huge body flew out, and the whole mountain crashed down. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on the giant snake. At this time, Shiyu flashed out. The Snake King fought back with all his might, his tail sweeping wildly at the Snake King, and Shiyu collided violently. Shiyu was seriously injured and sent flying. Vice Principal Chung saw all of this. He even heard the sound of Shiyu's bones breaking and the cracking of bones all over her body. Then he saw a huge mouthful of venom thousands of meters away, which turned into a waterfall and came over. Shiyu acted like a poisonous snake biting its hand and broke its leg. Moreover, it was cut off from the thigh. Vice Principal Chung couldn't help but sigh at the miracle of human life and resilience. In such an extreme situation, he jumped like a toad with one leg and went crazy for 20 to 30 miles. Although he didn't understand what was going on. But if he didn't take advantage of such an opportunity and didn't grasp it, Vice Principal Chung would have lived his life in vain. He made a prompt decision to rush out of the swamp and effortlessly capture Shiyu. This was double the truth. Vice Principal Chung had long given up the extravagant hope of capturing Shiyu with his own strength. He had already prepared to self-detonate and perish together with the other party. Even the most ideal result was to take away a few of them by self-detonation. With the current cultivation strength of these 6 people, it was impossible to take away all of them. But he had to take revenge. Even if he had to self-detonate, he had to vent his anger and end this blood feud. But now, not only were the other 5 murderers dead, he had also effortlessly captured the biggest culprit. It was as easy as running into the mountains and casually picking a mushroom. Jianghu is really mysterious. Vice Principal Chung took Shiyu away for less than 3 minutes. An earth-shaking roar filled the surroundings. The huge body of the Star Beast Snake King soared into the sky and rushed out of the Snake Valley like an aircraft carrier. It rushed out of the fog and crazily rushed towards the densest area of the crowd. Die. The Snake King's mental power shook the void, causing the sky to change color. The clouds in the sky gathered crazily, and lightning was summoned by the Snake King. Boom, boom, boom. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Outside, countless bounty hunters were running around like headless flies. The people of Hidden Dragon High School occupied the highest mountain peak. Everyone was tense and alert, paying close attention to all the movements around them. Although there were occasional quarrels, it was not important and did not affect the overall situation. Only the occasional tiger roar from the other side intimidated everyone. There were also a few angry roars from the Centipede Queen. Give me back my playmate. All in all, the overall situation was still relatively stable and peaceful. Other than the 2 groups of people suddenly fighting and ending the battle quickly, there were no other extreme incidents. Only the shadows of people were still flying back and forth in the forest like lightning. But these movements were destined to be futile. Xiaoduo was not near at all. How could he discover anything? Moreover, everyone knew in their hearts that before Xiaoduo appeared, even if there was chaos, it would not be too chaotic. But at this moment, from the direction of the Snake Valley, which had been relatively peaceful and also relatively far away, there was suddenly an earth-shattering loud noise. Everyone was an expert in cultivation. How could they not know that this was obviously a crazy self-detonation? And it was not this self-detonation of an ordinary expert. An ordinary person would not be able to achieve such an effect. A powerful self-detonation that could cause a landslide, how could an ordinary cultivator do that? Then, the furious roar of the Snake King resounded through the sky. Chapter 594. On the mountaintop, Yi Changqing and the others suddenly stood up. Their faces were solemn. They instinctively felt that the commotion had something to do with Xiaoduo again. But what did this kid do? How could he cause such a big commotion? Yi Changqing was full of worry as he looked at the slowly rising mushroom cloud. What was going on at this moment? In the thick fog ahead, a figure suddenly broke through the clouds. His speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. He did not stop at all and went straight to the highest mountain peak. And in his hand, there was a person. Yi Changqing recognized the person at a glance. He could not help but be overjoyed. Brother Chung, who is that in your hand? He thought that Vice Principal Chung had brought Xiaoduo out. He was about to go forward to cover them when he suddenly realized that it was not Xiaoduo. Who was this? Why did Vice Principal Chung bring him out? Also, that person seemed to be too pitiful. He was almost half a person. His entire thigh was gone. Haha, my great enemy has been caught today. Vice Principal Chung laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. He flew over like a rainbow and rushed directly to the mountaintop. However, the moment he rushed to the top, he said something in a low voice. Go, go, come with me. Snake King has gone crazy. He will be here in the blink of an eye. Without stopping, he carried Shiyu from the other side and jumped down. He took the lead and left. Yi Changqing laughed. This is great. After so many years of resentment, I finally got my revenge. Go, 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 let's go and watch. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone from Hidden Dragon High School and flew down together. As old partners for thousands of years, their cooperation was so good that it made one gasp in amazement. Or rather, it made one's hair stand on end. There was not a trace of stagnation or any other disharmony. Our own people can leave, but those bastards can't. If they leave, who will Snake King fight with? Therefore, not only do we have to leave, but we also have to keep these people in check and not let them leave. As a result, the members of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School all disappeared and left. They left behind the people of Jianghu, who were confused and did not know what to do. Why did I see that the person who just came was carrying someone? Could it be Zhuo? Idiot. The person who just came is Vice Principal Chung of Hidden Dragon High School. The scar on his face is so obvious. The person he is carrying a person was seriously injured and even lost a leg. But it is definitely not Zhuo because that person's aura is weak. That is a sign that his cultivation has been crippled. So the enemy. At least, it is not Zhuo. Since you are so analytical, why don't you analyze what is going on? Why is there a landslide over there? What is happening? What enemy? Had he taken his revenge? What was all this about? Is that class representative coming out to explain again? Shadows swayed. Dozens of people crossed the void and arrived at the highest mountain in an instant. It was the mountain where Hidden Dragon High School was just a moment ago. They frowned. What is going on? Something big must have happened. But there was no need to guess anymore, because the truth had already appeared. A fishy wind suddenly filled the air. Everyone felt the sky turn dark. When they looked up, they were all shocked. In the sky not far away, a long worm the size of an aircraft carrier suddenly appeared. Snake King. Snake King actually came out of the Snake Valley and came over. That huge body seemed to cover the sky. Poisonous fog was flowing all over its body, and it was even spurting blood. As Snake King came out, the clouds in the sky suddenly gathered. Roar! Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, and their whole body trembled. Damn it! We have heard of tigers and lions roaring like that, but when did we hear of a snake roaring like that? What exactly happened that stimulated Snake King to learn a foreign language? At this moment, there was no time to be surprised. Running away was the most important thing. In an instant, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. All of them were cursing Hidden Dragon High School in their hearts. Too evil. This bunch of old bastards. You should have said something damn it. You only cared about running for your life. You actually said a few words to stabilize us here. In the end, there was such a big guy behind us. It was obvious that you wanted to drag us into the water and feed us to the snake first. This bunch of bastards, each and every one of you, is evil. But the Snake King, who was unable to restrain its anger, had already reached the point where it could not differentiate between right and wrong. As long as it was a human, it was its enemy and its target. After another roar, it swayed its head and swung its tail, swooping down. With a casual spit of its mouth, the entire area was filled with poisonous rain. A series of screams rang out continuously. Following that, crackling sounds could be heard. Thunder and lightning fell from the clouds and smashed into the forest. Hundreds of bounty hunters had been turned into charcoal in just this one batch. Snake King furiously chased after them. As long as it was a human, it would not let a single one of them go. Give me back my treasure. Give me back my treasure. You bunch of dead two-legged beasts. All of you die. its huge body clashed crazily in the forest, circling back and forth. In an instant, the entire area was turned into a mess. Even if it was a forest that was continuously hit by meteorites, at this moment, the degree of devastation was several times, tens of times, hundreds of times more than before. Countless experts hated that they did not have two more legs at this moment. They were unable to escape faster. Even the experts who thought that they had the strength to deal with this Snake King were retreating far away at this moment to avoid its sharp edge. This snake was obviously crazy. A good person would not get angry with a cow, let alone a huge snake whose mind was in a mess. But everyone was puzzled. What was wrong with this snake? Why was it so agitated? It was as if its wife had been slept with. Snake King roared crazily and attacked. Thunder and lightning struck as it madly chased after them. It rushed in the direction with the most people. In an instant, the entire area became a no man's land. The huge Snake King was unwilling to give up. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward Tiger King's territory to roar. Roar, 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 roar. Tiger King panicked when he saw this and roared repeatedly to stop it. What the fuck? What's wrong with me? Why are you rushing toward me? Normally, we don't interfere with each other's business. I'm not afraid of you. Snake King seemed to have sobered up a little. When it realized that this was already Tiger King's territory, it made a turn and rushed out from the side, continuing to chase after all the humans within its sight. These damn two-legged beasts, they're all dead, all dead. The rumbling outside gradually stopped. Zhuo crawled out from the bottom of Snake King's nest in fear. Oh my god, what's going on? What happened after that? This is simply a scene of devastation. Didn't I just steal a tree from you? Is there a need for this? How can the scene be so big that, oh my god, its temper is so fucking explosive? As Zhuo crawled out, his spatial ring was filled with a few hundred brightly colored snakes. These were naturally the snakes that were originally on the walls of the cave. Xiaodo, who was still in a daze due to landslide, charged the dragon blood flying dagger with energy. Of course, there were many complete snakes with beautiful skin. They were all packed up by Xiaodo. These were all money. How could he waste it? In life, wasting is the biggest sin. Xiaodo was quote. At the start of the explosion, Xiaodo, who was in the Void Extermination Tower, was swaying left and right, unable to control himself. Xiaodo couldn't help but worry that the Void Extermination Pagoda would be shattered. Fortunately, he had hidden it well enough. Moreover, the battle between Snake King and Shiyu and the other five happened in midair. Snake King rushed down, while Shiyu rushed up. Naturally, they were above the extreme of the ground. As everyone knew, the power of the explosion went up. Xiaodo was really lucky. The Tower of Annihilation was still safe and sound. After a long while after the explosion, Xiaodo trembled and carefully climbed up. Under the search of Xiaolong, he found a spatial ring that was not destroyed. Of course, he kept it with a clear conscience, but still felt a little regretful. 5 people exploded together. How could only one ring be left? Why not all of them? At least 3 or 4 rings should be left. Xiaodo's heart was filled with regret. He quietly crawled out of the rubble and looked around. Well, the result was quite good. The entire Snake Valley could be said to have been destroyed. It was almost impossible to see its original appearance. After being informed by Xiaolong, Xiaodo certainly knew what had happened. However, he was clueless about the identities of the 6 people. I don't know who they are. Sigh, but they must be seniors of the Jianghu. How could I bear to cheat them like this? Xiaodo felt very guilty. Long, I'm sorry for what I did to these seniors. Look around again and see if there are any spatial rings left by them. I will help them keep them. If there is an opportunity, I will do good for them and help the poor, such as the students of the Hidden Dragon High School. Xiaolong was speechless. He had reached his limit. You are thinking too much. Being able to keep one spatial ring after such a self-destruction of a reigning spirit is already a great fortune. And you actually want more? There is no more. There will never be more. The Xiaoduo hung the void stone in front of his chest and searched around the Snake Valley. Then he left this place. At this moment, even here, he could still hear the sound of Snake King fighting outside. That madness, that grief, that it made masters want to cry tears of sympathy. He could not help but want to go and comfort him. After all, he is a monster king. How can no one cooperate with him? He will fight in the front, and I will follow behind to help him keep the spatial rings and other trophies. Chapter 595. I'll put in a little effort to help him clean up, to make up for the trauma of me taking away his snake soul fruit. Anyway, this great demon king has never been interested in those ugly little rings. I'll put in a little effort to help him keep them and then help him digest them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too wasteful for such a great demon king to kill so many people? Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure was like lightning. He flew out excitedly but cautiously. Just as he walked out of the Snake Valley, he saw 7 or 8 corpses. Zhuo Xiaoduo was instantly excited. Rings. These people's rings were still on their hands. They were clearly waiting for me. Zhuo Xiaoduo was delighted to see this and rushed over. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 8 rings were in his hands. He even used the dragon blood flying dagger to stab them. There was a flaw in the otherwise perfect situation. These people were already dead. To the dragon blood flying dagger, they could not absorb the slightest bit of blood. What a pity! What a pity! Zhuo Xiaoduo stood up and ran forward. He searched along the way. Stone pits, forests, pools that he plundered along the way and rarely missed anything. Yes, with Xiaolong's help, it would be difficult to miss anything. Everyone, please rest in peace. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered as he plundered. You all came to kill me. Now that I have an important matter to attend to, I really don't have time to collect your corpses. Anyway, you're all fugitives. You must have been prepared to expose your corpses in the wilderness. It's reasonable. As a person of the pugilistic world, this is the pugilistic world. Of course, you're here to kill me, so you've caused me a considerable amount of indescribable mental damage. Consider the spatial rings you left behind as compensation for my mental damage. Although it's not enough, I'll accept it. Everyone, rest in peace. Everyone often says that at most, you'll be a hero again after 18 years. Now is the time to prove the truth of this sentence. Everyone, please find the Snake King and the Centipede King in your next life to take revenge. In this life, the grudges between you and me are settled. Everything has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Xiaoduo leaped a few hundred meters. His eyes were like lightning as he continued to search around. Finally, fuck! Why are there so many rings in front? There are still a lot of dead people. Zhuo Xiaoduo's current movement speed was based on the level of the Tianyuan escape skill. He was like a shadow, shuttling back and forth among the corpses. In the distance, they could still vaguely see the Snake King's roars. It was still fighting, and it was still stirring up monstrous waves. It chased after the group of martial artists until they fled pathetically. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to loot from behind and reaped all the benefits. This time, the Snake King had gone crazy and killed a lot of people. One had to know that when Snake King rushed out, it was the time when the crowd outside was the most densely packed. The first wave of collisions had created an effect similar to a bomb exploding. Zhuo Xiaoduo collected a lot of space rings in an instant, but the number was only less than half of the total number of people who had died. Whoosh whoosh. Several figures hurried over from afar. The Snake King had killed so many people here and left behind piles of space rings. No one was a fool. Naturally, Zhuo Xiaoduo was not the only one who was worried about it. There were many others who were worried about it. No, to be more precise, everyone who was still alive was worried about it. This was a huge fortune, and everyone knew it clearly in their hearts. It was just that the Snake King had not gone far before, so no one dared to come over. However, at this moment, the Snake King was in a towering rage. It was already a little far from here. Those who were quick-witted immediately reacted to the situation and rushed over at the same time. In all directions, there were figures flashing and diving in this direction. Those who were rushing over saw a guy from afar. He was diligently dodging left and right at his destination, and he seemed to be so happy that he could not even close his mouth, that everyone's blood was boiling, and they were furious. "That scoundrel!" one of them shouted. "Put them all down." Zhuo Duo ignored him and once again grabbed the 2 rings in his hand. However, the fierce chi from all directions had already descended rapidly and surrounded him from all sides. Zhuo Duo hurriedly rolled more than 10 meters away. Then he used the Tianyuan escape technique without looking back. Whoosh! He turned into a puff of white smoke. It was time to leave. It was important to leave this place. As he rolled, his wig coincidentally fell off, revealing his shiny bald head. The people who had landed did not notice this at all. They were only looking at the fingers of the corpses around them. At first glance, they could not help but feel their internal organs burning and their eyes filled with anger. Most of the corpses had no rings on their fingers. Regardless of whether it was rings, bracelets, belts, anything that could be made into space equipment had all disappeared without a trace. Many people turned around angrily and glared. "That bastard! Fuck! Bald head! Zhuo Duo! Fuck! That's Zhuo Duo! It's really Zhuo Duo!" They turned their heads so quickly that they could see the bald head flashing in the distance. They shouted almost subconsciously. There were also other people who had just flown over and were still in the air. They saw the shiny bald head even more clearly. Zhuo Duo! This was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it by chance. In an instant, more than 10 people had already chased over. Then, hundreds of people turned around. Almost no one cared about the rings that might have slipped through the net on the ground. However, the crowd chased all the way through the forest. Zhuo Duo had disappeared again. Many experts who had rushed over were dumbfounded. They were so close, so how could he disappear while chasing? He's just in the embryonic breathing realm. How can he be so slippery? How is it possible? Countless people cursed. Was this still in the embryonic breathing realm? Not only was his speed ridiculously fast, but he could also hide his aura so perfectly. Was this really a student of the Hidden Dragon High School? And a freshman? The information couldn't be fake, right? If every student of the Hidden Dragon High School could do this, wouldn't the future of the Hidden Dragon High School dominate the world be set in stone? So Zhuo Duo didn't go far. He just changed into another wig and quietly blended into the search crowd. With the void transformation stone on him, no one noticed him at all. They also couldn't detect his aura. Even if they saw him occasionally, they would only think that he was someone who was searching for Zhuo Duo like them. At this moment, he was gasping for breath. This time, he had been too greedy. If he hadn't taken the last 2 rings, he would have been able to escape perfectly and wouldn't have exposed his whereabouts. But now, he could only rely on the void transformation stone to avoid danger. However, this further proved that the effect of the void transformation stone was really nature-defying. Long, are there many of these void transformation stones? Zhuo Duo asked. Not many. Of course, there's definitely more than this one, Xiaolong said. Oh, those who are able to obtain this kind of void transformation stone are all extremely lucky people. This thing can only be obtained from falling meteorites. It's extremely rare. Because the meteorites that contain the void transformation stone are only ordinary meteorites without any energy, it's very difficult to find this thing inside. But if you find it, it might be the biggest opportunity in your life. This thing is much more precious than any heaven and earth treasure. Because with this thing, as long as you work hard and increase your cultivation base and strength, you can take on many missions that are beyond your current strength. Compared to treasures, even though you can't say that you can get everything you want, there are still many more possibilities than other people. With this thing, you can be said to be successful in carrying out assassination missions. As long as the target isn't a super strong person who's too much stronger than you and can't be defeated at all, you can basically kill whoever you set your eyes on. It's already so close to you, but you still can't detect it. How can you not die? Xiaolong explained in detail. In other words, if you have this void transformation stone, it's basically like cheating all the way. The possibility of dying halfway will plummet infinitely close to zero. It's not that exaggerated, but compared to ordinary people, it's 1,000 times less. Xiao Long said, "There are always such accidents in this world, such as me." Previously, Ghost Killer also used a void transformation stone to protect himself, but I saw through it with my spiritual eyes. It's the end of the path of fortune. Apart from this kind of accident, as long as you're facing a living thing with divine sense, you can really completely block it, and there's no leak at all. Does that mean that as long as I don't meet a special existence like you, as long as I wear the void transformation stone, it's as if I don't exist? It's not that absolute. Once you meet a super expert whose divine sense has reached perfection and who has reached divine transcendence, you still won't be able to hide. But with your cultivation, boss, at least for a long time, you don't have to worry about meeting such immortals. I'm afraid that they won't even pay attention to you when they see you. Fuck what you said. Why does it sound so weird? While discussing the void transformation stone with Xiao Long, Xiao Duo consciously walked toward the most secretive place, the place where it was easiest to hide. In a short time, they had already protruded from a stretch of valley, entered the border between the Centipede Queen and the Tiger King's territory, and scuttled into a dense forest, completely disappearing without a trace. What exactly is a void transformation stone? I don't know. There must be a source. So Xiao Duo didn't give up. Xiao Long was speechless for a long time. Of course there was a source. This thing fell from the starry sky, and the source was naturally among them. But who knew which star it fell from? Who knew what was going on with the meteorite shower that fell from the sky from time to time? I'm a dragon of fortune that was born on the continent of astral souls due to fate. If you ask me about things in the universe, how would I know? This thing is not afraid of too much. So Xiao Duo thought to himself. He was thinking about one thing. Over the years, those invincible assassins who claimed to come and go without a trace, could some of them have this void transformation stone on them? Chapter 596. So Xiao Duo was a little envious. Although not all of those powerful assassins had a void transformation stone, one thing was for sure, there were definitely people who had it. There was no doubt about that. Xiao Long had solemnly explained that there was more than one void transformation stone in this world. So Xiao Duo began to reflect. I have a bad habit of coveting it whenever I see someone else with it. Although I have one myself, I still covet it. It's wrong to have such thoughts. Those assassins didn't provoke me. Why should I covet it? So Xiao Duo, you're too greedy. So Xiao Duo lectured himself. He couldn't help but think, what if they provoke me? In the distance, the sounds of battle were still ongoing. Then, an earth-shattering shriek suddenly rang out. Zhou Xiao Duo looked toward the source of the shriek and saw the Snake King covered in blood. Its huge body was distorted in the air as it drifted toward a certain direction. Blood rained down from the sky like a downpour. So Xiao Duo found it strange. Something didn't seem right. The Snake King seemed to be falling toward the Centipede Valley, the Centipede Queen's territory. The Snake King flew directly over the Tiger King's territory. A huge black tiger suddenly soared up and roared fiercely. Don't come over. As expected, the Snake King didn't go over. Instead, it flew over the Tiger King's valley and the empty area. Then, it landed in the Centipede Valley with a boom. The next moment, the Centipede Queen's shrill shriek rang out in exasperation. You, get out. The Snake King hissed. Its mentality surged, indicating that it was seriously injured and couldn't get out. The Centipede Queen's emotions exploded instantly. It was unusually furious. Fuck, you flew over so vigorously, and now you're telling me that you're injured and can't get out? Who are you trying to fool? You're obviously up to no good. I have treasures here. You can't stay in my territory. It flew into a rage. Its shriek shook the heavens and the earth. Its enormous mentality filled the air, and its battle intent was pointed directly at the Snake King. Damn snake, do you think I'm easy to bully? Get out of here. Get out of here. Go back to your Snake Valley. You piece of trash who doesn't even have legs. Get out. The Centipede Queen roared. Snake King retorted lazily. You're such an idiot that you can die of exhaustion from wearing shoes. Get lost. The Centipede Queen was really anxious. What was this stinky snake trying to do? The Snake King shook his head and wagged his tail, slowly treating his wounds in the Centipede Valley. He unleashed the power of his Niden and began to heal. He completely ignored the furious roar of the Centipede Queen. Get out? What kind of joke was this? I'm not going out. My Snake Valley no longer has anything good. Why would I go back? But you still have it. Oomph. You want me to leave without giving me half? Right now, I'm barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes. The two Demon Kings started an unprecedented confrontation in Centipede Valley. At this point, not only was Xiaoduo at a loss, even the people outside were at a loss. The Snake King rushed out furiously and killed so many people in one breath, showing extreme anger and an attitude of not stopping until one of them was dead. Then, it only fought with some human experts beside the Tiger King's territory for a while, before falling directly into Centipede Valley. What was going on? What kind of godly development was this? This didn't seem to match the previous situation of rage at all. So Xiaoduo pondered for a long time and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately understood and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This Snake King is truly sinister and cunning. It clearly knew that the good thing it had guarded for many years was gone, so it turned to get the elixir that the Centipede Queen guarded. In terms of the bloodline of the true dragon, the Centipede Queen certainly had it, but the true dragon bloodline in the Snake King's body was much more than the Centipede Queen's. And that dragon soul ginseng was a super good thing that both the Snake King and the Centipede Queen needed. The Snake King didn't come to snatch it previously mainly because of the snake soul fruit that it guarded. To the Snake King, this was already a good thing that wasn't inferior to the dragon soul ginseng. After eating the snake soul fruit, according to the innate talent of its race, it was actually easier to absorb and improve than the dragon soul ginseng. That was why it didn't come to snatch it. But now that the snake soul fruit was gone, the dragon soul ginseng was naturally the best substitute. How could it not come to snatch it? What a joke. Only the virtuous can obtain all the wealth in the world. I, the Snake King, am a virtuous person. When the Snake King rushed out of the Snake Valley, it was really furious. It was full of thoughts of destroying everything and killing everyone in its way. That was a rage that didn't care about anything. It was real. But as it rushed out and killed, this rage found a way to vent. As they gradually approached Centipede Valley, a different thought appeared in their minds. The Snake King, whose rage was gradually calming down, wouldn't forget that the big centipede that occupied this place was also guarding something good. Moreover, it was something that wasn't inferior to its own and was quite suitable for it. Immediately, it had the intention to beat the centipede at its own game. In a state of fury, it rushed over madly. I'm angry. I don't even know where to go. In the meantime, the Tiger King came out and roared, Don't come over. The Snake King laughed. It's just the broken thing behind you. Only a stinky tiger like you thinks it's something good. I don't care about it. There are better things waiting for me to cherish. Therefore, as soon as the two sides came into contact, the Snake King immediately took a detour. But when it came to the Centipede Queen, since it was already here, it might as well take it as it came. It wouldn't leave even if it was beaten to death. That the Snake King coiled into a snake formation in Centipede Valley. As it treated its wounds, its huge eyes flashed with coldness, cunning, and greed. This stinky centipede actually wants to chase me away? Are you leaving or not? The Centipede Queen's long whiskers cracked the void. The Snake King hissed and roared, its spiritual power vibrating. I'm seriously injured now. And you actually want to chase me out? If I go out now, won't I be slaughtered by humans? What are you up to? The Centipede Queen was furious. If you're slaughtered, then so be it. What does it have to do with me? Now you're my territory. No means no. You must leave. The Snake King's spiritual power vibrated and it sneered. Humph, Centipede Queen. I thought we're all from the same lineage of the Demon Clan and Star Beasts. I didn't expect you to be so disloyal. You actually want to watch me die. The Snake King said sternly, "Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I'm not leaving. Let's see what you can do to me. You. Scoundrel, shameless. Humph. Not only am I not leaving, but I also want that treasure of yours. Who asked you to be so disloyal? You asked for it." The Snake King was spouting nonsense, but the more it spoke, the more righteous it became. It finally found a reason. The Centipede Queen was so angry that it was dumbfounded. There's actually such a shameless snake in this world. You're obviously here to snatch my good stuff, but you still want to find a reason to accuse me of being unrighteous. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The Centipede Queen was furious. You're just coveting my good stuff. Let me tell you, you're delusional. The Snake King sneered. I didn't want to snatch it first. I've been taking into account our many years of friendship. But now, your disloyalty has angered me. Now, at this moment, I must snatch it. This is the price you have to pay for being disloyal. The more the Snake King spoke, the more it felt that it was reasonable. That's how it should be done. I didn't mean to snatch it from you, but you actually want to chase me away. You're so heartless. If I don't snatch it from you, who else should I snatch it from? The Centipede Queen was enraged by the Snake King's behavior. It roared sharply and charged forward. I can't win against it. Why did it become my fault after all this talk? So, you're here to snatch it from me, and I'm the one who's sorry? How can this be explained in this way? But the problem was that, as it continued, even the Centipede Queen felt. Why do I feel that this stinky snake's words make sense? But, I'm so angry. How can this be? I'm so angry. Forget it, let's fight. The Snake King roared angrily. You actually want to kill me. Centipede Queen, I didn't expect you to be such a star beast. Have you forgotten the glory of the star beast ancestor? You betrayed the agreement of your ancestors. You've betrayed the bloodline of the demon clan. The Snake King was furious. It dodged and roared with grief and indignation. Centipede Queen, you're too despicable, shameless, and heartless. Stop it. Stop it. You're really hitting me? You're hurting me. You. I'm fighting back. I'm fighting back. You want to kill me? Then I'll kill you first. The Snake King rose with a loud rumble and charged forward. The Centipede Queen wasn't good with words. It was so angry that its antennae were straightened. I can't win against it. This stinky snake has a sharp tongue. Let's fight. No matter how reasonable you are, it's not as good as strength. Heaven and earth bear witness that the Centipede Queen wants to harm me. The demon ancestor will be a witness. Centipede Queen, I'll punish you on behalf of the demon clan and the demon ancestor. Now that Snake King had found a reason to do so, he started to fight confidently. I'll punish you on behalf of the heavens. I'm open and above board. The two-star beast kings started a fight. The battle was earth-shattering. Yes, it was really earth-shattering this time. The sun and moon lost their light. Swishaoduo was hiding in a tree hole. He was truly in awe of the Snake King's actions. He could only admire the Snake King from the bottom of his heart. This Snake King is really too shameless. It's using the fact that I'm not the demon ancestor, and it still has the upper hand. How can it be reasonable? Compared to this snake, I'm still too thin-skinned. I need to learn. I need to strengthen myself. I need to strengthen myself. This battle was much more intense than the previous one. The two behemoths collided underground, and the entire valley shook. Then, the two demon kings soared into the air at the same time, continuing their battle in the air. Obviously, they were worried that their power would damage the spiritual herbs. The Centipede Queen. The spiritual herbs can't be damaged. I want to eat more. The Snake King. The spiritual herbs can't be damaged. I want to eat more. The wind howled, and the trees below were all snapped. Intentionally or unintentionally, they were all moving towards the Tiger King Valley, the Snake King and the Centipede Queen. The Tiger Kings can be damaged, but that's not suitable for me. Oh, a big black tiger rushed into the sky and roared. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Although it wasn't part of the battle, the Tiger King was still furious. You can fight in the Centipede Valley or the Snake Valley, but why are you fighting in the sky above me? You're worried that your spiritual herbs will be damaged, but I'm not afraid that my spiritual herbs will be damaged too. Damn it. These two bastards deserve to die. They deserve to die. I'm leaving. I'm going to take a bath and have a massage. I'm done updating today. Chapter 597. Stop fighting. The Tiger King's spiritual power also shook the void. His huge body flew into the air and spun around anxiously. However, both the Snake King and the Centipede Queen ignored him completely. Their bodies, which were hundreds of meters long, twisted and turned in the air as they fought crazily. Stop fighting just because you said so? Who do you think you are? If you want to fight, go to your side and fight. The Tiger King was furious. Go to our side and fight. Do you think we are stupid? It's because we can't fight there that we came here. The Centipede Queen screamed and spat out poisonous fog and venom. The Snake King also screamed and spat out poisonous fog and venom. As the battle continued, the Centipede Queen revealed its true form. Thousands of long, slender legs covered in black hair scratched and scratched crazily. 9 heads even rushed forward to bite. The Snake King screamed at the sky. Countless lightning bolts struck the Centipede Queen's body. That long tail was like a big stick with infinite power. It was soft but hard and soft but soft. It continued to whip continuously, without end. The 2 Demon Kings each had their own strengths. One was up and one was down, up and down. The fight shook the void. Black spatial cracks flashed and appeared continuously. The scene was soul-stirring and frightening. None of the meteorites that fell from the sky were wasted. They were either sent flying by the Snake King or the Centipede King. Every single one of them crashed into the valley where the Tiger King was located. That damn tiger. His words were nice, but in reality, he just stood by the side and watched us fight. Despicable human ants always say to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Today, we are the ones being watched by the tiger. Let you watch. Let you watch. I will smash you to death. The Tiger King rose into the air and ran back and forth. He roared crazily. Are you provoking me? I. Before it could finish its sentence, the Centipede Queen turned its head and spat out a mouthful of venom. The Snake King followed suit, turning its head and spitting out a mouthful of thick venom as well. What are you shouting for? Seeing this, the Tiger King became even more furious. All the hair on his body stood up. At this moment, he was extremely furious. I'm here to mediate. You 2 bastards actually dare to hit me. Do you think I have a good temper? With a loud explosion, energy surged out, instantly diverting the rainstorm like venom away. Whooshed out like a flash flood, the poisonous fog turned to the other side. Tian Wujiang and the others were on the other side, watching the battle from at least 70 miles away. Hearing that Zhuoduo had been discovered nearby, Tian Wujiang hurriedly brought his men over. In the end, he only saw the Demon Kings fighting. There was no sign of Zhuoduo. Tian Wujiang speculated that the temporary alliance he had formed was not weak. However, he did not know if he could take advantage of the situation when the 2 great Demon Kings were fighting. Or, should I hide here for a while and wait for Zhuoduo? However, he had never expected that just as this thought arose in his mind, he would be attacked by a torrential rain of venom in less than a quarter of an hour before he was hit by a torrential downpour of venom. The sudden arrival of the poisonous fog and venom enveloped an area of several hundred feet. It was difficult to dodge. Those with higher cultivation hurriedly put up a spiritual energy shield, but many with lower cultivation were hit on the spot. The spiritual energy shield could not withstand the demonic aura of the 2 great Demon Kings and was instantly penetrated. The venom splattered all over their bodies. They screamed and rolled on the ground. Not long after, they died on the spot. The flesh of the corpses melted quickly, revealing the white bones. Even the white bones were corroded with spots. They were also in the process of melting, but the speed was slightly slower. Just this unexpected disaster alone caused 8 people to lose their lives. When a real person was sitting at home, disaster came from the sky. Those who lost their lives were all nascent soul cultivators. In the outside world, they were almost grandmaster-level cultivators. But here, They were almost synonymous with being unable to withstand a single blow. However, at this moment, Tian Wujiang and the remaining people were looking at another person with strange gazes. Among these people, there were a total of 9 nascent soul cultivators. 8 of them were already dead. Among them, there was no lack of peak nascent soul cultivators. The remaining person looked like he was only in the middle stage of nascent soul, but the spiritual energy shield he put up was abnormally strong. Not only did the rainstorm-like venom not break through the shield did not even shake. Tian Wujiang's gaze became strange. What is your name? I am Zhao Song. This person had a curly beard, and his eyes were full of surprise. Why did you suddenly ask for my name? This is very surprising. Tian Wujiang smiled. How many times have you walked the thorny road, little brother Zhao? Your foundation is very deep. Zhao Song sighed in relief. Back then, I walked the thorny road 6 times. That pain was really, he sighed. It is unbearable to look back on, but at least there is some comfort. Tian Wujiang smiled faintly. 6 thorny road. A peerless genius. Zhao Song, your foundation is so solid. In the future, you will definitely shine brightly and go very, very far. Zhao Song smiled. Thank you, senior. Suddenly, he screamed and looked at Tian Wujiang in disbelief. Why? Only to see a long sword flickering with cold light had already been slowly pulled out of his chest. The body of the long sword was still flickering with light, and there was still a strong yuan qi vibrating on the body of the sword, directly shattering the area around Zhao Song's wound into pieces. Until the long sword was completely pulled out, the sword light was still cold. There was a drop of blood on the tip of the sword, and the owner of this long sword was Tian Wujiang. Zhao Song was still holding on to his last breath. He looked at Tian Wujiang and asked in disbelief, Why? He looked straight at Tian Wujiang. If he could not get a reason, he would not die in peace. He had already recognized you as his big brother. Why did you suddenly kill him? On the side, Sang Jiushuan also turned his head and looked at Tian Wujiang. He shouted angrily, Tian Wujiang, what are you doing? Why did you kill him? Tian Wujiang calmly put the sword back into its sheath. He said faintly, How can a lone cultivator be able to walk the thorny road 6 times? There must be another organization behind him. It must be one of the big sects or the seeds of the big martial arts sects. When I said that he was a peerless genius, was that a lie? And this person must have mixed in with us for a purpose. So, this person is not normal. Sang Jiushuan said angrily. But this is only a suspicion. What if you kill the wrong person? Tian Wujiang said faintly. Brother Sang, we are assassins, not judges. Just a suspicion. Isn't that enough? He looked at Sang Jiushuan with a cold gaze and said indifferently, In this world, what does a mere human life count for? Even if we kill the wrong person, so what? Not to mention, with this kind of talent, if he is given time to grow, he will definitely be a competitor in one of our missions. At that time, we might even be killed by him. If that day really comes, Brother Sang, do you still hope that the other party will spare your life for today's sake? Since that is the case, since you have doubts, then just kill him directly. It is the simplest and most straightforward way. Why do you have so many questions? Tian Wujiang smiled faintly. His eyes were full of ruthlessness and coldness. Jealous of the talented. This kind of thing was not uncommon. For people like Tian Wujiang, if there was a genius in front of them with a solid foundation that they had never reached, then their first reaction would be to kill. They could not allow this ant in front of them to suddenly surpass them in a short time and show off in front of them. Not to mention that they might be killed by this ant in the future. Even just thinking about it made their killing intent surge. Mingling in the underworld, they had no friends. Any genius that matured would be a suspect for killing them in the future in exchange for a reward. Zhao Song's throat gurgled. His eyes were full of anger and hatred as he fell on his back. With the last of his strength, he suddenly crushed a command arrow in his hand. He roared towards the sky. The one who killed me, Tian Wujiang. His face was full of relief and despair. His body fell down with a bang. Tian Wujiang suddenly made a move, but it was too late. The arrow whistled into the sky and exploded in midair. Immediately, a long sword shadow appeared in the sky. That sword shadow whistled in the air for a moment, then flew towards the east. It flew forward courageously. The more it flew, the fainter it became, but it kept flying. The sword was out of its sheath, and it vowed not to return. No return sword. The moment this sharp sword exploded, suddenly, another person from the group of assassins rushed into the sky and shouted, "The one who killed me, Tian Wujiang." Even further away, more sword lights flashed and rushed into the sky. All of them shouted, "The one who killed me, Tian Wujiang." Countless command arrows rushed into the sky, one after another. Boom! Boom! More voices roared. "The one who killed me, Tian Wujiang." Tian Wujiang's face suddenly paled, no longer having the color of blood. No return sword. Sang Jiushuan's face showed a strange expression. "Brother Tian, you saw right. You killed right. This person is indeed a traitor. Based on his cultivation and age, he should be a graduate of Water City First High School's Guqianfan. He snuck in. But this little brother has to leave. I can't get involved in this muddy water." Sang Jiushuan was full of schadenfreude. The others had the same expression. Tian Wujiang's face was pale. He only felt that there was something wrong with this person. He immediately made a move to kill him to avoid a disaster. But he never thought that this kill would bring out a hornet's nest. A graduate of Water City First High School's Guqianfan. This made him want to cry, but no tears came out. "You should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, not only would I not have killed you, I would have worshipped you." Who didn't know that no return sword, Guqianfan, was the most protective? Who didn't know that Guqianfan was famous for taking revenge? Who didn't know that Guqianfan was Nanjungqian's favorite general? Who didn't know the unity of Water City First High School's graduates? Damn it, a voice boomed in the sky. "All graduates of Water City First High School, listen to this order. I just contacted the old principal. The old principal has ordered, effective immediately, Tian Wujiang is on the must-kill list of Water City First High School's graduates, including his 9 relatives. All are on the must-kill list. If Water City doesn't fall, the must-kill list will not disappear." Chapter 598. Suddenly, many people rushed to the sky and shouted, "If Shui City doesn't fall, the order to kill will not disappear. Tian Wujiang must be killed. 9 generations of his family must be exterminated." Students, the ones who spoke have been exposed. For the time being, they are not Tian Wujiang's opponent. Take your graduation certificate and go to Principal Yi of Hidden Dragon High School to seek protection. Students who are still in hiding, continue. Don't expose yourselves. This person shouted, "Everyone follow me. Anyone who stands in our way is an enemy of Shui City First High School." Before he finished speaking, he had already moved. He rushed out of the forest and stood in the air. The sword in his hand shone with a cold light. But neither Tian Wujiang nor Sang Jiushuan made a move. Yes, they did not dare to make a move. Silhouettes appeared one after another. Quickly, 40 to 50 people gathered. The person in front shouted, "Is there anyone else?" There was no response. This person turned around in the air and shouted, "Tian Wujiang, you dare to kill Shui City First High School's people. Just you wait." After he finished speaking, these 40 to 50 people in the air chased after Hidden Dragon High School's people. The entire mountain range had thousands of assassins, but no one stopped them. These people had all received Gu Qianfan's order to hide and protect Zhuoxiaoduo. But now they were exposed. But no one dared to make a move against them and kill them. If they made a move now, they would be declaring their position and opposing Shui City First High School. They would be opposing the political and educational institutions. They would even be opposing the military. No one dared to act rashly. Even Tian Wujiang, who had already made a move. Tian Wujiang's face turned gray. Even when he faced Yi Changqing, he was not as scared as he was now. Yi Changqing was a person who cared about the big picture. Most of the time, he was more worried about sacrifice. He could not bear to make too many decisive decisions. But Gu Qianfan was different. As long as Gu Qianfan issued an order, he never cared about how many people would die in the process. He only cared about whether the order was completed or not. Shui City First High School was not even an advanced martial arts school. But the people from Shui City First High School could run amok in the mainland. Why? It was because they had the support of the fearless old headmaster, the former #1 general of the Southern Army. Back then, someone killed a student who was carrying out Gu Qianfan's mission in Shui, Cheng #1 Middle School. Gu Qianfan dragged his disabled body and chased him for 10,000 miles. The safety of Shui City #1 Middle School was built on mountains of bones. Sang Jiushuan was the first to turn and leave. Then, almost everyone quietly got up and left with Sang Jiushuan. We won't get involved in this mess. Brother Sang, Tian Wujiang's cry even had a hint of pleading. Don't call me. I can't help you. If I continue to stand with you, I'll only be dragged down by you. Don't tell me you don't know about the 9 clans? Sang Jiushuan turned around and said faintly, This is Jiang Hu. Brother Tian, you know very well why you killed people. The real reason was that the thorns had appeared 6 times. You're just jealous, that's all. Even if you killed the right person and your so-called reasoning made sense, it still couldn't cover up your original intentions. You were just so narrow-minded. And we're leaving you now just to seek benefits and avoid harm. Sang Jiushuan said, As you said, in this Jiang Hu, is there still any loyalty? I'll take Zhao Qingsong's body and spatial ring. I'll find a way to return it to the people of Shui City #1 Middle School. After saying that, he completely ignored Tian Wujiang's pleading gaze and left with his people. Tian Wujiang was speechless. Looking at Sang Jiushuan carrying Zhao Qingsong, who was already silent, he felt infinite regret and muttered, Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have said so earlier. This was just like when he killed Zhou Xiaoduo. Killing Zhou Xiaoduo, or the people who protected him during the mission, was only a personal grudge. And if Zhao Qingsong's identity was exposed, or if he was killed while protecting Zhou Xiaoduo, it was still a personal grudge. However, right now, he had been killed for no reason at all. The only reason was because Tian Wujiang was jealous of his talent and his selfishness. Then Water City First High School would definitely seek justice from him. Many times, Jiang Hu was so direct. Both were killing people, but the consequences were completely different if there was a reason or no reason. If he killed Zhou Xiaoduo with so much bounty, it would be worth it to bear the revenge of the Hidden Dragon High School. When his strength improved, things would change with the passage of time, and perhaps this matter would be left unsettled. But the target changed to Water City First High School. Gu Qianfan would never let it go. As long as Water City First High School doesn't fall, the order to kill will not disappear. This was Gu Qianfan's attitude. He would always be so reckless, and his sword would never turn back. This was his style. If he said he wanted to kill you, kill your whole family, and exterminate your 9 generations, he would definitely do it. There were no exceptions before, and there would be no exceptions now. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. Tian Wujiang wanted to cry, but had no tears. He couldn't control himself. Then his eyes turned to the jungle. He was also an experienced Jianghu man. He knew that there was no turning back. The only way to survive was to kill Zhou Xiaoduo and get the bounty so that his bottleneck could be broken. Then he would find a place to cultivate for a period of time to avoid the assassination of Water City First High School. If his cultivation was stuck at the bottleneck now, there was no possibility of survival. He had to kill Zhou Xiaoduo. He had to. In order to survive, Zhou Xiaoduo had to die. Zhou Xiaoduo was in happy trouble at the moment. What should he do now? Now, the Centipede King and the Snake King were fighting, and the Tiger King was constantly moving in the air to resist the aftermath of the battle as much as possible. Obviously, he wouldn't fall down for a while. Once he fell, It meant that the aftermath of the battle between the two kings would also fall. The Tiger King couldn't afford such a risk. Even if the Tiger King was fuming with anger and hated the two detestable guys in front of him, he couldn't think of any other way. He could only passively resist the aftermath of the battle to ensure that the treasure he was guarding wouldn't be affected. In the sky, the Centipede King and the Snake King were fighting fiercely. Their movements were getting bigger and bigger, and their power was getting stronger and stronger. The two behemoths were fighting fiercely in the sky. It was a life-and-death battle, and they were gradually approaching the point where they wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. There was another one slightly lower down, running back and forth. As for the humans who were searching for Xiaoduo in the mountains, the three monster kings showed no mercy. Once they found someone close to the battle, they immediately pierced it with a spray of venom, not to mention the many people who were hit by the aftermath of the battle. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people around. However, a ghost-like figure, using some unknown method, quietly approached the battle circle, found a place, and hid. Once this person hid, he was like a chameleon lying on a tree trunk. It was so natural that no one could see him at all. He swayed left and right, back and forth, following the waves of the battle. He really didn't reveal any flaws at all. The location that this person chose was very close to the Centipede Valley. It could even be said that he was already within the range of the Centipede Valley. However, the three monster kings in the sky didn't notice him at all. So Xiaoduo was hesitating. Should he get the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment or the Dragon Soul Ginseng first? This was really a blissful problem. However, after thinking for a long time, Xiaoduo still decided to go and take a look at the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment first. Why not get the Dragon Soul Ginseng? One of the reasons was that, after all, he had played with the Centipede King for so long and tried so many different positions. He still had some feelings for it. Of course, this was definitely not the main reason. The main reason was that, if he dug up the Dragon Soul Ginseng now, the two monster kings would immediately stop fighting and work together to find the thief. Stop fighting, no. Turn to find a thief, even more no. So Xiaoduo quickly headed toward the Tiger King Valley. Right at this moment, in the sky above the Starry Mountains point, three people floated in the clouds and suddenly gathered together. However, all of them looked solemn. Did you find it? No. What about you? There's no movement at all. What's going on? Why did he suddenly disappear? We cannot report it. It's been a long time now. Any possible variables are enough to appear. One of them had a distorted expression, and he seemed to be so speechless that he was heartbroken. The other two were silent, and their faces were also dark. An extremely oppressive atmosphere gradually spread in the air. It was simply indescribable. Motherfucker. The three of them never thought that Xiaoduo, who was under their soul binding and strict protection, and even had Chief Nan's clone protecting him, suddenly, it disappeared. Disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the whole world. At first, everything was fine. After the soul binding, they felt that this fellow was like a mouse digging holes continuously. They even thought that it was very interesting. But, all of a sudden, it was gone. Moreover, he was not in the hole. It was better in the hole. But when he went up to the surface, he disappeared in an instant. What the fuck? How could this be? Why did he suddenly disappear? Why did he suddenly disappear for no reason? They did not know that Xiaoduo had obtained the Void Transformation Stone. They only knew that Xiaoduo, who was still locked on by their divine senses, suddenly disappeared. This was bad. I'm afraid that this will delay the important matter. The final result of this situation is secondary. This person must not be harmed. This is the only option that was set in place from the beginning. One of them smiled bitterly. Damn it. The Heavenly King sent the three of us to do this task. He repeatedly said that we must protect the key person of the task. But now, how do we lose him? The Heavenly King will definitely be furious. The other person sighed. This matter is because of us. But we can't delay it any longer. It's been a long time. All right. The three of them rose with the wind and chose a place to adjust the satellite phone signal. After a few more words of discussion, they dialed the number. The phone had only rung for half a second when the other side picked up immediately. Why are you calling? What's going on? The three of them were shocked. Since when did the Heavenly King pick up the phone so quickly? Heavenly King, there's an unexpected situation. The three of them hesitated. Oh, what unexpected situation? The Heavenly King asked immediately. That kid disappeared. When the person said this, his face was full of shame. Chapter 599. They had never done such a shameful task in their lives. Under such circumstances, they had to set up a trap and catch some rats. Protecting the people who set up the trap was just a matter of convenience. This was not difficult at all. It was a very simple task. So many people who were not as good as the three of them had succeeded and were fine. This time, it was obviously the Heavenly King who had asked the three of them to do it personally. However, it was the three of them who had made a mistake. Who could they reason with? His illustrious reputation was ruined. On the phone, the Heavenly King of the Right seemed to be silent. Then, after a while, he asked in a dreamy voice, "What? That kid? Who is missing?" They did not know if they had heard wrongly, but the Heavenly King of the Right seemed to be stuttering at this moment. "It's the kid you asked us to protect," the leader explained. So Xiaoduo suddenly disappeared. Then there was a pause. Then there was a rumbling sound from the phone. It seemed like something had fallen down. Then the Heavenly King of the Right's voice sounded in exasperation. "What do you mean? How could such a fine person suddenly disappear? Isn't there a soul binding? Did the three of you make a mistake? Don't joke around, especially now." This person's heart could not help but stop beating for a moment. The Heavenly King of the Right. This kind of exasperated tone did not seem normal. "There is a soul binding, but I don't know what happened. The soul binding suddenly disappeared. We can't sense it at all. We have used our divine sense to search the entire Starry Mountains, but we still can't find him." The other side of the phone was silent for a long time. After a long time, the Heavenly King of the Right said, as if he was sleepwalking, "Under what circumstances can the soul binding disappear?" The three of them felt more and more strange. Under what circumstances can the soul binding disappear? You, the Heavenly King of the Right, don't know this? Why are you asking us? But since the Heavenly King asked, of course they had to answer. Cough. This is hard to say. For example, when a person dies and his original soul is gone, naturally. Or, this person explained with difficulty. Bang, there was another sound from the other side of the phone. The phone was suddenly hung up. It was hung up. The three of them looked at each other, but at the same time, they had the same thought. There was something wrong with the situation. Something was very wrong. Something was very wrong, tens of thousands of miles away. In an office that looked luxurious, but was actually even more luxurious, the deep-sea solidwood chair had been shattered. The Heavenly King of the Right sat on the ground without a care for his image. He was dumbfounded as he stared at the latest mobile phone in front of him that had been crumpled into a ball. His face was filled with confusion for a long time. What happened just now? Why did I crush the phone? I really like this latest model of cell phone. That only then did he react. This is bad. He hurriedly went out to look for another phone. "Give me your phone." "What's his phone number again?" "Fuck, you don't know? How dare you tell me? Do you know who knows? Quick, hurry up." After a while, the phone was connected again. Yu Dongtian asked nervously, "How is the mission going?" The three of them were stunned. "Didn't I just report to you? Can you change the phone number and ask again? Can you change the result?" "The mission is going well, and a lot of targets have been locked. And now, Star Shield everywhere is already in action." "I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about that kid, the one I asked you to protect. What did he say just now?" "He's gone?" "Yes. Heavenly King, I don't know what happened to that kid. He just disappeared. We've been looking for him for a long time, but we haven't found him." On the other side, the Heavenly King's breathing became heavy. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "What do you mean you haven't found him? If you haven't found him, continue to look. The three of you. What are you doing? You can't even handle such a small matter. You guys are." The phone was hung up again. Duh. The three of them looked at the phone and became more and more depressed. We didn't want this result either. But the Heavenly King's reaction wasn't right. Did he have to be so intense? Wasn't he just a young genius in the embryonic breathing realm? As the saying goes, one shouldn't bother with trifles to achieve great things. Although we are more upright, sometimes we will make certain compromises down on the other side of the office. Yu Dongtian looked at the phone with a dazed expression. He was gone. Xiao Duo was gone. He had disappeared under the protection of the 3 experts that he had personally arranged. With the lineup that he had arranged, even if the 3 of them were to escort Swiss Xiao Duo to the UMNO alliance, as long as they didn't deliberately seek death, there is a certain chance that they would be able to escape unscathed, but in the astral souls, using the method of soul locking to protect Swiss Xiao Duo. They had actually lost Swiss Xiao Duo. That was soul locking. This was so serious. The sky was falling. These were the words that popped up in Yu Dongtian's mind at the first moment. Yes, the sky was falling. This action had gone to the extent of seeking death. He had really dug his own grave. If it was only Uncle's, well, maybe there was a slight possibility. Accept reality. Or rather, consider the big picture. But there was also Aunt Zua, who hadn't given birth for so many years and had always been looking forward to having her own flesh and blood. Now, I've lost her precious treasure. It was also possible that he had already. Oh my God! Many people passed by and bowed respectfully to the Heavenly King. But they all saw that the Heavenly King was thinking about something seriously. Perhaps the Heavenly King was thinking about the situation in the continent again. You've worked so hard. We can't disturb you. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the Heavenly King let out a blood-curdling scream. This scream was so miserable that it was enough to make people cry when they heard it. Everyone looked at him in shock. The Heavenly King of the Right, who had always cared about his image, suddenly squatted on the ground. He grabbed his hair with both hands and shouted, "Oh my God! Let me die! Let me die!" The Heavenly King screamed so miserably that he looked like he was about to cry. Everyone was shocked and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Something that could make the Heavenly King react so violently must be something big. Something very big. Don't listen to it. If there was anything that needed to be done, the Heavenly King would naturally arrange it. But now, everyone had to go to their respective places and find their own mothers. Otherwise, once the Heavenly King gave the order, it would be too late. At this moment, any slight negligence would cause trouble and become a punching bag for the Heavenly King. Yu Dongtian returned to the office in a daze. His first reaction was, what should I do about this? He dialed the number. Nanzhengxian. Yu Dongtian roared. Where's your clone's protection? Chief Nan was shocked. The Heavenly King of the Right called to ask about this? What did he mean? Why did it feel like he was denouncing him? It didn't move. I didn't feel anything. It didn't activate. Chief Nim was confused. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yu Dongtian gritted his teeth and said, Nanzhengxian, you're finished. Let me tell you, under the protection of her doppelganger, Duo disappeared, and disappeared. Chief Nan's head buzzed the moment he heard the news. For a moment, he was so dizzy that he didn't even hear Yu Dongtian's words. There was only one thought in his mind. Xiao Duo disappeared. His vision suddenly turned black. He collapsed on the sofa and muttered to himself, disappeared. Disappeared? He suddenly reacted and grabbed the phone tightly. What's going on? Didn't you promise me last time? How? How did he disappear? He said anxiously, let me tell you, Yu Dongtian, you're the Heavenly King. I can't beat you. But what do you mean by disappeared under the protection of my clone? What do you mean? What's going on? Over at Yu Dongtian's side, he recounted what had happened in a weak voice. That's what happened. Anyway, he's gone. Yu Dongtian hung his head dejectedly. Tell me, what should we do about this? Nanzhengxian's face instantly turned pale. He felt as if his heart had stopped beating at this moment. There was only darkness in front of him. The sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. It was a scene of doomsday. He even lost consciousness. He could only hear his own voice saying to Yu Dongtian, this can't be hidden. Yu Dongtian's voice was obviously out of his wits. Do you want to say it, or should I? Nanzhengxian collapsed on the sofa in despair and muttered, whatever. Anyway, I have nothing to live for now. You can shift the blame however you want. You Don Tian, who shifted the blame. But this matter, we have to give an explanation. Even if we can hide it for a while, how long can we hide it? I'm panicking now. Nan, this matter. You Don Tian, fuck you. Chief Nin suddenly reacted. He suddenly struggled out of his throat and shouted, I told you not to do it at that time, but you insisted on doing it. Where's your confidence? Where's your promise? I. Finally, he couldn't say anything. He choked for a while and then scolded harshly. What's the use of you? If it's really gone, you Don Tian, you'll be a sinner for all eternity. On the other side, you Don Tian hung his head weakly. He was scolded silently and didn't say a word. Purely in terms of rank, although Chief Nin had a high position and power, he was still inferior to the heavenly king of the right. Now, he was being scolded by Nan Zhengxian, but he didn't refute a single word. He only looked depressed and a little hesitant. What should he do? How should he end it? Just as Chief Nan said, he couldn't drag it out. This bad news had to be reported no matter what. On the phone, Chief Nan's voice slowly recovered. That's not right. Tell me what happened. How did it disappear? Disappeared? Did he disappear? Is it confirmed that it's dead? When he said the last word dead, Chief Nan's voice was extremely hoarse. His vision turned black and then bright, as if the universe had exploded in front of him. Chapter 600. It's gone. It's also gone. But it's not confirmed that it's dead, and there's no corpse. That's why I asked you about it. Yu Dongtian's voice was full of disappointment. But there's no information from the soul binding. That's a soul locking. There's almost no other possibility. Department head then took a deep breath and resisted the urge to curse. Forget it. Since it's already like this, there's no point in talking about it. I'll give Brothers a call. Suddenly, he remembered. No, Brothers blacklisted my number the last time. He said weakly, it's better for you to call. I'm not trying to shift the blame. I'm destined not to be able to shift the blame. No matter what, I'm responsible for it. But I was blacklisted after reporting the setup last time. I really can't contact him. Yu Dongtian's hair stood on end as he listened. Nan Zhengxian was blacklisted? He was blacklisted after reporting the setup. The information revealed within this was simply shocking to those who heard it, and the awe-inspiring meaning was self-evident. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and finally said dejectedly, Okay, I'll do it. Sigh, I'll do it. Nan Zhengxian's voice was full of resentment and mockery. You're a heavenly king. You're full of confidence. You dare to do anything. You dare to set up any setup. You can handle it. You're tall. You're awesome. You Don Tian hung up the phone. It was a loud bang. Department head Nan smashed the office. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Department head Nan smashed half of the building. Finally, he stopped. He curled up in the chair and hugged his head with both hands. No one knew the severity of the consequences better than him. Brothers might be able to take care of the big picture, but there was still his sister-in-law. She was an even more terrifying existence. Brothers was a minister, but his sister-in-law had no position. She had no scruples. She could do anything. Now that after being childless for so many years, she finally had a precious child. Even when she couldn't cultivate, she still pampered her to the heavens. Now that he had displayed his talent, looked down on everyone, and was about to soar into the sky, his sister-in-law did not know how happy she would be. Now, once this news was sent over, Chief Nin didn't dare to think any further. On the other side, Yu Dongtian hesitated for a long time before he finally pulled out that phone number. He felt a sense of despair, as if he was about to be executed. However, he still hardened his heart and suppressed it. Beep. No one answered the phone. Continue. The call was directly cut off. Yu Dongtian's face was ashen as he waited on the chair. Sure enough, he received a message. Something happened? The message says, Yu Dongtian looked as if your parents had died. She typed heavily, Xiao Duo Yu. Disappeared. After a long pause, Yu Dongtian could even imagine the reactions and expressions on the other side. The other side finally sent a new message. Dead? Yu Dongtian hurriedly sent a message. No, I don't think so. It's just that he suddenly disappeared very strangely. The divine sense I placed on him failed to lock on, and the clone protection was not activated. In short, he disappeared very strangely. I don't know what happened for now. Perhaps there's another reason? Perhaps because he had been official for a long time, Yu Dongtian instinctively did not insist on his words and left some room for negotiation. Of course, he also sincerely hoped that there was really another reason. Even if he was mocked for being ignorant and inexperienced, it was fine. Ding dong. A new message came. The divine sense lock on him is gone. The clone protection was not activated. Yu Dongtian hurriedly replied, Yes, it's just that I can't figure out. So I quickly reported it to you to see if you have any other ideas. Ding dong. A few new messages came in one after another. I don't deserve to be called Heavenly King. I don't have any more ideas. Ding dong. I'll give you 2 more days to find the person or the corpse. Ding dong. If you find the person, I'll invite your father and your excellency to my house. If you find the corpse, I'll visit your house. Ding dong. I have to say that you're quite lucky. My wife just happened to go grocery shopping. However, I can only delay this news for 2 more days. I hope your luck is on your side. Yu Dongtian immediately broke out in cold sweat. As soon as he put down the phone, he turned his gaze to the message interface. The conversation on the phone just now made his scalp tingle uncontrollably. Every word was like a knife to the heart. But Uncle Zhuo was Uncle Zhuo. In the end, he still gave him 2 days of buffer time. But this sentence was a little uncomfortable. Find the person or the corpse. This said I only dare to look for the person, but I don't dare to look for the corpse. But is the person still there? No, the person must still be there. Yu Dongtian once again studied the message word by word. His heart slowly calmed down. Uncle Zhuo indeed gave me a hint. Yu Dongtian stood up and paced slowly. Yes, this was obvious. Give him 2 days to find the person or the corpse. There was a lot of wisdom in this sentence. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably only see the literal meaning. However, Yu Dongtian was different. After so many years of experience in the martial world, how could he not understand some things? As the saying went, father and son are connected by heart. Mother and son are connected by heart. This was never just a saying. For example, if a mother suddenly missed her son very much one night, or dreamed that her son came to bid her farewell, just like a father who suddenly felt unbearable palpitations. But it was not a heart attack, that usually at this time the person closest to him had left, or something had happened. And what Uncle Zhuo meant by this sentence was that he did not feel anything. It was Uncle Zhuo. It was not an exaggeration to say that his spiritual sense was unparalleled in the world. If even he, as a father, did not feel anything, it meant that the little guy was still alive. Even if he was in danger, however, he still wasn't dead yet. Thinking deeper, although the soul lock had failed, Chief Nan's doppelganger protection was entrusted to Zhuo Xiaoduo. It would only take effect when he was in danger. Since it did not take effect, did it mean that the doppelganger protection was still there? Which meant that Zhuo Xiaoduo was not in danger at all, so there was no need for the doppelganger protection. As for being a guest, Yu Dongtian did not think about it for now. He had to find the person first. It would be best if he did not go to your house as a guest. He could not afford to eat at your house. Don't come to my house as a guest. My house could not afford to have you as a guest at this point. Although most of it was just his own speculation, Yu Dongtian immediately felt alive again. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, that was good. That was good. He grabbed the phone and put it down. He muttered to himself, I'll go over now and see what's going on. I should be able to make it. I must be able to make it. Look here, there should not be much pressure, right? After thinking about it, he finally made another call. I'll give you 1 day and 1 night. You must find Zhuo Xiaoduo's whereabouts. If he's fine, you must give me full protection. If there's anything wrong, you don't have to come back. He hung up the phone and immediately left. There hasn't been any big movement over there recently. Although the Flood Witch and the Raging Fire, which are frequently active, the situation at the border is not too dangerous. Everyone is wondering why the senior management of the Umno Alliance is not the same as before. Yu Dongtian frowned in distress. This was actually a big problem. When his father was in seclusion to heal his injuries and Uncle Zwa was experiencing the world, only he and the couple were supporting him. Now, the couple was in charge in the southwest. The few grand wizards there had already fought several times, and his side was the most important and crucial part of the current situation. In the past few days, the flood, which had gone crazy for some reason, she had been bursting with energy, wave after wave, as if she was crazy. What if he left and those grand wizards sensed the energy movement and took the opportunity to kill him? That would be terrible. But how could he be at ease if he did not go over? After thinking for a long time, he picked up the phone. Nanjungxian, are you okay now? Why don't you go to the Starlight Mountain Range? I just told Uncle Zwa, he said. He paused. Nanjungxian was complaining on the other end. I'm in charge in the capital, and there's also the matter of you fishing this time. I haven't even finished cleaning up the mess. How can I leave? Nanjungxian was full of bitterness. Besides, Brother Zwa has a daughter in the capital. I have to keep an eye on that girl all the time. How can I be at ease? If that girl is worried about her brother and runs over there, then I'm done for. That girl has already run away once. I chased her for 3,000 miles before coming back. I really can't do anything on my side. Nanjungxian's mouth was full of bitterness, but more or less, there was a hint of schadenfreude. There's no telepathy on Brother Zwa's side? Then it's fine. Besides, my doppelganger is on Xiao Duo's body up besides. I'm in the capital, and there's no end to cleaning up the mess for you guys. None of you are afraid of making a big deal out of it. Shimin Lai just killed the Empress's nephew who violated the military law a few days ago. I'm still dealing with it here. What kind of trouble is this? Is the Empress's nephew someone you can kill just because you want to? If you want to kill him, then so be it. Why don't you clean up the mess yourself? If Shimin Lai doesn't come back, I'll have to bear the saliva on my face. It's not easy for me this time. It's Yu Dongtian's fault. You should go play by yourself. Besides, my doppelganger is already cleaning up the mess for you. You still want me to go over? After experiencing this internal turmoil, I won't stay in the capital anymore. I'll go back to the Southern Legion as soon as possible to be the commander. Whoever wants to come back can come back. When the time comes, I'll catch the relatives of the royal family and let you guys have a taste of cleaning up the mess. How awesome is that? Yu Dongtian was dumbfounded. He couldn't leave, but Nanjungxian didn't have time either. What should I do? Suddenly, he thought of something. Nanjungxian, you were blacklisted when you reported to Uncle Zwa. I suddenly remembered this. What did you report? Minister Nin paused for a moment, as if he was arranging work. Then, he hurriedly said, you can deal with it yourself. Then he hung up the phone. He wiped his cold sweat. How did I report it? Can I tell you? Yu Dongtian held the phone and listened to the busy tone. He smacked his lips and couldn't help but mutter, I'm definitely going to be the scapegoat. After thinking about it twice, he still had a headache. Whether he was the scapegoat or not. As long as Xiao Duo was fine, it was fine. But who would go over today? He was really worried. So, he called again and said in a friendly voice, Iron River, where are you now? I'm at the Tao League. What's the matter, boss you? You're busy. Yu Dongtian hung up the phone, the corner of his mouth twitching. You're a blacksmith. Why are you running so far away? All of them were troublemakers. Say, if I had such awesome parents like Xiao Duo, wouldn't I be banned every day? Chapter 601. We don't have time. We can't go. Yu Dongtian felt hurt. Clapping his hands, he lowered his head and said, It seems that you two have to go. The two showed up in the air. Boss, what's up? The Starlight Mountains. It's the same thing. Sun, Moon, and Star are there, aren't they? The two didn't understand. You two should go and check it out. Make sure nothing goes wrong. The two were more and more confused. That's it for this round, isn't it? Sun, Moon, and Star are there. They should be able to deal with everything. Why can't they make sure nothing goes wrong? If there's something that even the three of them can't handle, we won't be able to do anything. Why don't you understand? The most important thing now is attitude. Do you understand? Yu Dongtian sighed and squinted at them. How about you two stay here and defend against the flood and the raging fire? Do you want me to go there personally? The two were scared. Take a rest. We'll go there. Over here, we can't stop the big shots of the Umno Alliance. Not to mention the flood and the raging fire. We can't even deal with the ice-deep Dan. Humph. Yu Dongtian squinted at them and then collapsed. That round is secondary. The most important thing is to protect that little ancestor. If something happens to him, I'm done for. No matter what. No matter what. You have to make sure he stays alive. The two of them were dumbfounded. Was it necessary? It was just a bait. No matter how important it was, it couldn't be compared with the king of the right. Boss, may I ask who that person is? The two asked cautiously. Yu Dongtian showed an expression that was like crying and laughing at the same time. If I could let you know, I would have told you long ago. You just need to know that person is very, very important. The two were frightened. You must remember, if he dies, then I'm as good as dead. Yu Dongtian closed one of his twisted eyes. The muscles on his face looked like a bear's, but that had been stabbed by a knife. Do you understand? I know. This time, the two of them were truly shocked. If he died, the heavenly king of the right would be as good as dead. Such explosive news was simply too shocking. The two of them could no longer sit still. Let's go now. If you want to go faster than full speed, then go. Yu Dongtian urged. Let's go. The two of them did not hesitate and disappeared without a trace. The two of them were on their way. On the other hand, the three people on the other side were more and more out of their wits. If we can't find Zhuo, we can't go back. At the moment the three of them thought of this, they were immediately enraged. Let's split into 3 groups and search for this kid immediately. As for the matter of the situation, let's not care about it anymore. The 3 of them jumped up as if they're on fire. All of them could feel cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. When did the heavenly king of the right say something like this? This sentence was really too harsh. That, of course, Zhuo did not know that this place was already in a mess because of him. At this moment, he was wearing the Void Transformation Stone and sneaking into the Tiger King's territory, entering from the other side far away from the search party. Above him, the Tiger King's angry roars continued. This was because the mountain wall here was about to collapse. No matter how hard he tried to maintain it and neutralize the aftershocks of the impact, it was inevitable that there would be holes. With the 2 monster kings going all out, even the aftershocks of their attacks were gradually too much for the mountain wall where the Tiger King lived. Not to mention the flat ground where the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment was growing. Seeing that things were not going well, the Tiger King immediately rushed up. Get lost, get lost. The Tiger King was really anxious this time. If you continue to fight, I'll really lose all the good stuff here. The mountain wall is already cracking now. However, the Snake King and the Centipede Queen were having a great time fighting, unwilling to stop no matter what. As the battle between the 2 monster kings continued to escalate, a quarter of the Centipede Queen's thousands of legs had been broken, and at least half of the scales on the Snake King's body had been knocked off. The Centipede Queen even directly tore off a snake tail. The 2 monster kings were no longer deliberately destroying things. They had completely lost their temper and were fighting for real. At this point, the Tiger King had no choice but to participate in the battle, even if he wanted to. The reason was still because of the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. The treasure he was guarding was about to mature, and even the ground had started to loosen. Yet, at this time, those 2 bastards were fighting above his territory. Even if it really matured now, he did not have time to eat it. Although the treasure was good, he would need to go into seclusion immediately after eating it. And these 2 bastards were fighting for real, turning the sky and earth upside down. How could he go into seclusion? If he did not do anything, these 2 bastards would definitely destroy his heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. In fact, this was one of the main reasons why the 2 monster kings were determined to fight here. In close contact, the Snake King and the Centipede Queen could clearly feel that the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment was about to mature. At the thought of this, the 2 monster kings became even more violent, and their movements became even more ruthless. Although they were fighting for their lives, everyone knew one thing in their hearts. If the Tiger King was allowed to take the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment first, his cultivation would definitely surpass him by 2 levels or even more. At that time, wouldn't he have to look up to the Tiger King? After today's battle, they were basically sworn enemies. How could the Tiger King, whose strength had greatly improved, let him go? The Centipede Queen still had the Dragon Soul Ginseng as its backing, so there was still room for maneuver. But now, what did the Snake King have? Only the broken wall and half of his body were left. How could he deal with it? Therefore, the Snake King became even more crazy. On one hand, he wanted to kill the Centipede Queen. Once he killed it, the Dragon Soul Ginseng would be his. On the other hand, he tried to destroy the Tiger King's Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment as much as possible. At this time, he gradually dragged the Centipede Queen to a position close to the ground for the decisive battle. The battlefield was already far away from the Centipede Valley area and the central area. They had completely arrived at the Tiger King's territory. It was almost as if they were fighting at the entrance of the Tiger King's old home. Looking at this situation, how could the Tiger King still be indifferent? With a roar, the Tiger King rushed into the air like a huge black lightning bolt. Persuasion, dissuasion, and mediation were completely useless now. You want to fight? I'll play along and deal with you 2 defeated soldiers directly. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Do you think I'm a sick cat when I don't show my power? With a roar, the Tiger King shook his head and swung his tail. He opened his mouth wide and bit off one of the Centipede Queen's claws. His iron-like tiger tail also whipped the Snake King's body with a thunderous force. The Snake King screamed, and his huge body was actually slapped hundreds of meters away. The Tiger King succeeded in one move and overpowered 2 strong opponents. He couldn't help but feel proud. He roared into the sky, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. Get lost, my beloved. At this moment, he really had the demeanor of a king, majestic and awe-inspiring. The Snake King rushed back quickly, but he didn't counterattack the Tiger King. Instead, he roared at the Centipede Queen. Kill it, kill it. Let's work together. The Centipede Queen seemed a little hesitant. However, after seeing his claws bitten off, he couldn't help but look at the Tiger King with murderous intent and fear in his eyes. The Tiger King is so powerful, and he didn't show any mercy. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but feel furious. The Snake King roared, "If we don't work together to kill it, the 2 of us will be defeated by it one by one. Kill it, and you can have 2 of the 3 Dragon Soul Ginseng. I only want 1. The Snake King roared. Get lost. The Centipede Queen was furious. All 3 are mine. Okay, all 3 are yours. The Snake King said, I want this guy's Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment. How about it? If you agree, I'll give you half of the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment. Let's talk about the big picture first. Otherwise, this stinky centipede wouldn't do anything. The Centipede Queen was tempted. Although the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment had the best effect on the tiger, it was ultimately formed by absorbing the power of the moon. Even if one didn't have the tiger bloodline, as long as it could be used with the power of the moon, eating it could increase one's cultivation by a considerable amount. Another thing was that the Tiger King was dead. The Snake King didn't have the tiger bloodline, so even if it ate the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment, it couldn't awaken any higher magical powers. After it improved its cultivation further with the Dragon Soul Ginseng, it would be 100% the boss of the Astral Mountains in the future. You can kill it, but you have to be my underling in the future. The Centipede Queen roared. Bullshit. The Snake King was furious. I've already given in, and you still want me to be your underling? Dream on. You damn centipede, you deserve to die. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen roared at each other, also discussing. The Tiger King was furious. These 2 bruised and half-dead fellows were actually discussing how to split the loot? Damn it, I'll let you guys discuss. It suddenly moved and charged forward at lightning speed. Taking a deep breath, the black tiger's body suddenly swelled. Its 2 huge wings spread open abruptly, and it soared into the sky. The surface of its wings was as dense as swords. There were at least hundreds of swords that were more than 20 meters long. They shone with a cold light as they charged forward. It was practically a moving armory. The so-called Mountain of Swords, Forest of Spears, and Rain of Swords were nothing more than this. If you don't make a decision now, everyone will die. The Snake King roared anxiously. The Centipede Queen was also clear-headed. It made a prompt decision and said, "Kill it, and you and I will become sworn brothers. I'll be the boss." The Snake King raised its head and hissed, "Big brother, let's kill it together." "Second brother," the Centipede Queen shouted. "Big brother, second brother." The two demon kings circled and danced, one on the left and one on the right. They intercepted the Tiger King from both sides and started fighting again. The battle had escalated to another level. The Tiger King roared repeatedly and tried its best to resist. At the same time, it flapped its wings continuously. As the battle continued, it brought the two demon kings up into the sky. Its intention was clear: don't destroy my heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. The Centipede Queen and the Snake King really didn't care at this point. So be it if they were high up in the sky. The heavenly tiger moonlight ointment had now become their fixed goal. They didn't want to and couldn't destroy it. After you died, they still had to split the loot. Chapter 602. The three monster kings roared continuously. The battle to the death continued, and the situation continued to escalate. The more they fought, the more intense it became. This change shocked everyone on the Starlight Mountain Range. What kind of change was this? Everyone felt that they could no longer understand this Starlight Mountain Range. In the beginning, it was just the three monster kings intimidating each other. They still guarded their territory and didn't extend outwards. Then, the Centipede King fought a big battle. Then, the Snake King went crazy. Then, the Snake King and the Centipede King went crazy at the same time and fought fiercely. Now, the three monster kings were simply fighting together. The poisonous fog sprayed all over the sky, and venom flew everywhere. Within 100 miles, the poisonous fog was everywhere. On the ground, Zwishaoduo became more and more cautious. He really didn't dare to be careless at all. If the three monster kings above discovered a loophole, any one of them would come down, and he would die immediately. At this juncture, even if the Centipede King saw him, it probably wouldn't play games with him anymore. Although the Tiger King deliberately led the three monster kings to fight higher and higher, Zwishaoduo still didn't dare to be careless. In another direction, two saber-winged tigers were rushing over in a sorry state. Ow, ow. I smell the aura of a senior of the same kind here. Ow, ow. I smell it too. Ow, ow. Senior, we're here. Ow, ow, ow. Senior, we're the same kind. We're here to seek shelter from you. Please take us in. The closer the two saber-winged tigers were to this place, the happier they became. They rushed over with their heads held high, and their speed was extremely fast. However, after a certain distance, they felt an extremely powerful pressure that they couldn't resist. Due to the extreme pressure, the two saber-winged tigers instinctively turned to tiptoe. The aura here was so scary that, they didn't even dare to breathe. Ow, ow. This seems to be the smell of the saber-winged tiger's soul poison. The male tiger lowered its voice. Ow, ow. Yes. Ow, ow, ow. This senior seems to be fighting. The male tiger was a little timid. Ow, ow. What's that smell? It smells so good, I want to eat it. The tigress was drooling. Oh, wow, wah. Right at this moment, Zwishaoduo had also arrived at the edge of this area. He had already seen the small mound that contained the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. It had already bulged and was gradually being pushed open in a trance. Two snow-white, lotus-like objects suddenly bloomed on the mound, exuding an unusually alluring aura. Oh, the two tigers immediately lost all reason and rushed forward crazily. As a member of the tiger clan, he was completely unable to resist the scent that was mixed with the aura of an ancient ancestor. On the other hand, Zwishaoduo had just arrived. There was nothing he could do about the two uninvited guests who had arrived before him. Put it down. Stop. Mouth. It was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the two saber-winged tigers rushed up the mound crazily. The male tiger took a bite and swallowed one. Then, the female tiger next to him took a bite and swallowed one as well. At this moment, Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. In an instant, Xiaoduo felt that his heart was broken. He was so aggrieved that tears almost fell out. Fuck, I spent so much effort, and now that I'm here, I'm actually letting you two stupid tigers take advantage of me? No, the good stuff I ordered is about to be in my hands. How can I let outsiders take advantage of it? Not even external tigers. Spit out what you ate. Just as Xiaoduo was about to fly into a rage out of humiliation and go to extremes, he suddenly realized that wait. These two tigers. Fuck. Why do these two tigers look so familiar? Especially the tuft of white fur on the tigress's ear that aren't these. The two tigers I saw before? Then they're not external tigers, but internal tigers? Sigh. These two are really good at sports. When I was in Phoenix City, the tigress fought with me in the north of the city. When I left Phoenix City, this tigress ran to the wasteland in the west of the city to find her husband. Now, we actually met again. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? What's this called? Three tigers karma. Since they're not external tigers, then forget it. I've been in Fenghai City for so long. Other than Li Chenglong, there are very few people, beasts, I know. Now that I've come to the Starry Mountain Range, I've met an old beast. Isn't this fate? However, the two of you are so bold as to swallow the Demon King's thousands of years of protection. Isn't this not a good thing? You're really ignorant and fearless. You're really not afraid of death. Now, even I want to cut open your stomachs. As the spiritual medicine entered their stomachs, the extreme temptation also disappeared. The male tiger and the female tiger also woke up from their daze. The husband and wife looked at each other and immediately let out a scream. It's over. We're in big trouble. No matter how stupid the two tigers were, they knew that they seemed to have eaten something that didn't belong to them. Moreover, it was a super good thing. What? How do we know? Just by looking at the yellow light on our bodies, we know that this thing is very good. The strength in our bodies is constantly increasing. Our blood is also flowing nonstop. Our minds are also exceptionally clear. But it's still a little uncomfortable. Yes, we can't care about the discomfort. We have to run immediately, run away immediately. Oh, damn, we're in big trouble. The two saber-winged tigers roared and spread their wings, wanting to fly away. However, the yellow light on their bodies actually made them unable to fly. With a tragic whimper, they ran away with their tails between their legs. At this moment, how could they still care about north, south, east, west? In the sky, the Tiger King's earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. It could clearly feel that the thing it had guarded for 3,000 years was gone. Gone. It was actually gone. The Centipede King and Snake King were clearly still in front of it. Then, who touched this king's treasure? At this moment, the Tiger King had really gone crazy. With a violent roar, it turned and rushed down. The Centipede King and Snake King took advantage of the gap on its back and hit it hard. Its flesh and blood exploded with a bang, but it couldn't care less. Like a bolt of lightning, it fell straight down from the sky. As it fell, it roared fiercely. Stop! Damn thief! Ow! The Tiger King went crazy. Its two huge eyes almost popped out of its eye sockets. I see. It's actually two saber-winged tigers. Oh, my heavens, my earth, my God. Why? I've guarded it for 3,000 years. Where did these two bastards come from? Where did they come from? Where did it come from? They're considered gay tyrants. Why? What do they contribute? Why did they eat it the moment they came? Why can't I eat it after 3,000 years of hard work? I can't even smell it. Heavens, are you fair? Where's the justice? Where's the heavenly Tao? Earth, why can't you differentiate good from bad? Heavens, you're wrong to be the heavens. Poor saber-winged tigers, I've only shed tears for 3,000 years. A sharp whistle sounded in the sky. The saber-winged tigers were already very close. Like a cruiser, they suddenly smashed down from the sky like meteors. The wind whistled. Even the stones on the ground and the mountain walls collapsed. At this moment, the Tiger King's accumulated hatred was close to destroying the world and collapsing the wilderness. On the ground, the two saber-winged tigers ran forward with their tails between their legs. However, with their weak cultivation, how could they escape the pursuit of their own kind's king? The strength and speed of both sides were not on the same level in any aspect. The two tigers' eyes were full of panic and despair. It's over. This time they were really dead. Why was he so obsessed with eating those two lousy flowers at that time? But if the heavens give me a chance to start over, I'll definitely say, I won't eat it. If there's a time limit, woo-woo. I hope it's 10,000 years. I won't eat it either. Fuck. Zwishaoduo was also scared out of his wits. The hairs on his body that had just grown out all stood up. These two tigers were indeed here to harm me. If you want to run for your lives, then run for your lives. Why do you have to run in my direction? Yes, that's right. These two tigers were like two sharp black swords, charging straight towards Zwishaoduo. Their speed was also very fast. They were dashing madly on the ground and were less than 50 meters away from Zwishaoduo. The saber-winged Tiger King also fell from the sky. It was only 50 meters away from the tip of Zwishaoduo's nose. At such a distance, even if there were 1,000 void transformation stones, it would be useless. It was useless. Zwishaoduo could even look into the mirror in the angry eyes of the Tiger King in the sky. At this moment, Zwishaoduo only felt that his soul had left his body. He only felt that his gastrointestinal function was infinitely strong at this moment. His intestines were wriggling crazily in his stomach, and a vigorous feeling rushed to the back door in an instant. It's over, my life is over. At this moment, the two tigers saw Zwishaoduo and recognized Zwishaoduo. The two saber-winged tigers were overjoyed. Benefactor is actually here. Benefactor, you are the benefactor of us, husband and wife. Benefactor. Ah. The two saber-winged tigers howled desperately at Zwishaoduo, looking anxious. Of course, Zwishaoduo didn't understand. However, the Tiger King in the sky heard them clearly. Benefactor, save us, Benefactor. Benefactor, you're finally here. We're about to die. Save us quickly. Benefactor, we'll follow you from now on and guard your house for you. Benefactor. The Tiger King fumed. Fuck, he didn't expect this to be instigated by a human. This ant-like human in front of him actually directed such a big show. Die, you ant. These two bastards are actually dogs for a human, openly betraying the glory of the tiger god. Go to hell too. I want you to be consigned to eternal damnation and have your souls destroyed. The Tiger King let out an earth-shattering roar. A ball of light suddenly shot out from his huge mouth. What was this called? Tiger King's roaring bullet. Chapter 603. Well, Tiger King had never used this move since he learned it. It consumed his life force and soul power, and it was the most powerful attack in the inheritance. But now, he couldn't care about that anymore. He had to kill them, no matter what the price was. Destructive attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth suddenly fell down. The speed of this attack was indescribable. It almost surpassed the speed of light. Zwishaoduo didn't have time to react. The two saber-winged tigers didn't have time to react either. They were hit. Well, the two of them were still the first targets. Originally, whether it was Tiger King, Zwishaoduo, or the two tigers themselves, they all thought that Zwishaoduo and the others would be blown to smithereens and turn into minced meat. But what no one expected was that the two saber-winged tigers suddenly emitted a dim yellow light. The shadow of a fierce tiger suddenly appeared. The yellow light formed a shield and strongly protected the two tigers. Two balls of light were formed. However, the power of Tiger King's roaring bullet was extraordinary. It was the ultimate condensation of Tiger King's life force and soul power. That strange yellow light seemed vast and unfathomable. But although the balls of light couldn't be broken, they were instantly blown away. The two saber-winged tigers only had time to cry out for help before they fainted. In the dim yellow light, the two saber-winged tigers were like two furry rubber balls, smashing towards Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo couldn't open his eyes. His heart was cold. Who would have thought that my handsome masters would die here today, buried in the mouth of a tiger? I don't want to die, I still have so many things to do. Yin Yin Cat, I haven't married you yet. I don't want to die like a single dog, a little virgin. Why isn't he dead yet? So Xiaoduo opened his eyes and was immediately stunned. There was only calmness in front of him. A tall and sturdy figure was standing in front of him. He blocked the strong wind that was like a mountain collapsing. So Xiaoduo rubbed his eyes and shouted in disbelief, "Uncle Nan!" Returning to the moment when the Tiger King rushed down, the power that could destroy everything directly enveloped Xiaoduo completely. At this moment, Xiaoduo didn't even have the time to take out his sledgehammer. It was at this final moment when death was certain and there was no turning back. Suddenly, a silver light flashed on Xiaoduo's shoulder, and a burly figure appeared out of thin air. He stepped out of the void. He appeared in front of Xiaoduo. The person who came had a solemn expression, a firm determination, and a tall and sturdy figure. With a height of more than 2 meters, he was like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. His two long legs were like deep abysses and lofty mountains. He stood in the middle of the valley, but the feeling he gave off was that all the mountains and rivers in the world were under his feet. Heaven and earth are nothing but desolation, and the universe is not worth laughing at. When the Tiger King's roaring bullet hit this person, it actually disappeared without a sound. That person slowly stretched out a hand, and a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded in the air. A huge hand that blotted out the sun and covered the sky rapidly took shape. Then it brazenly grabbed the Tiger King that was pouncing down in the palm of his hand. The aggressive Tiger King. The Tiger King that was as big as a cruiser. The majestic Tiger King that battled two great demon kings alone. The fierce and domineering Tiger King. At this moment, it was like a little kitten that was caught in the hand of that huge hand. Then, the huge hand exerted a little force. The Tiger King roared and vomited wildly in front of it, while the back of it was full of feces and urine. An incomprehensible squeak came out of its mouth, and its eyes rolled back. The entire tiger had already fainted. Chief Nan frowned and looked at the Tiger King in the huge hand in the air. He sighed in disappointment and murmured, "Another little kitten." Sigh. It wasn't easy to activate the doppelganger. Then, a whistling sound was heard. Chief Nan murmured, "It wasn't easy for this tiger to grow so big. It's better not to destroy the ecological environment of the Starlight Mountain Range, if possible. Besides, that tiger god's bone is still here. It should still be able to produce heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. Let it go." With another casual squeeze, the Tiger King instantly woke up from its coma. However, the Tiger King didn't dare to move in the huge hand. Its big eyes were full of pity, like a kitten that was trying to please its owner. It wagged its tail desperately and looked at Chief Nan with pleading eyes. Soft pleading sounds came from its throat. Sob, sob, sob. Sob, sob, sob. It must have been hard on the Tiger King. Its body that was as big as a train carriage was actually able to make such soft and gentle sounds. Chief Nan smiled faintly. Survival of the fittest. Go. With a wave of his hand, the Tiger King flew back into the air. Guard here properly. Don't think about running around. No one else could hear Chief Nan's voice, but it went straight into the Tiger King's ears. The Tiger King trembled all over and nodded repeatedly. I really want to leave. It's really too dangerous here. Why won't this lord let me go? Sob, sob, sob. Too pitiful. Who is too pitiful? The good stuff that he had guarded for 3,000 years was stolen by a foreign tiger. Then, he squeezed it so hard that my pee sprayed out more than 100 meters that his heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, and gallbladder were all scared out of their wits. It was really too pitiful. Ahu felt wronged. However, Ahu didn't dare to say anything. Ahu could only sob that on the ground. Chief Nin let out a strange sound wave to inform the few people in the sky. Zhuo, who was close at hand, didn't hear what Uncle Nan said. However, he still asked happily, "Uncle Nan, why are you here? You came just in time." Uncle Nan looked at him and smiled. He reached out his hand and stroked Zhuo's bald head. Then, his whole body turned into spots of bright silver light and slowly disappeared. "You can take these two little tigers with you. Try to take good care of them. When they regain their strength and wake up, you can release them back into the forest." Chief Nin said earnestly, "Don't mess around. Focus on improving your strength. Strength is the foundation of everything. In this world, the bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. I'll wait for you in Shangjing." Before his voice died away, the silver light disappeared. The figure of Southern Chief Nin had completely disappeared from sight. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky again. A figure landed quickly. The person appeared in front of Zhuo in a flash. His face was full of relief. "Fuck you. I found them. I finally found them." Zhuo immediately became vigilant. "Who are you?" The person's movement skill when he appeared was already beyond Zhuo's knowledge. The person's strength was at a level that he had never seen before. He was even much stronger than King Centipede, King Snake, and King Tiger. With his current level of cultivation, he might be able to catch the eye of such a person after 100 or so years of cultivation. The other party laughed heartily in joy, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Complacently, he grabbed Zhuo's head. He wanted to pull out a few strands of hair, but this time he grabbed empty air. A bald head. Where did the hair come from? The person was speechless. He scolded. "Did your parents give birth to a bald child?" Helpless, he took out a knife and pressed Zhuo to the ground. He shaved off the short hair that had just grown on Zhuo's thigh. "You better behave yourself. If you dare to disappear again, I'll beat you to death." Zhuo was scared out of his wits when he was pressed down by the person. However, all his struggles were in vain. When the person took out the knife and pointed it at his body, Zhuo was even more terrified. "Enemy, save me." However, he was shackled by the person. Not only could he not move, he could not even shout. When he felt the cold steel knife scraping his thigh, Zhuo was almost scared to death. Could it be that this person knows that I've successfully cultivated the fiery, sun divine skill and wants to castrate me for that thing? Thinking of this, Zhuo crazily cultivated. Shrink-yang, shrink-yang. Suddenly, there was nothing below. It shrank. The person almost spat out. He knocked on Zhuo's head. "Behave yourself. Why did you put that thing away? No one wants to touch it. I'm even less interested." Zhuo chuckled. "Do you think I'll believe you? I finally shrank it, and you want to trick it out and cut it off? I'd rather die than obey. I'd rather die than be a zombie. That's how stubborn Brother Zhuo is." However, the person really didn't do anything else. He just shaved off a handful of leg hair and walked away. "Behave yourself. Don't run around again." After saying that, he disappeared. Zhuo was still frightened for a long time. He almost followed in Tiger King's footsteps. He was so scared that he pissed his pants. However, he suddenly realized, he was safe? What's going on? What's going on? He trembled as he stood up. He still felt the sharp blade scratching his thigh. It was indescribably uncomfortable and disgusting. He trembled as he circulated his internal energy for a long time. Finally, he was able to break free from the stiff state. He then circulated his internal energy to break free. He couldn't help but touch it with his hand as he muttered, "My skin is wrinkled from fright. Scared me to death." He touched it again and again. He only stopped when the flaming sun scripture reacted. He looked at the two tigers in front of him. These two sword-winged tigers were still covered in a hazy yellow light. They were sleeping peacefully. Why did they look so much smaller? Zhuo remembered Uncle Nan's words. He waved his hand and put them into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Only then did he take a deep breath. He clearly felt that he was still in the human world. It was too close. I can't take such risks in the future. It's really uncomfortable to be on someone's chopping block. Zhuo trembled as he touched his head. Just a little bit more. This handsome and intelligent head is going to rot here. So Xiaoduo lamented for a long time. He wanted to find another place to lie low. However, he thought of the dragon soul ginseng. Sigh, that dragon soul ginseng, should I steal it? Or not to steal? This is too dangerous. If this happens again, that I'll probably lose my life. So Xiaoduo's heart was pounding with fear. However, he was also somewhat fearless that that person should be here to protect me. I wonder if he's from the military or a hidden dragon master. I have a backer. Chapter 604. Was Xiaoduo guessed. Judging from his cultivation and strength, he was most likely from military, which meant he was the one who set this trap. If I was in danger, he would definitely come out to save me. What happened just now should be because I accidentally got the Void Transformation Stone and left his sight for a long time, which made him very anxious. If so, don't be sad. Well, I don't want to be pessimistic. I will definitely get a share of the Dragon Soul grass under the cliff. However, his legs were still a little weak. Under the Tiger King's gaze, Xiaoduo disappeared. The Tiger King in the air didn't even care. In the air, the three Monster Kings stopped, especially the Tiger King, who was still shivering in the air and didn't even dare to look over. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen didn't know what happened. They only knew that the Tiger King seemed to have suffered a big loss. But they didn't see what kind of loss it was. When Uncle Nan attacked, the two Monster Kings were enjoying themselves in the air. The pleasure of beating up the Tiger King hadn't passed yet, and they were still intoxicated. After that, the two Monster Kings also felt a ridiculously strong aura suddenly appear, but it disappeared immediately. The two Monster Kings were very suspicious and didn't know what happened. They hurriedly flew down to take a look and saw the Tiger King shivering in the air. His two big eyes were full of tears, and he was shivering like a little wife who was beaten up when she was just married. Hiss! The Snake King's spiritual power shook. What happened to you? Hiss! The Centipede Queen was also a little puzzled. What happened? The Tiger King lifted his leg, but found that his legs were still as weak as noodles. He almost knelt down in the air. His sword wings drooped down like a defeated chicken, powerless to move. Nothing. The Tiger King was gloomy and listless. However, he had no intention of mentioning what had happened just now. After all, it was enough for him to be the only one who knew about what had happened just now. It was already too much. If others were to know about it, it would be terrible. At the very least, they would laugh for the rest of their lives. Nothing? The two Monster Kings obviously didn't believe him. Your heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is gone? Nothing happened? Aren't you angry? How could the two kings know that the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment had been snatched away by someone else? However, when they saw that the Tiger King had suddenly turned into a coward in the blink of an eye from being full of vigor and vigor, the people outside the house couldn't quite understand it. This change seemed to be a little too big. The Snake King was proud. Even though the scales all over its body had been beaten to a pulp and it was still bleeding all over, it was not as cowardly as the Tiger King, right? He couldn't help but circle around in the air and ask suspiciously, "What's going on?" Suddenly, as though he had discovered a new continent, he screamed, "Tiger King, this yellowish thing on your butt. You didn't poop, did you?" The Tiger King let out a roar, turned around, and left hurriedly. In the blink of an eye, he darted into his cave and refused to come out no matter what. It's over, it's too embarrassing. In the end, if he was seen by that despicable snake, he wouldn't be able to see any beast for the rest of his life. In midair, the two demon kings roared with laughter. Their laughter shook the heavens and the earth, causing the mountains to shake. However, as they laughed and laughed, their gazes gradually became filled with evilness as they looked at each other. Especially the Snake King. The Centipede King still had 3 dragon soul ginsengs. The Tiger King is cowardly now, but I'm not. In the battle just now, the Centipede King's combat power was only average. I have a 70% chance of winning. The two demon kings thus began to negotiate again. Of course, the Centipede King was unwilling. What's mine is mine. The treasure that both of you are guarding is gone. That's heaven's will. Your snake soul fruit was stolen, and the Tiger King's heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is gone. Why is my dragon soul forest still here? If this isn't heaven's will, what is? Heaven, let me be the boss. Why should I give it to you? Slowly, the situation became intense again. While the three demon kings were fighting here, the bounty hunters outside were all hiding far away. Who would be loitering in the battle circle for no reason? If they provoked the three demon kings to join forces to deal with them, wouldn't they die very quickly? Therefore, everyone felt that something seemed to have happened here. However, they didn't know and didn't want to know what exactly was going on. The silver light flashed just now. The moment Chief Nan appeared, the light was suppressed. Then, a huge hand grabbed the Tiger King from a position close to the ground. His movements were fast, but not agitated. His aura didn't spread out at all. This was the true technique of a master craftsman who returned to simplicity. Therefore, the people outside didn't know what was going on. Many of the more skilled and daring ones merely roared at the Tiger King from afar. Then, they went silent. Everyone was trying to guess what had happened. After all, the Snake King and the Centipede King were confronting each other in the air again. It wasn't the battle between the three demon kings. However, the overall situation shouldn't have changed. The only one who discovered something was the gray shadow that entered the Tiger King Valley earlier. He was opposite Zhuoxiaoduo, about a few dozen miles away. It was precisely because of the distance that he could vaguely see that huge hand. He held his breath and didn't dare to move. He waited for a long time after Chief Nan left, but he still didn't move. After Zhuoxiaoduo left, he also left quickly. He didn't chase after Zhuoxiaoduo. Instead, he turned into a gray shadow and left the valley. Dot in a certain corner. A certain three-man team finally heaved a sigh of relief. They finally found this kid. That was so scary. It turned out that this kid had cultivated some kind of concealment technique. Now, even though they grabbed a handful of this kid's hair, they still couldn't sense him when they used the soul imprint technique. What a freak. Old Third, use your divine consciousness to follow him. Turn it into a flying mystic thought and follow him. You'll follow him for the afternoon. Second, and I will take over at night. Don't lose him again. Big Boss sighed. This hair is useless now. Just throw it away. It disappears again when it's further away. So, when I shaved his hair just now, this kid actually hit his bird. Damn it. I almost died laughing. Second and third brothers also suppressed their laughter and pretended to be shocked. There's such a thing? You didn't do something to make her misunderstand, did you? I didn't do anything extra. Misunderstanding my foot. I can only say that he's a freak. Big Boss recalled and couldn't help but smile. I don't know who his parents are to give birth to such a plaything. I guess. He must have been beaten a lot since he was young. He tasted it. Anyway, I want to beat him up whenever I see him. This feeling can't be stopped. When this is over, I must see it for myself. The other two were very interested. Then I'll go. If it's a flying mystic thought, I can last for 12 hours. I can't take it anymore. Remember to keep track of the time. With that, his body flashed away. Flying mystic thought and divine consciousness locking were two completely different things. It was to split a part of the divine consciousness and keep a constant watch on a person. No matter where the target went, the divine consciousness would follow him like a shadow. Especially at a critical moment, this divine consciousness could even transform into the main body to fight. It was really amazing, and this kind of amazing technique had a heavy burden on the user. Even with the tyrannical cultivation of these three people, they couldn't maintain it for a long time. But for a freak like Zhuoxiaoduo, if they didn't do this, they couldn't keep an eye on him at all. The three people who had seen ghosts were really afraid of the dark. They were already very depressed. Third brother went. Big Boss hurriedly found a place to make a phone call. Heavenly King, that kid has been found. He's safe and sound. Third brother is following him now. This time, there won't be any mistakes. Hearing the good news clearly, the Heavenly King on the right let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had been holding it in for a day. Good, very good. The Heavenly King's hearty voice came from the phone. When I come back, I'll record a great merit for the three of you. Big Boss was a little confused. A merit just like that? And a great merit? Was it so easy? He was a little, not used to it. After hanging up the phone, he still felt that it was a little unreal. On the other side, the heavenly king on the right was completely relieved. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He patted his thigh excitedly. Damn it! Found him! All the worries in his heart were put down. I was scared to death. Now, of course, he called to report the good news. Found him! He took out his phone and found Uncle's number. With a smile on his face, he called him directly. Haha, 2 days? With the heavenly king on the right, how could it take 2 days? It's only been 1.5 days. Humph. Zhuo Zhonglu had a scholarly and refined expression on his face. It was as if he had a carefree smile on his face as he walked slowly through the mountain range. Wu Yuting was by his side. The couple looked as if they were out for a sightseeing tour. However, the two of them were paying close attention to their surroundings. Even those lifeless rocks that couldn't be moved at all had to be touched to take a look. The couple had been doing this for a long time. Ever since Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan left, they moved here. Every day, his job was to wander around the small hill. No one knew what they were doing. Even the Astral Soul Stone Shop was sold by Zhuo Chonglu. At that time, it caused a small commotion. Many neighbors came to ask if there was any problem at home. If they needed money, just ask. Hu Riyun and her husband, as well as a group of teachers from Phoenix City No. 2 High School, also came to visit. What the hell happened? Why do they need to sell the shop? Could it be that Xiao Duo needed money for something outside? If you need money, just ask. We have it. The couple did not know whether to laugh or cry at this result. However, unknowingly, they experienced the beauty of the world. However, although the couple was no different from jobless vagrants, they were not short of money at all. In fact, they were very rich, super rich. This was because there was already an astronomical amount of money in their cards. Moreover, every few days, more money would be transferred in. Zhuo Xiaoyan would receive a sum of money, and Zhuo Xiaoduo would receive another sum of money. If he was really an ordinary person, it could be said that the money in his card would be inexhaustible. Even if he did not do anything, he would be able to enjoy his life comfortably and live a life of luxury and wealth. Yes, even if they lived a few lifetimes, they would have more than enough money. Cough. It was a pity that they were not in the same world. Otherwise, they would definitely go to Chidian Chinese Network to subscribe and send a wave of rewards. After all, it was really unfair to this handsome author to be indifferently enjoying the fruits of other people's labor while reading pirated versions. Crazy hint. Yes, subscribe. Please come to Chidian Chinese Network to read the original version. You deserve it. Please vote. Chapter 605. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting weren't ordinary people. They didn't care about money. But every time their son and daughter transferred money to them, the couple felt more gratified. Another money transfer. Is it Xiao Duo or Little Nian this time? Xiao Duo. This kid doesn't study hard. I don't know where he got so much money. Another one is coming in. This one is from Little Nian. How much? 100,000. Not bad. The girl is not bad. Really not bad. In the future, Xiao Duo won't starve. There's something even better. Zhuo Chonglu's face relaxed. What? Little Nian also transferred 50,000 to me. She said, it's for Daddy's private money. Zhuo Chonglu chuckled. My daughter is good. My daughter was afraid that Mommy wouldn't give Daddy money, so she even transferred her private money. But what can I do with it? Wu Yuting snorted and said indifferently, it's useless? Which card is your private money? How can you receive money alone without me knowing? Zhuo Chonglu was stunned. The days passed peacefully. Day after day, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting were very satisfied with the current situation and were living very comfortably. Those who knew were coming to transform into the mortal world. Those who didn't know would see. This was simply a comfortable life. Their son and daughter had grown up and could be filial. The rest of their days were so comfortable and comfortable. However, Zhuo Chonglu and his wife weren't feeling well these days. A few days ago, Wu Yuting was the first to start cooking. When I'm done, I must invite Little Bear and Little Fishy over and get some ingredients. I'll entertain them well. Yu Dongtian's surname is Yu. What's the best at swimming? Fish. Since it was the offspring of a big fish, it was only natural that it was Little Fishy. Wu Yuting's face was ice cold. To think of using my son to set up a trap, this is already a smart melon. To dare to put into action, this is even more intelligent and brave. I must reward this kid well. Zhuo Changlu tried to persuade him again and again. He felt that it wasn't a good idea to call him over and slaughter him, especially since little Yu is still a junior. It's hard to avoid the suspicion that she's bullying the young. Why don't we go to their house as guests when we get back? However, since yesterday, Zhuo Changlu was the one who felt uncomfortable, because Zhuo Xiaoduo was missing. Zhuo Changlu did not dare to tell Wu Yuting this news for the time being. He knew very well that if he said it, his wife would go crazy. She might even go hysterical. Right now, Wu Yuting was only angry because no one knew the situation in the mainland better than the couple. Of course, there were many experts, but compared to the border, it was much, much safer. They only used Zhuo Xiaoduo to set up a trap, and Yu Dongtian and Nan Zhengxian sent people to watch over it. Any unforeseen event would be under control. No matter what, nothing would happen to him. The couple still had this bit of trust and confidence. If it was in the central city of the mainland, with the heavenly king of the right, the minister of finance, and the protection of the entire hidden Dragonheim martial school, what could happen? If something happened, it would really be a stroke of luck. The heavens are playing tricks on them. Zhuo Changlu felt that the heavenly king of the right and the minister of finance would not joke about their sons and their own lives for no reason. They were fully aware of the consequences if something really happened. It was a consequence that would not be enough even if they committed suicide to atone for their sins. However, the world was so bizarre. Just as Wu Changlu was worrying about how to dissuade Wu Yuting from treating them, Yu Dongtian called. Zhuo Changlu on the other end of the phone looked calm and unperturbed. In fact, his heart was thumping. He quickly hung up the phone and took the phone to the other side, asking Yu Dongtian to send a message. If it was nothing important, Yu Dongtian would never call. As long as there was a call, it must be something important. However, they were using Zhuo Xiaoduo to set up a trap. Other than that, what else could it be? This was almost imaginable. Sure enough, Yu Dongtian's words almost made Zhuo Changlu faint. Xiaoduo was missing? Missing? Missing. Zhuo Changlu's vision went dark. He knew his wife's character better than anyone else. She longed to have a child of her own. Zhuo Changlu also knew that once his son was gone, Wu Yuting would definitely explode. She might not destroy the mainland or anything, but at least Yu Dongtian and Nan Zhengxian would not be able to live. It was normal and basic for him to part with his wife and not see her for the rest of his life. However, Zhuo Changlu was stunned for a moment before he began to recall. My biological son. I can sense his presence through my divine thoughts. Father and son are connected by heart. Did I feel anything unusual? There was nothing unusual with his wife these few days hence, he replied. He gave Yu Dongtian 2 days. Zhuo Zhanglu had given him 2 days of buffer time. Wasn't that the same as the 2 days he had given himself? If he could not find him in 2 days, there was no need to look for him anymore. Ever since he received the news, Zhuo Changlu began to feel uneasy. He even began to dream. He often broke out in cold sweat. However, the most difficult thing for him was that he could not show any abnormalities in front of his wife. He did not want to look back on this pain and suffering. He usually did not look at his phone. He usually threw his phone everywhere. Sometimes, he would throw it next to his wife's pillow and fall asleep. However, he never left his phone. When he had nothing to do, he would take it out to see if there was any news that he had missed. From time to time, he would walk to a certain place and take it out to see if there was enough signal. He would not go to places without signal. What if he could not receive important news? Dad, Wu Yuting called. Oh, I'm coming. Zhuo Changlu, who was secretly looking at his phone, quickly responded and walked over with a smile. You're acting weird today. Wu Yuting looked at Zhuo Changlu suspiciously. What's wrong? You can't put your phone down? Are you addicted to it? Is this thing so charming that it even subdued you? No. Zhuo Chonglu laughed dryly. Could it be that you're waiting for news? Wu Yuting's eyes were dangerous. Whose news are you waiting for? Zhuo Chonglu, are you seeing someone outside? Tell me, how many private cars do you have? Is the person outside a mistress or a mistress? How could it be? How could it be? Don't let your imagination run wild. What mistress or mistress? Zhuo Chonglu was frightened by Wu Yuting. How could she make such a connection? If it's not a mistress or mistress, then why are you so nervous? Why do you look so worried? Wu Yuting frowned even more. Just as Zhuo Chonglu understood her, she also understood Zhuo Chonglu. I'm just worried about Xiao Duo. Zhuo Chonglu coughed. I don't know if it's done over there. Now I know what it means to worry a mother when a son travels 1,000 miles. Xiao Duo will be fine. Wu Yuting was very sure. Xiao Xiong and Xiao Yu are watching over there. What can happen? Wu Yuting was very confident. Zhuo Chonglu laughed dryly. Yes, that's right. What can happen? Wu Yuting looked at Zhuo Chonglu carefully. Her eyes were full of curiosity. You have something on? Her tone was very certain. No. Zhuo Chonglu was shocked and immediately denied it. You do have something on. Zhuo Chonglu was nervous. Wu Yuting was even more certain. Say it. I'm really fine. Zhuo Chonglu swore. Wu Yuting's eyes were dangerous. Are you going to say it or not? Are you really keeping a mistress? It's really nothing. What should I say? Zhuo Chonglu looked innocent and a little wronged. What can happen? Don't you know who we are? You say you're paranoid every day. What's wrong with you? Tell me, what are you thinking right now? I'm with you all the time now. Even if I want to look for someone, I need time. After being joked around by Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuting thought that it made sense. Her eyes gradually softened, but she still frowned and murmured, something doesn't feel right. Zhuo Chonglu secretly wiped away his cold sweat. Sigh, you women just like to think too much. It's even more so after you play with your phone. I'm speechless. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and turned around. Zhuo Chonglu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but at this delicate juncture, a burst of music sounded. The melody was very cheerful. Sister, wait for me. Sister, wait for me. Brother is earning money outside. I'll marry you. His cell phone rang. Zhuo Chonglu's cell phone rang. Zhuo Chonglu's body couldn't help but tremble. Damn, why did it have to be now? Damn it. Wu Yuting turned around and stared at Zhuo Chonglu. Her eyes were dangerous. That's a good ringtone. Wu Yuting's face was cold. Who's calling? Zhuo Chonglu's face was bitter. It's just a random ringtone from the phone company. What can that prove? Do you really think I have a mistress? The ringtone was still ringing. Wu Yuting crossed her arms and looked down at Zhuo Chonglu. The world is unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Pick up the phone. Why aren't you picking up the phone? Zhuo Chonglu's lips twitched. He took out his cell phone as if he was going to the execution ground. A name popped up on the screen. Yu Dongtian. It's Yu Dongtian. Look, he must be looking for me. I'm going to pick up the phone. Zhuo Chonglu showed the screen of his cell phone to Wu Yuting. Then, he pretended to be anxious and turned around to find a secret place. Why are you leaving? Wu Yuting's face was cold. Her eyes were suspicious, and there was a dangerous glint in them. Even if it's Yu Dongtian calling, can't I listen to it? What secrets do you have? Wu Yuting ordered directly. Pick it up right here. Put on speaker. Zhuo Chonglu's face was almost flattened. Do you have to? Do you have to? Why are you so paranoid? Do you think Yu Dongtian's name is fake? Father's acting skills were on point. He was almost at the level of an award-winning actor. At this time, he was still able to lead other people. Are you going to turn on or not? Wu Yuting took 2 steps forward and suddenly shouted, What's wrong with my son? Her pretty face turned red in an instant. Then it turned pale and her delicate body trembled. Chapter 606. As a mother, Wu Yuting instinctively thought of the worst thing. Otherwise, why would Zhuo Zhonglu go to such lengths to hide this from me? Zhuo Chonglu instinctively trembled. He felt that the muscles at the corners of his eyes were out of control. He kept blinking, and his heart was blank. This shout, I'm scared out of my wits. Answer it. Wu Yuting looked at the phone and shouted again. Zhuo Chonglu's fingers seemed to weigh thousands of pounds. Finally, he pressed the button. The phone was connected. At this moment, Zhuo Chonglu was like a criminal waiting to be sentenced. You Dantian, you mustn't spout nonsense. It's not just you, old Nan's life, and even your uncle's life are in your hands now. Yu Dongtian's voice was heard immediately. Uncle Zhuo, the heavenly king of the right, sounded very relaxed and cheerful. Ah, Zhuo Chonglu, I found Xiao Duo, haha. The heavenly king of the right announced loudly. He was high-spirited and proud, and his previous depression was swept away. Wu Yuting's cold eyes shot over. Found him? What does that mean? Does that mean you couldn't find him before? What's the situation now? Zhuo Chonglu broke out in cold sweat. On the phone, the heavenly king of the right was in high spirits. He couldn't wait to report his achievement. Oh my God! I don't know why he suddenly disappeared. At that time, I was scared to death. I had already locked onto his soul, but I still couldn't find him. I was so worried. All right, Uncle Zhuo, you haven't told Annie about this, right? Please don't tell her. Now that we've found him, everything is fine. You're right? There's no need to worry, Andy. You must be thinking the same. Please forgive her, please. Zhuo Chonglu's facial muscles twitched. Yes, I haven't told your aunt yet. You're the one who's telling her now. You've told her clearly and completely. At the side, Wu Yuting's eyes flickered with a chilling light. That was great. I can't even find his soul lock. That's such a big thing happened, and you still want to hide it from me. Not bad. The affection between you men is indeed deep. The heavenly king of the right was still sighing. Uncle Zhuo, you don't know how scared I was. Ah, don't mention it. Luckily, Uncle Zhuo, you're a responsible man. You made the decision to hide it from Annie and gave her 2 days. Otherwise, I think I would have died. You don't know how important Annie is to us. She is. Tisk. Zhuo Chonglu looked up at the sky. I know very well what your aunt is like in your hearts. I also know that you will still die. And now it's already cold. Also, even I'm dead now. What do you mean by touching a sore spot? It was a textbook interpretation. With your IQ, how did you become the heavenly king of the right lane? How many back doors did your father pull for you? Uncle Zhuo, the heavenly king of the right lane was puzzled. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you so happy that you can't speak? I can understand that. Why isn't Uncle's was saying anything? You can understand. Why can't you have some self-awareness? Your Uncle Zhuo wants to speak too, but Uncle Zhuo doesn't know what to say now. At this moment, Zhuo Chonglu felt very complicated. It was so complicated that it was indescribable. Apart from a silent sigh, all that was left was speechless and choking. Wu Yuting's sweet voice sounded. Oh, I thought it was a mistress outside. Is it really a call from the heavenly king of the right lane? What a great honor. Zhuo Chonglu, don't move. I'll take a picture of the call and post it on my WeChat moments. It's so rare that the heavenly king of the right lane is calling. It's so precious. Shouldn't I keep it as a family heirloom? The other side of the phone went silent. There was a thump, and no one knew what happened. Then, a voice that sounded like it was about to cry was heard. Hello, Annie. I'm Little Fishy. I'm your favorite little fishy. Wu Yuting pursed her lips and said, I can't accept that. I'm just a woman who has been kept in the dark. How can I be qualified to be the Annie of the right lane's heavenly king of the right? All right, what do you think of me? A shrew or a tigress? I'm so unreasonable. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was obviously dumbfounded. In fact, when Wu Yuting opened her mouth to speak, the heavenly king of the right lane's heart had stopped beating. There was nothing but confusion in his mind. Andy, I was wrong. I deserve to be scolded. I deserve to be beaten. I deserve to die. Please don't be angry. Yu Dongtian quickly and sincerely admitted his mistake. I'm old. Am I very old now? You were wrong? What did you do wrong? Can the heavenly king of the right lane make mistakes too? Wu Yuting's voice was so cold that it made people shudder. You're not old. You're just more senior. When we first met, I wanted to call you elder sister. As for what I did wrong everywhere. Zhuo Chonglu was impressed by Yu Dongtian's answer. Otherwise, why would he be the heavenly king of the right lane? His EQ is really high. She admitted her mistake so straightforwardly. and even said such beautiful words. She was really eloquent. Then tell me, how did you do wrong? Wu Yuting snorted and asked. Here's what happened. The heavenly king of the right was not loyal at all. He immediately spilled the beans and explained everything clearly. Fortunately, Uncle Zhua is magnanimous. Uncle Zhua is also thinking for Annie. I'm afraid that Auntie will be angry and hurt her health. Yu Dongtian's brain became more and more flexible as he spoke. In the end, he even threw the blame to Zhua Chonglu. Actually, it's a long story. I didn't intend to do this at first. But Nan Zhengxian, that guy, he's really not a good person. He suggested that Xiao Duo should go there to attract hatred. Cough, cough. Actually, I didn't intend to do this. It's all his fault. Yu Dongtian spoke more and more fluently. Actually, I know very well in my heart. Xiao Duo is Annie's favorite. Even if he's not in danger, she's still worried about him. Annie has been so good to me since I was young. How could I let Annie worry about me? But Nan Zhengxian, that guy, is really not a good person. He said that he would vouch for Xiao Duo. That guy is really too much. Of course, it's also my fault. At that time, I felt that I was close to Annie, so I should train Xiao Duo if I had the chance. Even if Annie hit me, as long as Xiao Duo can grow up smoothly, I'll accept it. Actually, based on this consideration, it's still too wishful thinking. No matter what, it's still my fault. No matter what, I should have reported to Annie in advance. But at that time, the flood which suddenly appeared at the Sun and Moon Pass. I was so busy dealing with the flood that I forgot about it. I always thought that Nan Zhengxian would definitely report to you. Who knew that guy was so unreliable? The heavenly king of the right spoke sincerely and repeatedly apologized. He kept throwing the blame to the people outside the house. His voice was as hurried as a machine gun. But when he reached the end of the sentence, Nan Zhengxian suddenly began to speak word by word. He was afraid that Annie couldn't remember it and didn't have a deep impression of it. It had to be said that his eloquence was really good. His speech was also really smooth. His meridians were even longer. He could even perform a crosstalk. After Wu Yuting heard the whole story, and now, Zhua Xiaoduo was also found. The heavenly king of the right kept emphasizing, I sent 5 people, heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star, to take turns to protect him. I personally instructed and gave a strict order. Wu Yuting's high-hanging thoughts were also put down. At least, her anger was not as serious as before. If I knew that Nan Zhengxian dared not to report to Annie, I wouldn't have done that even if you beat me to death. I lost my mother when I was young. It was Annie who raised me. How can I forget Annie? I must be filial to Auntie in this life. Finally, the heavenly king's tone changed again. But no matter what, my responsibility is not small. I can be considered as half of the initiator. Even if Annie forgives me, I can't forgive myself. Another day, I will definitely come to apologize to Annie. I will especially kowtow to Annie. One had to admit that these words were really awesome. Even Zhua Chonglu, who was listening at the side, could not help but secretly give him a thumbs up. With such a good eloquence, he should really enter the palace to be a eunuch. He should be a professional flatterer. Wu Yuting's anger was actually mostly dissipated by Yu Dongtian's words. So it's all Nan Zhengxian's fault? Although it's true. But, ahem, it can't be completely like that. No matter what, as the heavenly king of the right, I also have to take responsibility. I can't just push all the blame to him. Besides, although Nan Zhengxian is at fault, he's a simple-minded person. He's as stupid as a pig and as stupid as a bear. Annie, if you want to blame someone, blame me. No matter whether you hit me or scold me. It's all an elder teaching a younger one. Zhua Chonglu, who was standing at the side, rolled his eyes. You still can't push all the blame to him. You've already completely cleared yourself of the blame. Moreover, you've already completely confirmed Nan Zhengxian's crime. All the blame has been shifted to Nan Zhengxian's head. How can you be so righteous? Why do I remember that you were the initiator of this matter? Nan Zhengxian tried to stop you time and time again. It was you who insisted on doing things your own way. You were full of confidence and thought that you wouldn't make any mistakes. You even patted your chest and said that you would bear all the consequences. Now, you're trying to shift the blame to someone else. You're trying to play the victim, dahi, to a. How can you say that? I can't listen to it anymore. There's a second line in the title of this chapter. Who can match it? I'm writing the third chapter. I'll update it later. Chapter 607. Zhua Changlu sighed in his heart. Otherwise, why would he be the heavenly king of the right? Someone really had a successor. Just as shameless. His father was Yu Er's son, and each generation was better than the last. Wu Yuding finally broke into a smile. So that's how it is. Actually, it's not a big deal. I'm not angry at all. Why do you think I'm such a narrow-minded person in your eyes? Annie is a magnanimous person. I knew Annie was a good person. Annie loves me the most. Zhua Changlu tried his best to hold it in. He wanted to vomit a few times already. You're already a few thousand years old. Didn't you think twice when you said, Annie loves me the most? I really miss Annie. I'll visit Auntie when I'm free. Annie, you might not know this, but I went to the Tao League a while ago to collect some heavenly beauty flowers, snow jade lotus, ice sky lotus, and jade bone grass for Annie. I'll send them to Auntie when I'm there. Even though Auntie doesn't need those things because of her natural beauty, it's still nice to see them. The heavenly king of the right let out a sigh of relief and smiled fawningly. Then, Auntie, I'll hang up first. Wait, Wu Yuding said calmly. Yu Don Tian was stunned. That's not enough. Because of what I just said, I had to make a trip to the Tao Alliance continent. Where do I have those things now? The house has been very quiet recently. Your uncle's doesn't have anyone to drink with. Wu Yuding said, that's why I'm going to cook a table of dishes and invite everyone to join the fun. Annie misses you the most and has saved a spot for you. You won't reject Andy, right? Yu Don Tian opened his mouth wide. He was speechless for a long time. Please don't miss me, and don't save a spot for me. I can't afford the food at your house. The whole continent of astral souls, no, including the Tao League, and even the Umno Alliance, would stay away from your family banquets. 2 of the swordsmen from the Tao League ate a meal from you, and it said that they still haven't paid off their debt. Wu Yuding said with a smile. It's not a big one, and the guests are all acquaintances. This is really a family banquet. Family banquet. Yu Don Tian cried. If it was really a family banquet, then it would be even more unbearable. Everything else is ready. We just need a few more ingredients. If it's not convenient for you, I can get someone else to bring them over, Wu Yuding said. I'm convenient. What ingredients does Annie need? Just say it. Yu Don Tian patted his chest. Tears were already brewing in her eyes. Yes, I heard that the Umno Alliance has a type of bamboo called the water flame bamboo. Can you get some of its bamboo shoots? Also, there's a type of bamboo called the space lotus. It said that it tastes good. As for the ice soul lotus, it's the best for Nyener in my family. You can give me a few sections. I don't need too many, just 8 or 10 sections. As for the rest, fire sea abalones and hurricane crabs, just give me a few. Auntie trusts your judgment. Yu Don Tian said anxiously. Auntie, it's not easy for me to get these things alone. Can you give half of them to Nanzhong Qian? Wu Yuding said, Nen Xiaoxiong has other ingredients that need to be prepared. Well, it's about the same as yours. Yu Don Tian felt a little better. Well, as long as I'm not the only one who dies. He felt a little better. My ass. Just hearing the names of these things made him want to die. Wu Yuding said, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. When I'm done, I'll call you again. I prepared your favorite chive pancakes when you were young. You must come. Annie will be waiting for you. The phone was hung up. Yu Don Tian was dumbfounded. He was tongue-tied and speechless for a long time. I want to die. What should I do? Who's going to kill me? I must be very, very grateful to you. These things, how are they going to make a hot pot? They're obviously going to stew Yu Don Tian, the little fish, right? The bamboo shoots of the water fire bamboo could only grow in the places where water and fire intersected between the places where the flood witch and the raging fire witch lived. The water fire bamboo was full of the cultivation essence of the 2 great witches. It was even better than the essence. As for the bamboo shoots of the water-fire bamboo, it was not known if the two great witches were willing to use them as ingredients. Haha, the space lotus was a special product of Great Witch Dan Kong's place. It was a special treasure that could only be produced by Great Witch Dan Kong's cultivation of space magic. Wouldn't it be too extravagant to use it as an ingredient? The Ice Soul Lotus was a treasure that could only be produced by the cultivation of the Ice Nether Witch. As for the Fire Sea Abalone and the Deep Sea Hurricane Crab, they were relatively easy to obtain. It seems that I'm really fucking arrogant. She actually said that the Fire Sea guarded by the Raging Fire Witch's wife was easier than the Wind Lake guarded by the Wind Emperor. Water Fire Bamboo Shoots, Space Lotus, Ice Soul Lotus, Fire Sea Abalone, Wind Lake Hurricane Crab. Yu Dongtian counted with his fingers. In addition to the Heavenly Beauty Flower, Snow Jade Lotus, Ice Heaven Lotus, and Jade Bone Grass. He pulled his hair and went crazy. Just exchange it for a piece of leek pie. Let me die. Let me die. Let me die. Although Yu Dongtian was very uncomfortable and didn't know if he could get through it, it was finally over here. It's over, I can rest assured. As for the scapegoat Nan, he can do whatever he wants as long as it doesn't involve me, that I don't care how Nan Zhengxian dies. On the other side, the other person directly involved, Zhua Changlu, was almost scared out of his wits when he saw Wu Yuding's knife-sharp gaze after hanging up the phone. The timing of the call was simply too opportune. Zhua Changlu, you're really something. Wu Yuding's gaze was as sharp as a knife. I'm wrong, it's my fault. Zhua Changlu immediately admitted his mistake. Haha, do you think you're Yu Dongtian? Did you learn from him to admit your mistake to deal with your own wife? Wu Yuding was furious. Her anger, which had almost subsided, flared up again. What do you mean by hiding my son's matters from me? His mother. Zhua Changlu opened his mouth. I'm just afraid that you'll be anxious. Does that mean that if something really happens, you'll keep it from me for the rest of my life? Wu Yuding reached out and skillfully grabbed Zhua Changlu's ear. She shouted, Zhua Changlu, I want to divorce you. Zhua Changlu tilted his head in embarrassment. Be gentle. Ouch, ouch. It hurts. But in his heart, he thought, divorce me? I just want to know who in the entire mainland dares to go through with this procedure. Zhua Changlu, how dare you? Wu Yuding's anger was uncontrollable. It lasted for a few hours as she vented her anger without restraint. Zhua Changlu hung his head and followed along with his red ears. There was only sorrow in his heart. The two masterminds were thousands of miles away. They only needed to call to apologize for a short while. The rest was all for later. At least you're done now, but what about me? Xiao Duo is my son too. How can I not be worried and sad when he's in danger? I still have to be your scapegoat and bear the responsibility for you. Don't you feel guilty? I can't run away. I can't hide. I don't dare to scold them. And I don't even dare to resist. I can only take it passively. You bastards are a bunch of scoundrels who only know how to backstab your friends. Zhua Changlu felt that he would not be able to see the son for some time. He couldn't help but secretly swear that when his wife's family banquet started, he would definitely hit them when they were down and ruthlessly slaughter them one by one. But even if his wish came true, it was all for later. What should he do now? Mr. Zhua was vexed. Son, when this is over, quickly call me back. Call me, and I'll get your mother to answer the phone. Let's get this over with quickly. Sigh. Zhua Changlu looked up at the sky and sighed. His expression was bleak. It's so hard to be a man. Zhua Xiaoduo went into hiding again. Right now, he was completely unaware of the twists and turns in this matter. He also didn't know that his father had already fallen into the abyss of suffering because of him and his two bad friends. He was being wantonly trampled on by his mother's evil hands. If only he knew. What does it have to do with me? I won't call back. Maybe I'll call my mother to complain after the conflict between you two is resolved. Well, I'll make a comeback and let my mother reignite the embers of her anger. Humph, who told you to whip me with a belt when I was young? Your son is so vengeful. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but a villain takes revenge from morning till night. The Centipede Queen and the Snake King were still fighting in the air. The fight was getting more and more intense. and the noise was earth-shattering. This situation made Xiaoduo anxious. You two are fighting too fiercely. Can you not fight so fiercely? The beautiful snakeskin on the Snake King was already in tatters. I've liked it since a long time ago. It's the material for my coat. Do you want to take it back and change it into a beggar's outfit? The more tattered the material, the less valuable it is. Do you know? Do you know? The Centipede Queen was howling. Centipede legs fell from the sky one after another. They sizzled on the ground and then melted. The Snake King was also howling. Pieces of the Snake King's scales flew in the air like snowflakes, scattering in all directions. And at this moment, other than the assassins from the underground world, the other families sent people to kill Xiaoduo. At this time, most of their identities and backgrounds had been investigated. Messages were sent to the Heavenly King of the Right and the Chief of the South. On the other side, orders were issued. Teams of Star Shield, the Security Bureau, the military, and the Martial Arts Department were dispatched all over the country from all directions, whether it was the royal family, the aristocratic families, or the various departments and bureaus. They all started to move at the same time, which was extremely rare. The burly chief of the South stood on the roof of the capital's Ministry of Finance. Half of his body was in the air. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. The hidden dragon rising to heaven plan starts immediately. Let's do it at midnight today. I can't hold on much longer. I won't do a single chapter at midnight. Don't wait. Chapter 608. At the top of Shangjing City, a team of Qi Watchers recruited by the Southern Long March was observing the flow of fate energy in the sky. All the elites of the royal family had been dispatched and were under the command of the Southern Chief. All the elites, including the military, were now under the command of the Southern Chief. All the established families in Shangjing were trembling with fear. The butcher's knife was hanging high in the sky. Who knew which family it would fall on? No one could say for sure, but everyone knew what was going to happen. This time, Chief Nin had raised his butcher's knife high up in the air and would not easily withdraw it. This time, there would definitely be a few aristocratic families that would suffer. That was for sure. The Nine Heavens Pavilion and the Nine Heavens Pavilion were also mobilizing their manpower for this operation. In the sky above the battlefield of the Sun Moon Pass, General Dongfang stood high in the sky and observed the situation on both sides. Obviously, the huge turmoil in the Astral Souls continent this time had affected the balance of fate energy between the Astral Souls continent and the Umno Alliance continent. That at this moment, the Starlight Mountain Range was still in an uproar. The people here had no idea that many places had fallen into an unprecedented turmoil because of what had happened here. It was a complete mess. The forces behind many of them had already been wiped out in one fell swoop. But they were still oblivious. They were still eyeing Xiaoduo covetously, ready to kill him in exchange for the reward. They were looking forward to their bright future and writing a legend. The two Beast Kings were fighting fiercely in the sky. The fight was getting more and more intense. But both the Snake King and the Centipede Queen had separated a wisp of their spiritual power and connected it to the Dragon Soul Ginseng in the Centipede Valley. The strange disappearance of the Snake Soul Fruit and the Sky Tiger Moonlight Ointment made the two Beast Kings more vigilant. They did not want the same thing to happen a third time. Fighting is one thing, but if the Dragon Soul Ginseng is gone, what are we fighting for? Why are we fighting? Although Xiaoduo was getting closer and closer to the mountain wall, he did not dare to go over and collect the Dragon Soul Ginseng. This was because he could clearly sense that there was a dense amount of spiritual energy on the left side of the mountain. Both the Centipede King and the Snake King had set up a spiritual seal. Their spiritual power was enough to form a natural barrier. That's what Xiaoduo could not break through. Under such circumstances, the Void Transformation Stone would be of no use and would not be able to do anything. So Xiaoduo thought for a while and started digging again. Opportunities only came to those who were prepared. The main reason why he was able to reap so many benefits was because he always planned before taking action. He always laid out the arrangements first, and then it was his luck that made it happen. With 2 shovels of the big shovel, a big hole appeared in front of his eyes. So a Xiaoduo crawled in like a mouse. Once it reached a certain depth, it switched to using the flaming sun scripture to burn it all the way forward. However, this also caused some abnormalities. On the ground, the fog, poisonous gas, and marsh gas seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. With such great benefits in front of him, Xiaoduo was unusually diligent. First, he crazily dug down for thousands of feet. Then, he started burning his way forward. With Xiao Long leading the way, he was walking in a straight line from the Dragon Soul Ginseng. There was no possibility of mistakes. You must fight for a while longer. You must fight for a while longer. It will be best if both of you are injured, so that I can hold a hot pan in my cold hands. So Xiaoduo prayed in his heart. His actions became faster and faster. Quick, quick, quick! The battle between the 2 kings was still escalating. The range of the battle was also getting bigger and bigger. As for the 3 people who had been secretly observing the situation and protecting Xiaoduo, their brows were tightly knitted together. They could clearly feel that the void where the Snake King and the Centipede King were fighting was shaking faintly. It was a kind of rejection from the void. More importantly, it was man-made. In such a situation, such a sign, the 3 of them looked dignified and were ready for battle. Just as they were about to report, a shadow flashed in the sky. 2 more shadows fell from the sky. They were the 2 people who were sent by Yudong Tian. Why are the 2 of you here? The 3 of them were surprised. The Heavenly King sent us, Sai, to protect that little guy. The 2 of them were speechless. Now that we have found that little guy, there is an unexpected change. You came at the right time to deal with it. What change? How was an accident? You will know if you sense it carefully. The area where the Snake King and the Centipede King are fighting, that void. After half an hour, the 2 people who had just arrived looked at each other. They saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Are you sure? There is indeed such a sign. Although it is not very obvious, it is probably because the strength of these 2 monster kings is still too weak. They do not have the ability to trigger a bigger effect. Thinking about it carefully, this place is really strange. Why are there 3 monster kings gathered here? Moreover, there is a heaven and earth treasure of the same attribute near each monster king. Moreover, these heaven and earth treasures are all formed from the bones of ancient monsters. It is not normal for them to be gathered here. It is just that no one has thought about this problem before. What do you mean? I suspect that there might be a relic space in that location. The other 4 people, no, including the person who had voiced his suspicions, were all shocked and fell silent at the same time. If it was really a relic space, then the aftermath of this matter would be too big. These 4 words could almost be related to the survival of the continent. Let's test it out. Who will go? I will go. Be careful. Remember to do it discreetly. I know. How can I not know this? If it is true, this time, something big is going to happen. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen fought fiercely. However, at this point, the 2 of them did not feel like fighting anymore. The 2 monster kings could feel that when compared to the other party, they were not as strong as they had imagined. If they really wanted to kill the other party, the best result would be that they would lose half of their lives. The more likely result would be that both of them would be injured or even die together. To be able to cultivate all the way to the Monster King level, their intelligence was naturally not low. At their level, it was impossible for the fishermen to benefit from the fight between the snipe and the clam. The Centipede Queen was even thinking, there are 3 stalks in total. I want 2. Giving me 1 stalk is not impossible. The Snake King was also thinking, there are 3 stalks in total. Even if it only gives me 1 stalk, it is still acceptable. Just as the 2 Demon Kings were thinking, why don't we have a talk? A voice rang out. Suddenly, a figure rose from the ground. In just a flash, he was already in between the 2 Monster Kings. The speed of this movement technique was unimaginably fast. His strength was also far above all the bounty hunters so far. He was even stronger than Yi Chongqing and the other hidden dragon martial experts. The masked man suddenly attacked. Under the shocked and angry gazes of the two monster kings, he threw a punch. This punch was wrapped in the sound of wind and thunder as it landed on the centipede queen's belly. The centipede queen's huge body was actually curled up by this punch. It opened its ferocious mouth and spat out a mouthful of acidic water. Then it spat out blood like a waterfall. Its huge body was twisted and turned in the air. It was involuntarily knocked backward. The Snake King was shocked. For a moment, he was scared witless. This two-legged beast was so powerful and sharp. The two monster kings have been fighting for a long time. Not only were they heavily injured, their combat power was also weakened. Even the poisonous liquid and fog were almost exhausted. The opponent's attack was so vicious that it was beyond its limit. How could it dare to fight? It turned and ran. However, in a flash, this person was already in front of the Snake King. He still threw an ordinary punch. With a boom, the Snake King's huge body followed in the footsteps of the Centipede Queen. It flew out and crashed into the Centipede Queen's body. The two Monster Kings screamed as they flew backwards. Their long bodies were almost twisted and tangled together. Boomed out in the void. The two Monster Kings seemed to have crashed into something. There was a slight ripple in the void. Then the two huge bodies bounced back. The masked man's eyes lit up. As expected. Then there was another whistling sound. Thousands of shadows appeared and covered the void. They surrounded the Snake King and the Centipede Queen in the air and attacked violently. To outsiders, it seemed that this person was using extreme speed to attack and kill the two Monster Kings in one move. Boom boom, the two Monster Kings were stunned on the spot. They only felt that their bodies were constantly disjointed. Their vitality was also crazily disappearing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They were completely unable to resist and were beaten into the dust. The masked man's body also disappeared in the air. It seemed that he had chased them all the way down. This scene caused everyone in the Starlight Mountain Range to jump in fright, whether it was the bounty hunters or the people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Who was this? How could he be so fierce? For a moment, everyone was shocked. At this time, Zhuo suddenly felt that the spiritual restriction of the Snake King and the Centipede Queen had disappeared. He was still a little confused. Halfway through, he came up to feel for a while and found that the restriction had really disappeared. Damn, he had wasted half a day in the tunnel. However, the opportunity was right in front of him. How could he not take advantage of it? He quickly rushed to the cliff. However, just as Zhuo was about to rush over, a huge body fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Zhuo jumped in fright and hurriedly turned around to look. Just a few dozen meters behind him, the Centipede King was fiercely smashed onto the ground. Its entire body was covered in wounds, and its smelly blood was like a fountain that sprayed straight into the sky. Its whole body was twitching. The huge centipede head was almost in front of Zhuo. Zhuo was so scared that all the hair on his body stood on end. Damn, is this a trap? He subconsciously wanted to run. But then, there was another boom. The Snake King's body also fell and landed heavily on the Centipede Queen. This crash actually broke the Centipede Queen's body into two from the middle. Flesh, blood, and bones were blurry and mixed into a pile. Faced with such a shocking change, Zhuo was stunned. Chapter 609. Zhuo was shocked. Did Uncle Nin do it again? Otherwise, how could he create such a shocking effect? Taking a closer look, he saw that the Snake King, which was still intact, was now twitching all over. Inside its huge head, its huge body was spurting out a huge amount of blood like the Centipede Queen. Many parts of its body were dented and protruded. It was obvious that it had been disjointed. It's so tragic. It doesn't seem like Uncle Nan did it. A crazy idea came to Zhuo's mind. Could it be that both sides have suffered great losses? If that was the case, it would be a windfall from the sky. Moreover, from the looks of it, not only did both sides suffer great losses, but they were also defeated and killed. In an instant, two huge pies fell from the sky and landed in front of Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo was almost knocked out by the two mountains of gold. Looking at the motionless Snake King and the Centipede Queen, Xiaoduo didn't hesitate to throw over a long sword that he picked up as a spoil of war. Whoosh! The sharp sword went straight into the Snake King's head without any resistance. The Snake King's body was still twitching as before, but there was no other reaction at all. Ha! So Xiaoduo was overjoyed. He looked around carefully, but there was no one. He looked at the sky, but there was no one there either. God's will. This is God's will. Xiaoduo directly pulled out two large hammers valiantly and spiritedly. He roared and rushed forward. Xiaoduo will kill two monster kings today. Waha! Yes, Xiaoduo really rushed forward. Before his opponent was completely dead, he stabbed the dragon blood flying dagger into the Snake King's belly. It had to be said that this time was completely different from the previous time when he extracted and absorbed the blood essence. The dragon blood-flying dagger turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiaoduo had already circled around. The sudden appearance of the 9-9 kitty hammer was like a storm, smashing on one of the Snake King's heads, and the Centipede Queen's 9 heads that bang, 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 bang. Thousands of strikes landed on the motionless heads of the two Demon Kings, smashing all 10 heads into smithereens. What peerless Demon King? Didn't I beat him to death? Xiaoduo put his hands on his hips, looking insufferably arrogant. The two demon monarchs are full of treasures. However, this is not a good time to deal with it. Xiaoduo thought for a moment and checked a few more times to make sure that the two Demon Kings were completely dead. With a wave of his hand, he sent the two Demon Kings into the Tower of Annihilation. It still needed to be processed and could not be placed directly into the spatial ring. If it was placed into the spatial ring, he would not be able to enter it. When he wanted to process it, he would have to take it out and put it into the void-destroying pagoda. It was better to just use the void-destroying pagoda and save himself the trouble. Then, he brazenly smashed the mountain wall with his hammer. Following the direction that Xiao Long had pointed out, they pushed all the way in. The invisible man in the air was speechless. Can you be any more shameless? These two demon monarchs were clearly killed by me. You just smashed the corpses a few times, and you actually thought that you killed them, and then walked away so confidently. If the demon monarchs had not fallen and their chi had not dissipated, do you think that with your little cultivation, you could smash the Snake King's head? Also, you smashed the corpses of the two demon monarchs, and still did it in such a majestic and arrogant manner, putting your hands on your hips and acting like something. You're really awesome. Does your father know that you're so awesome? This person was depressed. He originally wanted to take the two demon monarchs and conveniently take them away. After all, it was still a profit. However, he did not expect that this kid would be so proficient in picking up the corpses. He was so familiar with the process and was so nimble. He had to deal with the traces in the air and try his best not to let others discover that there was a spatial relic here. And this brat took advantage of this gap, brazenly stood out, and smashed the heads of the two damn demon kings a few times with his hammer. Then he took them away. Took them away. Tell me, where are you going to reason with this? Forget it. Anyway, I'm here to protect you. I won't lower myself to the level of a kid like you. Then he saw this kid smash the mountain wall with a hammer. Then he was like a large pangolin, digging down without any obstruction. He dug down 300 to 400 meters. And then, as if he had reached a special location, he took out a huge shovel and continued digging. However, the flickering light made that person swallow his saliva uncontrollably. What the fuck? He actually used so much heavenly witchcraft copper to make a shovel. Who is this kid? How could he be so rich? You already have so much heavenly witchcraft copper. Do you still lack the two demon monarchs? Do you know which one is more important? Then he saw this kid shovel and shovel hundreds of cubic meters of stuff into his spatial ring. That spatial ring seems to be very big. Although this person was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not think about the Tower of Annihilation. Although he was confident that the soil that Xiaoduo dug up contained the spiritual herbs that the Centipede Queen had been guarding for so many years. However, there was something that he could not understand. That wasn't this kid a little too accurate? Then he saw Xiaoduo disguise himself and sneak out of the Centipede Valley. Although he was watching with his own eyes, his divine sense did not detect him at all. Just like that, he walked out of the valley. This kind of operation made this newly arrived expert gasp in amazement. I don't know how this kid was born. He's so sneaky. I heard him talking to himself along the way. Something about both sides dying and being too lucky. Who's he talking to? The more this expert thought about it, the stranger he felt. No matter how you look at it, you shouldn't be so sure, right? He kept this question to himself until 2 hours later, seeing that the kid thought he was safe. He hid in a tree hole and breathed heavily, muttering to himself, "Sigh, the so-called Tao of luck is still just a matter of chance." Previously, when I was in danger and didn't die, I had Uncle Nan to protect me. Just now, the two monster kings fell in front of me. How can there be so many good things in the world? They must have been killed by the person who protected me. He's really a good person. He didn't even snatch my things. No, I should say that I snatched his things, but he didn't say anything. Smacking his lips, he said regretfully, "Why didn't he take care of that Tiger King too? Let me pick up the leftovers again." Such a ready-made bargain. I wouldn't complain even if there were 8 or 10 times a day. Sigh, Uncle Nan is so soft-hearted. He actually wants to protect the environment. Seriously, Uncle Nan doesn't know how much this tiger skin, bones, and penis are worth. What a waste. This expert's face turned green. This little bastard really knows everything. But it's this kind of act of pretending to be ignorant and deliberately snatching things that's really infuriating. Xiaoduo was now comfortable, satisfied, high-spirited, and overjoyed. In short, he was overjoyed. Out of the 3 spirit herbs, 2 were in his hands. Moreover, he even got the remains of the big ancient demon. Xiaoduo felt that. This trial was about to end. This game should be about to end, right? I've already taken most of the benefits. What are you waiting for? Could it be that there are other benefits for me? Xiaoduo was quite handsome, but how could things be so simple? Was it going to end just because he had taken enough benefits? How could it be? Now the entire continent of astral souls was in a state of war. How could it end just like that? Especially, Xiaoduo had been hiding his head. Many people who wanted to deal with him hadn't done anything yet. If they didn't do anything, it meant that there was no evidence. It was just like how the bounty hunters didn't dare to take action against the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High School. They were afraid of leaving behind evidence. If these bounty hunters didn't really make a move against Xiaoduo, their identities were still bounty hunters. At the very least, they weren't bounty hunters targeting Xiaoduo. They could even say that they were here to protect Xiaoduo. They wanted to get on the good side of the Hidden Dragon High School. After all, it was one of the top 3 universities in the continent. It was the best excuse to build a good relationship with him. Now that there was an unexpected discovery, it was even more impossible for this matter to end so easily. As soon as heaven and earth arrived, they immediately reported to the Heavenly King of the Right that there might be a space relic. The Heavenly King was really shocked this time. The location that they chose based on the situation might have a space relic. What kind of luck was this? Think of a way to settle this matter as soon as possible. With the addition of this variable, he had to end the matter of Xiaoduo's bounty in advance. Otherwise, the Wizard Alliance and the Tao Alliance would definitely come and take part in it if the information was leaked out. They had to end this matter as soon as possible and start military control. The Heavenly King had thought of all the follow-up plans. However, things didn't go as planned. There was obviously more than one discerning person here. At that time, there were other people who had discovered the space fluctuation. They had even discovered it earlier than the people from the Astral Souls. Just as the Heavenly King of the Right put down the phone, his phone started ringing crazily. When he saw the name, he smiled bitterly. Brother Lei, why did you call me personally? On the phone, a voice said angrily, why are you pretending to be confused? We have to have a share in the joint development of the space relic. Yu Dongtian instantly had a toothache. It's not confirmed yet. Do you want me to go over and confirm it with you? Or I could go over alone to confirm it. I'm really not sure what kind of relic it is. Yu Dongtian's voice was very cautious. At the moment, we've only discovered the space fluctuation. I'm really not sure. He suddenly realized. There's actually a spy in the Dao League in the Starlight Mountain Range. Do you want to kill our genius? On the other side, why do you care? Yu Dongtian had a toothache. From the looks of it, the Umno Alliance also knows about it. It seemed that the plan to monopolize it wouldn't work. The person on the other side laughed loudly. Then it settled. The call ended. Yu Dongtian rubbed his forehead with a headache. There was really no other way. He really couldn't take it. Just as he was feeling depressed, his phone rang again. When he looked at it, he smiled bitterly. After a pause, he picked it up. Boss Hong, congratulations on coming back. Chapter 610. From the other end of the phone came the sound of metal clashing, mixed with a domineering aura that looked down on the world. He directly opened his mouth and spoke. The three continents will develop the ruins together, as usual. Do you have any objections? Yu Dongtian smiled bitterly. There were indeed spies from the Umno Alliance over at the Starlight Mountain Range. He said with a twisted face, This, we have to discuss with the minister. Hearing the words minister, the flood which suddenly became furious. Just discuss it. Why did you push the Zhua guy? Let me tell you, 2 of your people are in trouble now. Don't force me to start a war. The flood which suddenly became aggressive. Let me ask you, what do you think about developing the ruins? Yu Dongtian's eyes shot out crazy anger, and his breathing became heavy. Who do you think I am? How dare you bully me? Damn you. I am of the same level as you. He really wanted to shout, let's start a war then. I'm not scared of you. But he really couldn't beat this lunatic. And now was not the right time. Yu Dongtian was speechless at the mention of the serious shortage of high-end combat power on his side. No one would have thought that the Great Flood, which would come back so early. This unexpected change had suddenly trapped the high-end combat power on their side. If they started a war now, they would lose without a doubt. Boss Hong, you, my father, and the minister of the left have been friends for many years. Let's save some face. Right, there's no need to fight for luck. Cough, cough. Yu Dongtian was trying his best. But the flood which directly exploded. Don't mention the Zhua guy to me. The flood which directly roared with a kind of earth-shattering resentment, hysterically angry. If you mention the Zhua guy again, I don't want the ruins anymore. Let's start a war. Yu Dongtian was shocked when he heard this. What? What's wrong? Haven't you always been appreciative of each other? Yu Dongtian's mind raced. Suddenly, he felt a very good feeling. She was a little excited and thought, could it be that, after Uncle Zhua cheated the Fire Witch, he cheated the Flood Witch? If that's really the case, then I'm really rejoicing in your misfortune. Zhua Chonglu's arrangement at that time involved too many people. Other than Wu Taijiang, who happened to be there and knew the reason, no one else knew the inside story. Even An Zhengxian and Yu Dongtian did not know about it. In this regard, Zhua Chonglu really didn't dare to let them know. These guys didn't keep their mouths shut. If word got out, the Flood Witch's humiliation would be a small matter. His son's life would be in danger. Therefore, Yu Dongtian's current actions were all just guesses. The moment he heard the Flood Witch's hysterical rage, he became excited. The soul of gossip was burning fiercely. Digging grass. There was an inside story. I miss Kong Kong. Yu Dongtian coughed. His voice was very clear, and he said with a bit of refreshment, Boss Hong, we're old acquaintances. Although you and my father are old rivals, and I'm a generation younger than you, on the battlefield, I've never seen you give me any face. So I can only talk to you on my own. That's why I said that we're of the same generation. Is that wrong? No, right? The Flood Witch's fierce voice sounded again. If you think so, it's okay. Now I'm talking to you about something serious. What do you want to do by talking nonsense? Speaking of which, what peers? You think too highly of yourself. You owe us too much. Yu Dongtian was stunned. What do I owe you? The flood which snorted and said blandly, back then, your father and Zhua went to the main hall of the Umno Alliance together and revealed your identity. They said that they couldn't interfere with your growth. Do you know why the 10 great sorcerers never attacked you before you grew up? With our power, isn't it easy to destroy a top genius of the Astral Souls land? However, it's your father who owes us this favor. It doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it. It has nothing to do with you. Anyway, you've grown up to the point where you can kill Wu Yin without complaint. The Flood Witch's voice was very bland. Now, you're the king of the right. You've been famous for thousands of years, and your cultivation has reached the same level as mine. Every time Dan Kong fights with you, he's unhappy. Do you know why? With Dan Kong's great Tao of space, killing you back then was just a matter of moving his finger. But he didn't do that. He let you grow up, but now you beat Dan Kong every time you see him. A depressed voice beside the Flood Witch said, Boss, let's get down to business. Why are you talking about this nonsense? The Flood Witch turned on the speaker. Obviously, the great sorcerer Dan Kong, next to her, was embarrassed. Great sorcerer Dan Kong was really annoyed at this moment. Boss's words didn't sound wrong at first. She was telling Yu Dongtian how much this bastard owed them. He owed them a lot of favors and karma. In short, he owed them a lot. But why do these words sound so wrong to me? What does she mean by beat Dan Kong every time I see him? What nonsense is this? I often beat him, okay? Why does it sound like I'm being trampled on one-sidedly? Great sorcerer Dan Kong felt that his dignity had been damaged by 1,000,000 tons, and it was a critical hit. The Flood Witch held the phone in her hand and turned on the speaker. Her face was cold, but her heart was full of joy. You bastards, which day did you not make me feel uncomfortable? Every day you mention the matter of my adopted son to disgust me. I'll remind you today. Don't think that you don't have a dark history. On this side, Yu Dongtian said, I know what you said. Not only did my father never forget this favor, but I also remember it. Yu Dongtian was bewildered. Didn't everyone know about these shady dealings and never announce it to the public? Why did she say it out loud today? It made me embarrassed. Then I met the great sorcerer Dan Kong. Cough. It was time to fight or fight. Talking and fighting were two different things. The Flood Witch continued in a cold but fierce voice like gold and iron. Besides, the one surnamed Zhua is not a good son. He came with your shameless father. Not many years after he owed him a favor, he turned his back on him and won Lai Hua's wife. Beside him, Lai Hua's voice was so depressed that he vomited blood. Can you not mention this? Can you not mention this? The Flood Witch's voice remained unchanged, and Bing Ming. There was a pleading voice on the other side. Boss, let's talk about business. Let's talk about business, okay? Yu Dongtian suddenly realized that the Flood Witch was using him as a prop to teach the other great sorcerers a lesson by digging up their dark history. Damn it, I'm the heavenly king of the right road. How dare you use me as a prop? A thought flashed through his mind, and he said casually, Now that you mention Uncle Zhua, I remember something. When I called Uncle Zhua a few days ago, Uncle Zhua actually said that he knew you were back. He wanted me to see you and say hello. Zhujiang Lu had indeed said these words. Puff, puff, puff. There was a series of strange sounds coming from the other side of the phone. Yu Dongtian couldn't help but feel confused. He took the phone away and thought about it. What was this sound? Could it be that someone spat it out? Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Was this group of people so easily amused? As the messenger, he didn't even get the point of laughter. The Flood Witch on the other side of the phone took a deep breath, as if she was suppressing the anger in her heart. She said lightly, 1 month later, the relic must be opened. All 3 parties must be present. Do you have any objections? Yu Dongtian thought for a while and said, The relic belongs to all humans. I don't have any objections. But one thing is for sure. 1 month later, it won't work. The time is too short. The flood, which didn't say anything. Of course, he knew that 1 month was not enough. He just wanted to change the topic as soon as possible. In the beginning, the opening of the ancient relic on the Umno Alliance's side was also jointly developed by the 3 continents. It took 3 months from the discovery to the gathering of the masters from the 3 continents. Then, they discussed the distribution of the loot and opened the relic. Yu Dongtian sighed in his heart. The relic could only be like this. Once the relic was discovered, it must belong to all humans. It must be opened by the joint efforts of the 3 continents. No one could take it for themselves. No one dared to take it for themselves. The key to this was not for fairness, but for safety. An ancient relic that could be left until now was definitely left behind by an extraordinary master. It could be a powerful master or a powerful force. Who knew what was inside? Take the relic in front of them as an example. If it was left behind by a powerful master of the Wu people, the people from the Astral Souls continent or the Tao League would all die if they went in. And what they obtained after spending a lot of manpower and resources might not be valuable. At least, it would be difficult to directly turn it into usable resources. Furthermore, this relic might not necessarily be left behind by the seniors of the Wu People's Tao League. It could also be left behind by the masters of the Monster Clan, the Demon Clan, or other races. If one party went in alone, the casualties would be a mess. It was almost foreseeable that they would be at a disadvantage. But if the 3 parties worked together to develop the relic, they would have the convenience of sharing the risk. The thing that you are restrained by may be what we need, and it can be easily solved. Of course, the basis of cooperation was that the 3 parties were of one mind and worked together to discuss the distribution of the loot in advance. Only then could they talk about cooperative development, and after the development, they would divide the loot equally according to the agreement. It would be a matter of credibility. The sudden appearance of the relic was a huge, unexpected variable. In all fairness, at least for Yu Dongtian, he was still willing to develop this relic alone. He really wanted to take it for himself. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. Today is still the 3rd watch. This plot is very big. Cough, I will think about it tonight. Chapter 611. Yu Dongtian was well aware of this. Although there was a high chance that this ruin was left behind by an almighty from another race, there was a 70% chance that it was not a ruin left behind by a human powerhouse. Unimaginable sacrifices would be required to develop it alone. However, if one party enjoyed it alone, the benefits would still be extremely considerable. As long as the ruin was divided into different levels of danger, people would be sent to try it out, and batches of human lives would be used to gain experience. Eventually, one party would be able to fully develop it and monopolize it. Although the ruin was extremely risky, it was still a piece of cake for the top forces of continent. Therefore, Yu Dongtian had this idea from the start. However, it was obviously impossible now. The leader of the Tao League, Taoist Thunder, and the Umno Alliance is the Flood, which had personally called. There was no other choice. The 3 parties had to work together to open the ruin. However, there were considerable benefits in this way. First, the number of casualties in the Astral Souls continent would plummet due to the opening of the ruin. One must know that the more people who entered the ruin, the more casualties there would be. Therefore, the higher the level of the experts who died, the more it proved that the ruin was valuable. If only a few people entered, it would only prove that the ruin was worthless. This was the common understanding of everyone. As for the alliance of the 3 parties, no matter what, the consumption of manpower and material resources would be shared equally by the 3 parties. One more person died on my side than yours. Therefore, the resources obtained in the end should be compensated accordingly. It was not that everyone would go in together, and whoever survived in the end would get to keep it. That was impossible. This was something that had been agreed upon by the Wizard Alliance and the Tao Alliance when they explored a few relics. Since this matter had been settled, the Great Flood, which did not hesitate, and ordered, "Since that's the case, you will set up a Tianxin group later and pull in those who can still move to discuss what to do." The order must be fair and open. If anyone dares to move before the discussion, don't blame me for being merciless. Yudong Tian said, of course. Before he could finish, the flood which interrupted, I'm talking about those who can contribute now. As for those who can only move their mouths, there's no need to call them over. The flood witch's voice hadn't faded away when the sound of coughing came from beside her. Everyone knew who was the one who couldn't move, but could only talk, and they also knew why the flood witch said that. However, everyone also knew and understood that it would be best if that person did not come. It would be best if that person did not come. It would be even better if he didn't even know. Now, everyone had the strength to kill the two of them with a slap. It was basically effortless, but no one dared to do so. If you kill them like this, it would be equivalent to the intervention of force. Since it was an irresistible force, the result would only be that it had done him a great favor and completed the mortal dust transformation ahead of time. Well, the mortal dust incarnation was just that awesome. Once a certain couple ended their transformation into the mortal dust, the couple would team up to take revenge on the person who killed him. It was called revenge, a life and death feud. When that time came, there would really be no place to reason, because the most likely place to go was the underworld. With that person's nature, if he was given such a good excuse, it was estimated that tens of thousands of miles away would be light punishment. But when he came, you didn't dare to kill him, but he dared to provoke you. Moreover, he provoked you with his mouth and white teeth. He could follow you every day, and every word he said would make you so angry that your lungs would swell and your liver would explode. The so-called sharp tongue was not enough to describe him at all, but you didn't dare to make a move. Think about it. If he pointed at your nose and scolded your mother and your ancestors in front of the whole world, would you make a move? It was wrong to make a move, and that would free him. But if you didn't make a move, you would be scolded at will? How shameless would that be? It would be so hard on you. If you endured it, the whole world would say that you were a coward, and this story of a coward would be popular and echoed by everyone. The name of a coward would definitely not be taken off for the rest of your life. If you couldn't bear it, you could kill him with a slap. Even if you couldn't kill him, you could just touch him a little. When his transformation into the mortal dust ended, he would have an excuse to take revenge and call it washing away the shame of that day. Wouldn't the result be the same? It would even be worse than the previous situation. With that couple's means, there was no doubt that it would come true. Therefore, although the person now had no ability and didn't have any strength, he was really the #1 troublemaker in the world. Not afraid of heaven, not afraid of earth, not afraid of death. In the face of such an opponent, would you be afraid? Yes, such a person, even his companions, had to be afraid of, frightened to death. Yu Dongtian's mouth twitched and said, okay, I wanted to discuss with Uncle Zhua to let him play. Now it seems, cough cough, forget it. On the other side, the flood which warned, the 3 relics belonging to the Umno Alliance were jointly developed by all 3 parties, without exception. Don't play petty tricks. Yu Dongtian said angrily. Who's playing petty tricks? Boss Hong, I respect you as a senior, but you can't slander others. The flood which sneered, what? Do you want to make this matter clear? That minister of yours, what did he do when our Umno Alliance went to the relics last time? Did he cheat others lightly? Did he not take advantage of others? The Heavenly King of the Right was speechless. After a long time, he finally said with a red face, the matter of the elders. It's all in the past, and you still remember it. Where is your magnanimity? The flood which spat, and her anger surged like a mountain. They were really made from the same mold. First they denied it, and when they couldn't deny it, they simply said it's all in the past and pushed it away. Now they're saying that we're not magnanimous. You Dongtian, you're not the other son of that guy, are you? Their personalities are too similar. He said angrily, that time, after exploring the relics of the Umno Alliance, your minister of the left scraped down the entire ground of the relics by 30 meters. How dare you do it? You said that your people had no way of making a living, and your fields were barren, so you used the soil to benefit the common people. You lied to us and said that it was useless, and you only improved the soil. In the end, you used tens of billions of tons of soil to cultivate elixirs, and took advantage of us greatly. How can we not be frightened by such a precedent? This time, I'll make it clear in advance. Everything in the relics, regardless of whether it's flowers or trees, must be divided equally, even the soil inside. This is the bottom line. You Dantian, so ruthless. Even the soil is divided equally. At least, you don't know how many divine weapons and valuable ancient objects we found from the mud. The swimming dragon sword I'm using now was found by Uncle's one in the soil, but how can I tell you this? If you want to divide the soil, fine. As the landlords, we must be responsible for the basic cleanup work. Of course, we can divide the soil equally. But regarding the process of screening what's hidden in the soil, we don't have to inform you in advance, and we have to check it carefully. The Tao League always wants to take advantage of us, but they've only opened one joint relic, and the rest have been monopolized by them. The Flood, which was obviously very dissatisfied with this, and said, this time, the Tao League took a small share from the mainland. Yu Dantian said, I'm just a junior, so I don't have the final say. The Flood, which was very stubborn, and said, I'll do it. Let's see who dares to disagree. Yes, it's a deal. I'll rely on the Flood Witch's divine power. The Heavenly King of the Right felt that something was wrong. The Flood Witch's words, I'll do it. Let's see who dares to disagree, was a bit wrong. Boss Han, you're coming? Yu Dantian blurted out. Why? I can't go. The Flood Witch said coldly. I haven't moved around for a long time. Yu Dantian was a bit dazed. The Flood Witch was coming. Who could resist her? Don't say those words. What you need to do now is to clear the area. If there are any additional accidental injuries, it's all because you didn't prepare well as the landlords, and it has nothing to do with anyone. Yes, that's for sure. At this point, the Flood Witch was about to hang up, and there was nothing else to say. Yu Dantian hurriedly stopped her. You can't hang up. I still have something to talk to you about. Boss Hong, now that we're done talking about business, there's still a few small things that I need your help with. Yu Dongtian's attitude was very humble. The Flood Witch obviously didn't expect that her mortal enemy, the Heavenly King of the Right of Astral Souls, would ask her for help. She was immediately interested. What help? Cough, it's like this. I recently received a mission, and I need some local specialties from the Umno Alliance's mainland. Yu Dongtian coughed a few times. I hope Boss Flood can help me. The Flood Witch didn't care at all. With your strength, coming to the Umno Alliance's mainland to get some local specialties is like going home. Do you still need my help? No. Yu Dongtian smiled bitterly. If Boss Flood doesn't say anything, I won't dare to do anything. Say it. The Flood Witch was very magnanimous. Cough. Then I'll say it. Say it. I'll really say it. If you don't say it, then hang up. What are you wasting time for? The Flood Witch was impatient. Isn't it just some local specialties? I'll send someone to send it to you later. Thank you, Boss Hong. Yu Dongtian was overjoyed. Actually, it's not much. I only need 1 kilogram of water-fire bamboo shoots, 6 base lotuses, 8 ice soul lotus roots, 10 fire sea abalones, 3 kilograms of hurricane crabs. Yu Dongtian was a little embarrassed. Thank you, Boss Hong. Boss Hong is very generous. On the other side, the breathing of several people suddenly became heavy. Blazing Fire, Icy Netherworld Dan Kong, and the others looked at the Flood Witch expressionlessly. They almost gave her a thumbs up. Yu Dongtian was right. You're really generous. You actually agreed directly just now. Listen to what the other side said. Is that even human language? If you want to do something, then do it. We don't have it anyway. The Flood Witch's face was also pulled flat. I'll send someone to send it to you later. She had just said this sentence. Her words were still ringing in her ears. But, who would have thought that the local specialties this bastard wanted were these? These were the local specialties you were talking about? You might as well dig up my ancestral grave. Chapter 612. The Flood Witch's rugged face flushed red and then white. It wasn't embarrassment, but anger. You Dantian really dared to dig a hole for me. You actually dared to dig a hole for me. I'm afraid you don't know how to spell the word death, right? If I take out these things and these quantities, the others will definitely fight me to the death. Why don't the two families stop fighting and have an internal conflict and kill each other? Hee Boss Hong, really, I really need it urgently. Otherwise, I wouldn't have forced you. Yu Dongtian's voice was full of sincerity and pleading. I really need it urgently. I'm not lying to you. I'm really doomed if I can't get these. On the other side of the phone, the Flood Witch panted twice and suddenly said, What? Speak louder. Yu Dongtian. The Flood Witch. What's the matter? Yu Dongtian hurriedly said, What I want is. The Flood Witch. Hello, hello? There's no sound? It's disconnected? The signal is really bad. Fuck. Beep, 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 beep. The phone was hung up. Yu Dongtian looked at the phone in his hand and was dumbfounded. Fuck, you, the world's #1 expert with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually came up with this idea? It was simply that Yu Dongtian immediately called back. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Fuck. The Heavenly King of the Right's phone flew to the wall and broke into pieces. He jumped and cursed, Flood, shameless person, to think that you call yourself the world's #1 expert. How can you go back on your words like this? I fucking look down on you. I look down on you. Bastard. No matter how much Yu Dongtian scolded, the Flood Witch couldn't hear it because her phone was crushed. Shameless person, how dare you trick me like this? To think that you're the Heavenly King of the Right. Have some shame. How can you even say such an exorbitant price? The Flood Witch glared at Lai Hua and the others who were snickering at the side and shouted angrily, Hurry up and prepare. Do you want me to personally make the arrangements? Swoosh. The group of senior magi, scattered like birds, over there. The Heavenly King of the Right cursed and finally calmed down a little. Immediately, he got busy and grabbed the phone to make a call. Dad, the Flood Witch called just now. It's like this. Nanzhengxian, let me tell you, this is serious. Traces of ruins have been discovered in the Starlight Mountains. Let me tell you, if you don't do it well this time, I'll be your scapegoat for nothing. Dongfang, prepare your men. Don't have to be too many. This time, let's see if we can take advantage of them. Shimin, Beigong, Old Ling this time, Lu Clan, Yu Dongtian. This time, they were going to send the best craftsmen. This time, if we lose face. I'm Yu Dongtian. Get His Majesty on the phone. Something's up. Just like that, he made over 100 calls in one go. After a long while, Yu Dongtian finally stopped talking. But after thinking for a while, he still made another call. Tai Jiang, you still have to come back. The ruins have opened. There might be some special forging materials inside, or something we don't know how to forge. You're the expert here. After the call, he sat in a chair, crossed his long legs, and sighed. As the Heavenly King of the Right, I'm really like an old mother. I'm tired. Suddenly remembering that there was someone he hadn't contacted, he immediately called. I say, you have to show up this time. Remember to bring your wife. The ruins. You're not going? Why? Too lazy to move. Damn it. Let me tell you clearly. Your junior brother is over there now. If you don't go, I've already told Uncle Zwa that your junior brother will be under the protection of the two of you. If anything happens to him, it's none of my business. In any case, the people from the Umno Alliance and the Dao League this time are all awesome people. I don't think I have the ability to protect him. If he dies or is crippled, it's up to you. What? You're going? You're going just because you wanna? You're going just because you wanna? I won't allow it. Beg me? Fuck. I knew you were gonna be a coward. You coward. A female voice answered the phone, and Yu Dongtian immediately hung up without another word. The other party called again, and he hung up again. Call again, and he hung up again. The world finally quieted down. He muttered angrily, If you have the ability, come and fight me yourself. What kind of ability is it to ask your wife to answer the phone? I'm all alone. A single dog has no status. Do I really have to find a partner? Yu Dongtian felt even more lonely now. It was really uncomfortable to have no one to rely on. When he was scolding others, their wives would always come out and scold him back. He was neither deep nor shallow and could only passively be lectured, so he could only hang up and not answer the phone. There was really no one around to help him. Sigh. Yu Dongtian sighed sadly, and his gaze became deep. For a long time, in the void, there seemed to be a woman quietly looking at him. Don't worry, I won't look for her. Yu, and Xing received a call. This time, the purpose of the call was simple and straightforward, which was to end the farce at the Starlight Mountain Range as soon as possible. However, this situation was still going on. They just needed to chase that kid out to attract attention. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. This kid was precisely that one hair that was enough to attract everyone's attention and take everyone away. However, just as the five of them were about to discuss, they realized that that kid had disappeared again. Disappeared again? The five of them almost broke down. Fuck, what the hell was going on? Even though everyone knew that he was still in this area, how could he not be seen? What could they do? Wait, when he appears again, we'll chase him out and throw him out. I'm so angry. Yu, and Xing had to wait for a long time, because Xiaoduo had started the third compression of the vital core. With the Snake King and the Centipede King's corpses as support, the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger could be used to its maximum potential. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. Although the two-star beasts were already dead, the essence of their bodies was still there. With the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger as the medium, they continuously converted abundant vital core for Xiaoduo to absorb and digest. This was enough to last for a long time. After 8 hours, Xiaoduo completed the third compression. Xiaoduo, whose strength had improved again, looked around to check his gains so far and the changes inside the Tower of Annihilation. The first thing that caught Xiaoduo's attention was the two spots of yellow light that had been quiet all this time, which were the two saber-winged tigers. At this moment, the yellow light changed again. In the blurry light, the shadow of a tiger could be vaguely seen. It was just that its size was very small. The two balls of yellow light that wrapped around the two saber-winged tigers were only about the size of a 20-kilogram watermelon. Xiaoduo was worried about this. Would the two saber-winged tigers be crushed inside? He did not know when they would come out. After 8 hours of cultivation, the Heart of the Sun had absorbed all the vital core that had accumulated and dissipated during this period of time. The temperature inside was just right, warm, and comforting. In the earth vein that Xiao Long had built, there were many spiritual herbs buried one after another. Probably because the earth vein was relatively limited, it could only maintain the status quo and not wither. As for the growth, forget about it. In this regard, Xiaoduo did not have any good ideas. There was no place to collect the jade powder of astral souls here. The corpses of the Centipede King and the Serpent King lay a little further away, without any signs of life. It had to be said that the quality of the two king-level astral beasts was really good. Xiaoduo had been absorbing the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger crazily for 8 hours, but the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger was still full and glowing red. On the other hand, the astral beast corpses whose blood essence was being sucked out did not lose any color. Xiaoduo no longer extracted the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger's energy. After all, he had just finished suppressing it. Although he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, his whole body still felt uncomfortable, as if it had been cut off and reconnected. This was the delicate moment when the extreme discomfort was just about to turn into relief. How could he not relax? Just as Xiaoduo was about to relax, he saw the 433 space rings that had been lined up beside the Heart of the Sun. At the same time, he saw the centipede leg that had been roasting for a long time. The moment he looked at it, he immediately felt his stomach, which had not eaten for a long time, acting up and making a rumbling sound. No wonder I kept feeling that something was missing. It's because I'm hungry. Since he wanted to cook, Xiaoduo shook his hand and took out the cat spirit sword. Today, I'll make a king-level barbecue. Let's have a taste. Xiaoduo took a step forward. First, he used his energy to protect his hand. Then, he pressed down on the centipede's leg. He still felt that the black hair on the centipede was extremely prickly, but the poisonous blood inside had already flowed out. There was more space for him to cook. With a slash of his sword, the hard outer skin of the centipede's leg was split open by the sword, revealing the white and tender flesh inside. Just one look was enough to make him hungry, especially when he was hungry. Long, come over and see if this meat is poisonous. No, it's not poisonous. It's edible. Once he heard that it was not poisonous, Zhuo felt even more relieved. He carefully picked out pieces of tender flesh, only to find that the inside of the centipede's leg was actually like that of a human's. There were even bones inside. It's different after becoming a spirit. Even a damn centipede has bones. Zhuo clicked his tongue in wonder as he asked Xiaolong, "Is the centipede queen's bone marrow poisonous?" "No, it's not poisonous. Except for the poison glands, the rest of the centipede queen's body is basically non-poisonous. The poison is basically concentrated in the epidermis, venomous fangs, and venomous sacs. If that's the case, then it's even better." So Xiaoduo carefully processed the centipede's leg meat. Although there was only one centipede's leg, he still carefully cut out more than 130 pounds of meat essence. The skin was peeled off and thrown to the side. All that was left was a pile of meat and a bone that had been picked clean. He made a big vat of the spiritual water that Changqing gave him and soaked the meat essence in it. Then, he began to process the centipede's bone. Slash by slash, he completely cut the bone and took out the bone marrow. The whole thigh was filled with 2 to 3 pounds of soft bone marrow. So Xiao Duo worked happily. Waha, the cute and obedient Xiao Duo barbecue meat. You deserve it. Chapter 613. Bone marrow. This was the essence of the centipede's body. Naturally, it had to be soaked in a small basin alone. Next, he worked on the joints and the calf. And there was a surprise in the joints. The moment he opened the joints, there was a sparkling light. He couldn't wait to open it. Wow! It was a round bead the size of an egg. It emitted a hazy glow and was very beautiful. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. What is this? So Xiao Duo had this advantage. He could ask anything he didn't understand. Xiaolong was really an expert in appraising items. He knew everything. Centipede pearl. Is it useful? I only knew about snake pearls before, but I didn't expect centipedes to be able to produce centipede pearls. It's an eye-opener. This thing is very useful. Xiaolong said, based on this centipede queen's cultivation, this centipede pearl is a first-class good. When ordinary martial artists wear on their body, aside from a few more special mixed poisons, they can basically be considered immune to all poisons. If an ordinary person is bitten by poisonous creatures or insects, rolling this centipede pearl on the wound will remove the poison. It's a miracle. That's really a good thing. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. The so-called very useful is for ordinary people and even ordinary martial artists. Xiaolong's eyes were full of disdain. For high-level martial artists, this thing is almost useless. Oh, the quality of a centipede pearl is also divided into different grades. The pearl inside the centipede's spine is the best. There are such pearls in the neck, the head, and the spine. Generally, there are such pearls in every joint. The pearls I mentioned just now are all much better than the one on the leg. That is a real treasure. It's enough to be immune to all poisons below king level, including king level, especially the one in the head. It's even more precious. Xiaolong said, it's the same for the Snake King. There are similar snake pearls in its head. There are also big pearls in every joint in its body. Looking at the size of the Snake King, the snake pearls in its head are at least the size of a bowl. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly turned his head and looked at the Snake King and Centipede Queen in his face. His eyes lit up as if he was looking at 2 gold mountains. No, compared to the corpses of these 2 demon kings, what was a mere 2 mountains of gold? Probably because he moved too quickly, he almost twisted his neck. Good thing. It was a real good thing. Not to mention the ones in his head or neck just the one on his thigh, would be priceless if he were to sell it. It would be hard to get even with 10,000 gold. Putting aside the snake pearl on the Snake King, just the centipede alone was enough. This centipede had a total of 9 heads. Wouldn't that mean that it would have 9 large pearls? 9 necks, 9 upper bodies, more than 3,000 legs. I can't. I'm going to die of excitement. That once they were all used, he would definitely become the richest man in the world in the eyes of ordinary people. Without any doubt, the richest man in the world with cash flow. His cash flow alone was enough to crush all the tycoons in the world. For a moment, Zhuo was overwhelmed with emotions. If this was a peaceful world, just by finishing this job, his life's dream would be realized. Well, if he gave this wealth to Feng Ling, would he still write books? Damn, he would have found 364 concubines to have fun. So Xiaoduo thought about it and decided not to give it to him. If I gave it to him, he would really castrate me. Then, he would go and have fun by himself, that I'm still a virgin. No, definitely not. I have to stop. He turned back with drool dripping down. It was time to start the barbecue. He brushed all kinds of ingredients over and over again until they were fragrant. He grabbed some wood and rubbed it into charcoal. He set up an open flame and let the charcoal burn. Then, he removed the flame and made a rack to start the barbecue. The only flaw is that Xiaoduo rummaged in his spatial ring. Why didn't Principal Yi prepare a few cartons of beer for me? Forget it, I'll drink this. He took out a bottle of 100-year plum blossom liquor. Xiaolong was drooling at the side. It was a pity that it was just a shadow. Even though there was delicious food in front of it, it could not enjoy it. It could only wait. Xiaoduo was rarely generous. He casually flicked a drop of luck points. Xiaolong caught it with a somersault. Instantly, it lay down on the side and moaned that Xiaolong had put in a lot of effort along the way. If not for Xiaolong's efforts, he would not have been able to reap such rewards. Since it was a meritorious servant, how could he treat it badly? The aroma filled the air and refreshed the mind. So Xiaoduo ate heartily with a mouthful of barbecued meat and a sip of wine. This is the life of an immortal. So Xiaoduo thought in satisfaction. Sigh, I'm still in a state of being hunted. There are so many killers waiting to kill me outside. I'm scared to death. Drink a glass of wine and eat a skewer of meat to calm down. So Xiaoduo picked up the bone marrow and ate it in 2 bites. He smacked his lips and felt a different kind of fragrance. Good stuff. He took a bite of the meat. The centipede meat was unexpectedly tender. When Xiaoduo took the first bite, he almost swallowed his tongue. It's so fragrant, so delicious. Xiaoduo thought that it would be a waste if he was the only one who could enjoy such a good thing. He had to think of a way to leave some for Nian Nian, his parents, teacher Qin Fangyang, teacher Hurun, and so on. There was also Long Yuxing and the others. Good stuff must be shared with everyone. Only then will it be satisfying. Xiaoduo thought generously. Such a good thing. I can't forget to ask them to sign an IO. Except for Nianyan's parents, teacher Qin and teacher Hu, I don't need to sign an IOU. As for the others, I have to fight them. Such a good delicacy. I can eat it just by signing an IOU. It's so worth it. Teacher 1. Teacher 1. It doesn't matter if you sign an IOU. Xiaoduo tilted his head and thought for a long time. Finally, he decided that it was better for Teacher 1 to sign an IOU. After all, he was not as good as Teacher Qin. There was also the old principal's friendship here. He was slightly inferior. He ate as he thought. He thought about how to get people to sign an IOU and how to collect debts in the future. Xiaoduo was immersed in it for a long time and couldn't extricate himself. I don't need any process to collect debts from Long Yuxing and the other brats. I just need to hold them down like holding a grasshopper and force them to pay up. Even if Wan Lixio can't do that, she can also threaten them through Long Yuxing and take advantage of the situation. But people like Principal Yi and Teacher would have to pay attention to strategy and tactics when collecting debts. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll be beaten up instead. If I can't collect debts, I'll be beaten up. That would be too embarrassing. But I can turn around and collect debts after my cultivation exceeds theirs. Every dog has its day. There will be a day. But what should I do with Li Chenglong? It's too hard to collect his debt. He already owes me a lot of money. If we calculate according to the ratio of 90% to 13%, the interest will compound. This guy already owes me the entire Wizard Alliance. He roasted, ate, thought, and drank that unknowingly he reached out again. Gone. Zhuo was dumbfounded. That's not right. That's more than 100 pounds of meat. Can I eat that much? I haven't been a rice bucket for a long time. He lowered his head and looked in disbelief. Fuck this ball. Is my stomach? My slender physique? My looks? My demeanor? Zhuo didn't dare to be negligent. He stood up and practiced a round of hammering. It was fine if he didn't practice hammering. Once he did, the spiritual energy in his body flowed. Suddenly, pong. It was as if a bomb had suddenly exploded in his dantian. All the spiritual energy exploded in an instant. In his stomach, along with the continuous digestion, waves of spiritual energy rushed out crazily and flowed through his meridians at high speed. If his dantian was originally a large lake with a very low topography, then, right now, it was like a torrential rain falling from the sky. Above the hundreds of mountains in the surroundings, countless raging rivers were flowing down that the crazy confluence of spiritual energy poured into this large lake. Zhuo had just suppressed the spiritual energy to about 1/10 of the height. In just an instant, almost 1/3 of the height had been filled up, and the spiritual energy in his stomach was still being digested. It entered his meridians and flowed into his dantian. In his dantian, the vortex spun crazily. After 9 consecutive revolutions, all the spiritual energy that flowed into his dantian quickly turned into thin clouds. Then, it entered his meridians and circulated continuously. In this cycle, a large amount of spiritual energy was produced in his body in a turbulent manner. It flowed rapidly and endlessly, carrying on the past and expanding into the future. The clouds in his dantian were already half full. 2/3, 3/4, 4/5. Zhuo was dumbfounded by this shocking change. It can't be. He had just finished suppressing his spiritual energy, and now he was about to break through again. I don't know why this is happening. Why is this happening? But no matter how puzzled he was, or how much he didn't dare to believe it, the huge change was right in front of him, right now. If he didn't take any action now, his meridians would be filled to the brim. Looking at the copious amount of spiritual energy that was still continuously surging and increasing, if he didn't react in time, his body might explode and he would die. No, it wasn't just might, but he would definitely explode and die. Facing death, Zhuo sat down helplessly. First, he used the icy heart technique, then the flaming sun sutra. He used all his strength and circulated his spiritual energy at high speed. Oh my God, Zhuo was extremely sad about his current situation. Long, why didn't you tell me that I can't eat too much of this centipede meat? Zhuo shouted angrily. Obviously, he wanted to push the blame of this gluttony to Xiaolong. At the side, Xiaolong's eyes were blurry. It was obvious that it was still immersed in the extreme comfort brought by the luck points and could not extricate itself. When it heard this, it only weakly cried out, Woo, fuck. Zhuo really wanted to punch this crying monster to death. Chapter 614. But now, there was no time, no effort, and no time of care. The spiritual energy was like a tide, surging madly without end. In the distance, it was already connected to the heavens. I'll bet. Aos was Xiaoduo screamed. He was sweating profusely due to the pain. However, he did not dare to be careless. If the barrier of the inner core stage was broken, his cultivation journey would be ruined. At the very least, he would not have the chance to surpass Nian Mao. So Xiaoduo couldn't accept this result at all. It was simply worse than being done for. How many times has it been? Ignoring the pain, he directly condensed his true chi and formed a huge hammer in his dantian. Starting from the top, he smashed down fiercely. Smash it once. Oh, smash again. Ah, I'll smash it. I'll smash it. Her voice was long and mellow. Moreover, it was continuous, and endless. Zhuo was still able to think despite being in an extremely difficult situation. For a moment, he even felt a little poetic. So proud. Who are the heroes of the world? Wielding a sledgehammer in his dantian? Only masters will Wu Shuang, who hammered again and again. Good poem. Ow, ow, ow. However, before he could even catch his breath, the space above was already filled up once more. Thus, he had no choice but to smash it down once more, again and again, that in the end, Zhuo was only left with the thought of continuously smashing down. Right now, he really couldn't care less about the time limit of his cultivation. The violent energy gushing out of his body didn't have to be absorbed from the world through his meridians. Even so, Zhuo's movements were still extremely laborious. If he were to open his mouth now and directly expel the spiritual qi from his body through his true essence, he would be able to alleviate some of the pain. But how could Zhuo be so stingy? It wasn't easy for the true yuan and spiritual qi to enter my stomach. And you want to go out? What a joke. Zhuo kept his mouth shut and held his breath, refusing to let out a single breath. Don't talk about breathing. I won't even fart. His entire face was red from holding it in. Only when he couldn't hold it in any longer would he take a few breaths. However, with each breath, a beam of condensed light green spiritual energy would shoot out of his nostrils and out of his mouth. TSK, TSK, TSK. So Xiaoduo smacked his lips in heartache. However, every time he smacked his lips, a ball of spiritual energy would rush out. A certain someone's heart ached even more, and he would never smack his lips again. The only thing left in his mind was to crazily compress, crazily swing the hammer, crazily smash, this time twice, 3 times. 4 times. It wasn't until the 5th time that Xiaoduo felt all the pain in his body go numb. Only then did the surging true qi slowly stop. At this moment, his dantian was still filled to the brim with spiritual qi. Xiaoduo was completely helpless in this situation, but he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Oh my God! Xiaoduo was lying on his back in the Tower of Annihilation. His entire body had turned into mud and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, his exposed skin was covered with blood vessels and meridians that looked like earthworms. They were so red that they were almost transparent. One could almost see the blood flowing in the blood vessels. Yes, more of the spiritual energy was flowing in the meridians. Zhuo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Just a little bit more. Just a boom. Is this the most direct manifestation of the strength of a beast king's flesh? When I was cultivating, I had the dragon blood flying dagger as a buffer, so I didn't touch it directly. That's why I didn't exceed my limit. Based on today's efficiency, Xiaoduo set a rule for himself. Next time, I can only eat 2.5 kilograms at most. I can't eat more than that. The more Xiaoduo thought about it, the more scared he became. What he didn't know was that this Beast King's meat was only effective the first time he ate it. When he ate it the second time, the effect would be greatly reduced. When he ate it the third time, the effect would be even weaker. By the time he ate it 5 or 6 times, the same Beast King's meat would basically have no effect. If eating the Beast King's meat could increase his foundation of true core by so much, given the ability of Elder Nan and the others to hunt, wouldn't it be unimaginable for them? It was like cold medicine. If you took it when you caught a cold, you would recover in 3 or 4 days at most. If you took it again, not only would it have no effect, it would even cause poisoning. It was the same principle. Now, I've suppressed it 8 times so quickly. Xiaoduo was actually very unhappy about this result in the current situation. Just now, he had only been suppressing it like crazy. He hammered again and again to fight for space. He didn't know how much he had suppressed it. When he felt that he couldn't hit it anymore, he quickly went back and hammered it again. Now, he had unknowingly hammered it 5 times. Including the 3rd time he had just finished, he had already done it 8 times. If his dantian was almost full now, it would probably take less than 2 hours for him to start compressing the true core in his dantian for the 9th time. Xiaoduo only felt that this situation was really fucked up. He actually had to suppress it 7 times a day. What kind of godly person could do such a thing? Then, it was necessary for him to vent his anger. He took out his sledgehammer, and in the space he aroused his whole body's cultivation and continuously used the sledgehammer to practice the moves. In one breath, he practiced 70 or 80 times until he was completely exhausted and had no strength left to continue. Finally, he and the sledgehammer fell to the ground. Practicing martial arts is really not a job for humans. Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Even though he was complaining, he could clearly feel his own improvement. Before this, when he had compressed it for the 2nd time, he had used all his strength and used the most powerful Thousand Souls hammer. After 7 or 8 times, he would not have much strength left. But this time he had to do it 70 or 80 times before he was exhausted. This kind of improvement was almost 10 times faster, or even more. In just a few days, my strength has increased. By 10 times? Xiaoduo was at a loss. He couldn't believe it. Is it really so fast? If I go back to school and say this, won't I be admired by everyone? Admired by everyone? Xiaoduo imagined himself standing on the stage with a face full of pride. He would say in a reserved and enthusiastic tone, "Actually, you can improve by practicing martial arts. Everyone, you must work hard. For example, my strength has increased by 10 times in a day. So, everything depends on effort. How warm and loud the applause will be." Xiaoduo was intoxicated just by thinking about it. He stretched out his arm and looked at it. The bulging meridians and blood vessels gradually disappeared. I'll rest for a while and continue with the 9th round. This time's mission can come to an end. Xiaoduo was still worried that if he encountered an accident outside, he wouldn't be able to compress it in time. If he suddenly broke through, it would inevitably delay his cultivation plan. This guy didn't know that the 9 rounds of compression he had done now were comparable to the 50 or 60 rounds of compression of other people. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He was too insatiable. In addition, if other cultivators of the same level ate more than 50 kilograms of king-level astral beast meat, they would probably explode on the spot and turn into fireworks. After 4 hours, Xiaoduo appeared in the forest outside, feeling refreshed. The moment he appeared, he screamed. But he didn't know that Ri, Yu, and Xing, as well as the 2 newcomers, Tiandi, were going crazy outside. Why did he disappear again? And this time, he disappeared for so long. From start to finish, it had already been more than 10 hours. Why didn't he come out? Where did he go? Was he really still nearby? The Heavenly King called to urge him. The first time, has it started? Chase that kid out and finish this round as soon as possible. There are more arrangements waiting for you. Then, the Heavenly King answered anxiously. That kid disappeared again. The Heavenly King was speechless on the spot. Because of the previous lesson, he didn't collapse on the spot. After an hour, the Heavenly King called again. Have you found him? The answer, no. He disappeared mysteriously. Just like last time. Then, in the next 8 hours, the Heavenly King called 6 times in a row. The content was the same. Have you found him? Have you found him? Haven't found him? What's going on? The 3 of you. The 5 of you. Sigh. Haven't found him? What are you doing? He disappeared once. Why are you still here? Damn. What's wrong with you? You won't report if I don't call? Have you found him? Haven't found him. The Heavenly King's voice was a little weak. Have you not found him yet? The 5 of them were scared to the point of collapse. Who is this kid? Why was the Heavenly King so anxious? What did it sound like? His nest had been dug up. Little did they know that the Heavenly King was really on the verge of tears. Disappeared again? What kind of explanation was this? What the hell? Was this a report? Or not? The biggest problem was, how did he disappear? How did he disappear? How did he suddenly disappear again? Didn't he use flying spirit to follow him? How could he disappear? What the hell was going on? How did Uncle Zwa and Aunt Zwa give birth to such a kid? He was simply a little troublemaker. Was he planning to play with him to death? Don't scare me. Come out. Yu Dongtian's eyes were lifeless. Then he swore, I definitely won't use you as bait in the future. If there's a next time, I'll let Dongfang, Shimin, Beigong, and your senior do it personally. I'll hide far away. This is too fucking scary. There was no news for 10 whole hours. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was on the verge of death. He was sure that if he called to report that Xiao Duo had disappeared again, the person who answered the phone would definitely not be Uncle Zwa, but Aunt Zwa. Yu Dongtian was 100% sure about this. Then, he would be stewed into fish soup. He should wait. Wait a little longer. Yu Dongtian paced back and forth like a lion that had just been locked up in a cage, full of irritation. But there was nothing he could do. He could only go back and forth, letting his irritation escalate. Finally, the phone rang. That kid has been found. Yu Dongtian heaved a sigh of relief and shouted like a thunderbolt. You don't have to report this kind of thing in the future. Don't you know it can scare people to death? Then he slammed the phone down. Was there an end to this? Chapter 615. The Heavenly King of the Right was furious. I'm so angry. One moment he was found. The next moment he disappeared. The next moment he was found again. Are you playing hide and seek with me? You really know how to play. The 5 of them looked at each other, speechless. Who reported it? Are you being unreasonable? You only found out when you called to ask. How did we report anything? However, who would dare to reason with the Heavenly King of the Right? That's impossible. The Heavenly King of the Right is still in a fit of anger. Beating you up would be the lightest punishment. Sending you to the Wizard Alliance as a spy. That would be the real joke. Zwa Xiaoduo had just come out when he saw a pair of legs. A pair of long legs. It instinctively screamed in fear, and with a whoosh, it was about to jump back. However, this person grabbed his scalp and pulled him over. Don't go. The person who came was the moon of the sun, moon, and star. It was his turn to follow Zwa Xiaoduo. He was also very curious about the sudden disappearance of this person. I followed him closely. How did he disappear? There's something strange about this kid. However, there were no abnormal movements nearby, so this kid must still be in this area. At most, it was only a dozen square meters. Even if he disappeared mysteriously, he still couldn't have gone far. The moon simply fell from the sky and squatted on a tree, just like that. I have to figure it out no matter what. How did this kid disappear? Also, how did he suddenly appear again? It's really too strange. If I get scolded by the Heavenly King a few more times, I'll be so ashamed that I'll commit suicide. Zwa Xiaoduo's scalp was grabbed by the person who came, and he was almost scared out of his wits. He said instinctively, I'm not leaving. Her flustered heart calmed down slightly the moment she heard those words. Yes, he was on the same side. This guy was obviously the one who told him not to run around, and also the one who shaved his leg hair. He had a very unique hobby. Even though it was safe, Zwa Xiaoduo still used the yawn contraction divine art to shrink his thing back into his body when he thought of this guy's unique fetish. The moon grabbed Zwa Xiaoduo's scalp and pulled him out. He frowned and said angrily, Tell me, how did you disappear? Zwa Xiaoduo, huh? What? The moon said irritably, How did you disappear? Zwa Xiaoduo's eyes turned, and he said, Senior, if I'm not wrong, you're here to protect me, right? The moon said, Yes. Zwa Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, You see, how did I disappear? It's my biggest secret. If I tell you, what should I say about my life insurance? You took a deep breath and felt relieved. Interrogating this brat about how he disappeared was just an excuse. As long as he could confirm that this guy disappeared from time to time, not because he was in danger, but because he was in control of himself, that was enough. Now that this guy admitted that his sudden disappearance was his own doing and not caused by external forces, the moon could rest assured. But then, he felt depressed again. You disappeared just like that, and we were all shocked. Even the heavenly king of the right was about to go crazy because of you. I was so nervous when I was scolded. I'm so fucking innocent. The moon was speechless. But he didn't know that the person who was the most speechless was not him, but the two people who were about to attend the banquet, especially the heavenly king of the right. If he knew that he had sacrificed countless top-grade heavenly treasures and risked the unknown danger of eating the 1 meter higher sky, because this guy had a life-saving method that could disappear at any time, he would be speechless. No matter how high his cultivation was or how calm his temperament was, the heavenly king of the right would probably vomit blood. Now you have to go out. The moon frowned. Go out. So Xiaoduo put on a cute expression and said, but, Uncle, it's dangerous to go out. Moon almost spat out blood. They came here to hunt you down, so why are you hiding like this? So Xiaoduo argued. What are you saying? They came to kill me, and they're so strong. Can't I just hide? Do I have to go out and let them kill me? Don't you have us to protect you? Those people outside are nothing to be afraid of. But what if something happens? What if? The moon almost vomited blood. We have 5 masters. We can even fight against the Grand Magus. We're all used to protect you. What if something happens? So Xiaoduo looked at him suspiciously and muttered, It's my life that's used as bait, not yours. Of course, you're not worried, but I'm worried. The moon was furious. How afraid of death are you? This time, as long as it's done well, there's a great chance that we can solve all the problems of the hidden Dragonheim Martial School in one go. The moon said in a deep voice, such a heaven-sent opportunity. All the enemies are gathered here, but because you keep hiding, many of the target families haven't made a move yet. As long as their people don't make a move, they have room to maneuver. They can even say that they're here to protect you. If that's the case, the hidden Dragonheim Martial School can only continue to be aggrieved like before. Why they've been so aggrieved for so many years? They clearly have targets, but they don't make a move? It's because there's too much involved in this. Today, a few families have made a move. What's surprising is that even the people of the Umno Alliance have made a move. This is the biggest gain. As long as they show up, we can catch them all in one go. You have to know that this plan is an unprecedented big move. The royal family, the military, the government, and even a few old families have joined forces. This is an extremely delicate moment of reshuffling. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when you'll have to wait for such an opportunity again. The moon said solemnly, as the person involved, taking a little risk is completely worth it. In fact, you can rest assured that the 5 of us will protect you. The others are not weaker than me. If the 5 of us join forces, even Minister Nen won't be a match for us. What are you afraid of? The moon gritted her teeth. Of course, Xiaoduo wasn't afraid. Since he was sure that the person who set the trap had sent people to protect him, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He just wanted to get more benefits out of habit. After this matter is over, there should be a reward based on merit, right? As the person directly involved, I still took such a big risk. My life is in danger. Xiaoduo put on a naive expression and bit his finger. You finally understood that the reason why this brat said so much was because he wanted to get some benefits. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel angry and amused. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You have 2 choices. Either you go out by yourself, or I throw you out. All right, there are 2 more choices. You bring out the 2 demon kings from Chief Nan. The military, the country, and the government will each give you a medal. 3 supreme medals of honor. How about that? The moon was bragging a little. 3 supreme medals of honor were not within the scope of his authority to promise. However, he knew that this kid in front of him was a money grubber. He was definitely the kind of money grubber who would rather die than give up his wealth. He said that on purpose. 3 supreme medals of honor? What's the use of that? So Xiaoduo shook his head like a rattle drum. That won't do. What's the use of that? I won't do it. The moon secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I knew this kid wouldn't agree. If you agree, where am I going to get those 3 medals for you? I really can't get them. Then it's easy. The moon rubbed his wrist. Are you going out by yourself? Or do I throw you out? I, Zhuo, have always been righteous, wise, and brave. For the motherland and the people, I am willing to give up everything. I will not give up my responsibility and will not turn back. Even if there are many risks and infinite dangers, I will go forward bravely and never turn back. Zhuo said with a face full of righteousness. I will go out by myself. Han. Zhuo's expression was solemn and courageous as he strode out. Of course, even if he was not courageous and did not walk out, there would be a foot behind him that would kick him out. When a person has only one choice and no other choice, he will not turn back and go forward bravely. Zhuo was quote. Looking at Zhuo's solemn look, as if the wind was blowing and the water was cold, as if he was a warrior who would not return, and that fierce and impassioned atmosphere, the moon could not help but praise him in his heart. This kid was quite responsible. Coupled with his extraordinary appearance, he was really eye-catching. Then that this kid walked through the no man's land with an attitude of going forward, even if there were thousands of people in front of him. The moment he saw a figure in front of him, he slipped into the grass. In an instant, he disappeared. He disappeared again. Yes, he disappeared again. Damn, the moon blurted out. Damn you. So Zhuo walked valiantly for dozens of miles, shaking his arms, his heart boiling. My cultivation has improved greatly. If I meet an assassin, I can smash him to death with my hammer. Who can fight me? I, Zhuo, am the most handsome kid in the Starry Mountains. What assassin? Can he block my hammer? Hearing the noise in front of him, 5 people were carefully searching for him. Zhuo immediately stopped moving forward. Xiao Long reported, there is 1 god-reigning realm and 4 cloud realm cultivators ahead. Zhuo did not say anything and slipped away without hesitation. A real hero can be soft and hard. A real man can advance and retreat. A real man can be flexible. A good man can be flexible. A good man can adapt to circumstances. Zhuo's latest quote, spiritual guidance. The 5 people were searching when they suddenly heard a sound in front of them. The god-reigning realm cultivator reacted the fastest. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a shiny bald head. Zhuo, he shouted in a low voice, full of joy. He was about to retreat, but he was already discouraged. After all, there were too many experts. Especially with so many monster kings there, he did not expect to find a treasure like Zhuo at this juncture. It was really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Go! Chapter 6:16. The 5 of them dashed toward the bushes at full speed. Before they reached the bushes, hundreds of hidden weapons had already shrouded the area with a radius of dozens of meters. Instantly, killing intent filled the air. In the sky, a gust of wind swooped down into the bushes after seeing that there was no one around. Bang, 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 bang. Hurry up and find out which family they belong to. If they are bounty hunters, kill them or recruit them. Okay. Zhuo ran for more than 20 miles. He was surprised and confused by the current situation. Why didn't the 5 of them chase after him? Did they stop after shooting a round of hidden weapons? What kind of observation skills were these? He had already shown his true form, and the bald guy was leading the way. It was such an obvious hint, but they still didn't chase after him. However, after sensing carefully, he couldn't help but be shocked. They really didn't chase after me? Zhuo asked himself. If he were in their shoes, he would have broken his legs and chased after them with all his might. However, the 5 of them didn't do anything. How can they be called bounty hunters if they are so insensitive to wealth? Zhuo touched his big bald head. The short stubble that had just grown out was a little prickly. You want to get rich with trash like you. At this moment, Moon's voice came into his ears. Stop wasting time. The 5 of them have been taken care of. The only thing you need to do now is to go out and attract more targets. Oh, it seemed that he was wrong. Swishaoduo was anxious about his intelligence. But could it be done this way? With this thought, Swishaoduo suddenly felt very confident. He felt that his safety level was instantly boosted. However, he couldn't be reckless. He had to develop himself in a wretched manner. Only then would he be safe and sound. Swishaoduo understood this very well. Many descendants of big shots had too many people protecting them. However, as long as an accident happened, it was inevitable that they would be killed. This kind of thing was common in novels. It was simply everywhere. Swishaoduo knew that he wasn't the son of a big shot. Although he was protected by experts, it was because he was a bait and couldn't be eaten as soon as possible. Cough. Maybe he was the son of a big shot, but the big shot hadn't recovered yet. He muttered in his heart, I want to be the second generation of a salted fish waiting for death. When will you guys recover? Therefore, safety was the most important thing in life, and one could not afford to be careless. Along the way, Swishaoduo encountered 2 more groups of bounty hunters. However, the strength of these 2 groups was not that great. Swishaoduo could handle them by himself. Spirit Cat Sword kill. With a few more swipes, he obtained another 6 spatial rings. A ring, a total of them. Awesome. But as they walked forward, Swishaoduo couldn't help but click his tongue. The Starlight Mountain Range was very big. This was common knowledge. Since it was a mountain range, there would naturally be more than 3 to 5 mountains. In such a large area, even if there were tens of thousands of bounty hunters, once they spread out, they should be scattered. However, Swishaoduo had only walked for about 70 to 80 miles, but he had already encountered 7 waves of people. Most of the 7 waves of people were in groups of 3 to 5, but there were also lone travelers. Swishaoduo dealt with 3 waves by himself. The rest were dealt with by Ri, Yu, and Xing. This bait function was quite efficient. Ri, Yu, and Xing were also helpless about the situation. If possible, they would be happy to see Swishaoduo go through the danger alone. They would only help him when he was on the brink of death. That would be the best effect. It would benefit others and themselves. It would also be the best for them to search for evidence. However, the most important thing now was not to take the risk. They couldn't take the risk. If they were careless and this kid's life was taken away, even if they killed everyone here, they wouldn't be able to save him. This possibility was not 0, but very big, especially after heaven and earth brought the attitude of the heavenly king of the right, Ri, Yu, and Xing didn't dare to let Swishaoduo go alone. This brat, you can say that he's afraid of death, but sometimes he's extremely daring. He even dared to take advantage of the battle between the 3 monster kings. If that was all, it would be fine. The situation was still under control. However, he also had a sneaking technique. It was a special method that was beyond the range of their divine senses. They would lose him if they weren't careful. This was the most likely source of accidents. What if he disappeared again and got killed when he went to do something? That would be too painful. Thinking about this result, they all broke out in cold sweat. However, they couldn't directly tell Swishaoduo to stop using that weird technique. They had to be able to see and follow him at all times. Firstly, it would be too embarrassing. Secondly, based on their understanding of Swishaoduo, he wouldn't listen at all. Yes, this kid was so fucked up. He was so fucked up that in a forest, more than 10 people were having a secret meeting. What should we do? These people were from the Wu and Gao families of Fenghai. At this very moment, these 10+ people all had conflicted expressions on their faces. Their faces were filled with melancholy. The current situation was completely different from what they had guessed earlier. It was no exaggeration to say that these people were the most uncomfortable and at a loss of what to do among the many people gathered in the Starlight Mountain Range this time. Others might be selfish and came for the reward. This group of people should be the absolute majority. There were at least tens of thousands of them. However, this group of people was also the purest. They only had one goal, which was to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo. There were also people from other forces lurking in Water City First High School. There were even people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Their goal was also clear, to protect Zhuo Xiaoduo. This group of people's goal was also very simple. The third group of people had another mission, to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo. In comparison, this group of people had only one goal. Although their killing intent didn't come from their hearts, it could still be considered pure. Only the Wu clan and the Gao clan were completely muddle-headed. And it wasn't just one person who had this kind of mentality. Everyone was just as muddle-headed, because until now, they still hadn't figured out the real intention of their families. The men had been sent out, but the clan had only given the order to observe and wait for further orders. What was worse was that the other orders had yet to come. These people were at a loss of what to do. The helplessness in their minds was indescribable and indescribable. This was really fucked up. Then why did you ask us to come out? To travel at public expense? Even if it was a public expense, couldn't you find a less dangerous place? This place was dangerous at all times, and people could die. But in fact, regarding the issue of whether to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo or not only in the Starlight Mountain Range, but also in Fenghai's Wu and Gao family's old residences, it was extremely messy. This matter had divided everyone in the two families into two completely opposing factions. They argued and argued fiercely with each other, and it was difficult to come to a conclusion. One group was the direct relatives of the descendants killed by Zhuo Xiaoduo. The other group was not. It had to be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo was quite lucky. The three people he killed were all direct descendants of the Fenghai's Gao and Wu families. They were the geniuses of their families. However, if one thought about it, it would be understandable. If he wasn't a direct descendant, how could he be fully cultivated by his family and stand out among all the younger generations to be qualified to participate in the Central Plains Longhu ranking competition? However, it was also because of this that the level of argument kept escalating, and it was unusually fierce. On one side was the person in power, and his words were undoubtedly very important. On the other side, there were many people, many collateral relatives, or those who were not valued and were suppressed by the direct descendants, gathered together and started to fight in a way that was close to abdicating. The most fundamental reason for this situation was that all the young disciples in the family were standing on the side with more people. Among them, there was no lack of direct descendants and direct descendants. The two groups of people quarreled fiercely. Gao Xiaoer and the others from the Gao family, Wu Qing and Wu Yi from the Wu family, after discovering the king of Hell Palace's bounty and the unusual movements of their families, simply went home and resolutely expressed their opposition to killing Zhuo Xiaoduo. The higher-ups of the families moved because of this and quarreled fiercely. The younger generation quarreled fiercely like a raging fire. Zhuo Xiaoduo killed Yin Tian, so he must die. This was originally the established policy that we had set before Zhuo Xiaoduo came to Fenghai. Now is the best time to go with the flow and take advantage of the situation. Why are you going back on your words at the last minute? Are you not letting down the spirit of the deceased in heaven? How can our Wu family bear the consequences of Zhuo Xiaoduo's death? Do you think that the Hidden Dragon High School will let go of the murderer who killed Zhuo Xiaoduo? The initiators will be dealt with one by one. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Can the Wu family resist the large-scale counterattack of the Hidden Dragon High School? Fenghai alone is naturally not enough. However, the Wu family's ancestral home in Shangjing has already sent news that we have to send people to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo. As long as we complete the task, Fenghai can return to Shangjing's genealogy. This is the wish that the Wu family has been working hard for generations. How can we not do our best? How can we succeed if we are afraid of the slightest thing? Haha, forgive me for being blunt. Our family has been separated for so long and has not been tied to Shangjing for a long time. But so what? Did he not have enough food to eat? Why do we have to use this method to return to the family? Do you think that when the Hidden Dragon High School send a punitive force to punish us, will Shangjing take the thunder for us? To be more thorough, The so-called instructions from the Shangjing family obviously want to take action, but they don't want to get themselves into trouble. That's why they want us to take action. I don't believe that you can't see through this. You're just deceiving yourself and deceiving yourself. How can you say that? If you want to return to Shangjing, you have to pay a price and do something. How can you go back? Chapter 617. Another person scoffed. You only think about returning. Why don't you think about the consequences? This matter can be said to be the ancestral home's inspection of us. But it's not like they're not looking for a scapegoat. When the truth is out, they only need to deny it and say that we did it on our own. They won't suffer any losses, but we will be faced with a disaster. You're exaggerating. What's so serious? Let's not talk about the hidden dragon martial artist seeking revenge. Just based on the fact that Xiaoduo cultivates the Southern Chief's flaming sun scripture, how can their relationship be shallow? Can our Fenghai's Wu family withstand a slap from the Southern Chief? Let's not talk about our family. Even the Wu family in Shangjing can withstand the Southern Chief. If they could, why wouldn't they make a move? Don't tell me we won't take revenge for Yin Tian. Just let it go like this. Times have changed, and there are priorities. Is the life of a junior worth risking our entire Wu family's lives for? If Wu Yuntian was alive, he was a genius with a limitless future. The family has the obligation to stand up for him. But he's already dead, and he died on the stage of the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition. Do we really have to break the rules and risk the entire family for a dead person? Wu Laosan, what do you mean? Yuntian's death. How can it be so light in your mouth? So Yuntian isn't your biological son, is he? Even if he's my biological son, I have to consider the safety of the family. I definitely won't allow such a risk. Fenghai's Wu family is the result of dozens of generations of hard work. It definitely can't be destroyed because of this. Bullshit, Wu Laosan. I think you're just gloating. Don't you feel pain in your heart when you spout such nonsense? It doesn't hurt at all. Why should I? The situation is clear now. I'm just speaking the truth. How many times have I, Wu Laosan, risked my life for the family? If it wasn't for the family's overall situation, don't bite randomly just because your son died. Silence. The Wu family's patriarch, Wu Yuntian's grandfather, had a conflicted and depressed expression. He was also dizzy from the quarreling of dozens of juniors, and it was hard for him to make a decision. From an emotional point of view, he was more inclined to kill Zhou Xiaoduo to avenge his grandson. However, from a rational point of view, he felt that it was impossible. Even the Wu clan of Shangjing didn't make a move. Instead, they ordered their own clan to make a move. Anyone who thought deeper would be able to see how great the risk was. Although the hatred in his heart was churning, his normal rationality was also constantly on alert. That kind of feeling of being able to draw the blade of the enemy's blade to his heart's content, and that kind of feeling of having a clear mind. That kind of feeling constantly clashed with the mentality of being mature and prudent and seeking stability. What time? Family head Wu's face was gloomy as he said, "The Shangjing clan isn't just asking us to do this. They want to see our attitude. Shangjing will also send people, but they are very cautious and won't leave any evidence behind." The second point is the question of whether or not to take revenge. If the family did not do anything about the death of a member of the family, then what kind of impact would it have on the long-term development of the family? In other words, if any of you died outside, then do you want the family to take revenge for you? Or do you want to raise it up high and let it fall gently? This matter concerns the cohesion of the family. It's not just a matter of justice. Everyone was silent. Family head Wu's complexion changed. After a while, he opened his mouth again and said, "The third point is the concern. If we kill Zhou Xiaoduo, it won't implicate the Wu clan and there won't be any future troubles. That's naturally the best." The head of the Wu clan said, "Yes, it's decided for now. We won't make a decision yet." After that, he stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly walked out. When he passed by his son, he stopped, shook his head slightly, and walked out. In the Gao clan, the argument was just as intense. But compared to the Wu clan, the Gao clan had reached a consensus in the end. The elders were still arguing, but when it was time for the younger generation to speak, the situation was completely different. Gao Xiao took the initiative to stand up, and she clearly expressed her opposition. "I object to killing Zhou Xiaoduo, and I object to participating in the bounty on Zhou Xiaoduo. We will follow the clan's initial instructions and deliberately get close to Zhou Xiaoduo and make friends with him." These words were exactly the same as what Wu Yinhai had said. However, the words that followed were completely different. Chapter 618. Gao Qiao. Er's voice was crisp but deep. She said, "I've been in contact with Zhou Xiaoduo for a while now. Although it hasn't been a long time, I have to say that this kid's personality is very likable. His despicable personality and the way he conducts himself without hiding his intentions make it hard for people to dislike him. When I'm in contact with this person, I often feel angry and amused at the same time. I have the urge to beat him up, but I can't bear to kill him. This is probably one of his characteristics. The second thing is, Zhou Xiaoduo, besides being an absolute genius, has a deep foundation that no one can compare with. His temperament and perseverance are even more outstanding. Once he grows up, he will definitely be one of the giants of his generation. Based on this point alone, it's worth investing in him for a long time, and we don't have to worry about the investment going down the drain. As long as he's alive, there will be returns. It's better to be friends than enemies. Moreover, he has the support of Chief Nan, many of the principals and higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School, and many teachers of the high school. For example, Principal Gu of Watertown No. 1 Middle School is this person's real connections. At least in my opinion, it won't be easy for him to die even if he wants to. If we have a good relationship with Zhou Xiaoduo, we don't have to worry about the threat of these forces at all. But on the other hand, once we make a move, no matter whether we succeed or fail, we will have to pay the risk of the destruction of our entire family." Speaking of this, Gao Qiao paused. Her eyes were shining. She took a deep breath and finally continued. "What I'm going to say next is the future of the family. The greatest future. It's still about Zhou Xiaoduo. What I've said above about Zhou Xiaoduo are all things that can be seen in front of us. It's just a prediction of the gains and losses and the consequences of this reward." But, Gao Qiao emphasized, if we look at it from a long-term perspective, based on Zhou Xiaoduo's level of genius, as long as he make a little progress, he will definitely become the co-leader of this batch of Hidden Dragon High School students, as well as the students of the previous batch who are currently in grade 2. These words caused everyone to raise their heads abruptly. Their eyes were burning. This was a direction that no one had considered before. And such a leader, no matter if it's in the pugilistic world, in the business world, in the political world, or even at the front lines, there's no need for us to explain how important he is. Even if they don't take special care of us, fighting side by side and making contributions together is also an intangible benefit. Think about it. When these two batches of students obey his orders on the battlefield, obey his orders in the business world, support his decisions in politics, and support the people he supports. In this kind of high martial arts school, especially the genius graduates from the 3 key high schools, as long as they don't die, every one of them will become the leaders of their respective clans in the future. This is an extremely huge circle of interests. And now, with Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing, and the support of Meng Zhangjun and the others, this circle of interest can be confirmed from now on. As long as Zhou Xiaoduo doesn't die, he will definitely become a giant with him as the core in the future. He will gradually grow, stabilize, and take shape. What's more, she emphasized, when that time comes, this circle of interest will definitely have a characteristic of being resolutely exclusive. I don't need to explain the reasons behind this. I believe the elders will naturally understand. The elders of the Gao family nodded slowly. Even Gao Yin'er and Gao Pinger's father frowned and nodded slowly. Gao Qiao. Er's thoughts were unusually clear, and she spoke eloquently. Right now, we're even starting to worry that we won't be able to squeeze into this circle and get on this fast train. That's why when we received the order from our clans, we only wanted to make friends at first. But now we're working hard, try to break into this circle and become established members of this circle. Many people are rejecting us and competing with us because we're not in Class 1. We're not Zhua Xiaoduo's natural team. Every time we come into contact with Zhua Xiaoduo, there will always be people from Class 1 who will come to interrupt us. It's always like this. How can it be unintentional and accidental? Perhaps the current students of Class 1 don't understand their own mentality because of their lack of experience. They can't recognize the huge benefits involved in this. They don't know how much of the cake one more person will take. But for those of us who have been educated about the interests of our clans for many years, we've long understood the reason behind this. This is a kind of mentality. They've already recognized Xiaoduo as the absolute core. They've already accepted him wholeheartedly and are afraid that others will come and take a share of the cake. It's an instinctive rejection before they realize the gains and losses. That's why our contact has been sabotaged intentionally or unintentionally. But when they grow up a little more, they'll understand the reason we understand now. They'll become completely exclusive. When that time comes, needles won't be able to pierce through and water won't be able to pour in. Any plans will be too late when that time comes. Now, if you want to enter this circle, you only need to pay with sincerity and friendship. The price can be said to be cheap. But if you want to enter this circle in the future, I'm afraid you'll have to put your life on the line. Countless people's lives will be sacrificed in front of them in order to open up a gap in their hearts. Even so, it may not be useful. Let's not talk about other things. Take Li Chenglong, who follows Zhua Xiaoduo blindly, as an example. Li Chenglong is a person who is resourceful, knowledgeable, and clever. If Zhua Xiaoduo wasn't in Hidden Dragon, Li Chenglong would be another #1 genius, the absolute core. But such a person is willing to be Zhua Xiaoduo's henchman. The reason behind this is extremely terrifying when you think about it carefully. We often joke that Zhua Xiaoduo actually brought a hairdryer with him when he came to martial arts. However, no one can deny that the value of this hairdryer is unimaginably high. At the very least, it's a leader-level hairdryer. Gao Qiao said a lot in one breath. Her pretty face was a little red. She stopped to catch her breath and said, "Now, we have to keep working hard, keep in touch, keep trying to invest, and even reminds Xiaoduo of the plan to betray our ancestral home. Only then can we have a slight possibility of entering this circle." But this is only a possibility. He didn't accept it. The way Li Chenglong looks at the Gao family is always deep and unpredictable. I've said so much, and I believe that the elders should understand that Li Chenglong's influence on Zhua Xiaoduo is huge. It's not something that can be swayed by ordinary people. If at this delicate moment, we have to deal with Zhua Xiaoduo instead, let's not talk about the consequences of killing him. Even if he doesn't die and comes back alive, with this kind of thing happening, with our current age and experience, we definitely can't face and interact with him like we did when we invested in Zhua Xiaoduo. In our hearts, whether it's guilt or guilt, it will make our relationship become indifferent again. And that's the same as cutting ourselves out of this circle. It's easy to leave such a circle, but if we want to enter again, it's impossible. At least in my opinion, this is the biggest loss for the family. Speaking of which, if we kill Zhua Xiaoduo and get revenge, and our whole family is wiped out, we don't have to consider so many things, and we don't have to worry about paying the price. Gao Qiao said, whether it's selfish, public, or from the standpoint of the family, or even from the perspective of the future, we can't do anything about Zhua Xiaoduo. Not only can we not do anything, but we also have to do our best to rescue him. It's best if a few people die because of this. Gao Qiao took a deep breath and continued talking like a machine gun. Let's do it this way. If someone of the younger generation can enter this circle, we have to hand over a ticket to get out. If we can enter because of this, we'll have a considerable advantage. After all, there was a blood feud between the two sides. Not only did we not take revenge, we didn't hit him when he was down. Instead, many people died trying to rescue him. This is repaying evil with good. Whether it's practical or not, Zhuo Xiaoduo has to be grateful. No matter how heartless Zhuo Xiaoduo is, he knows in his heart that he once killed people from our family, and we didn't take revenge on him. We don't ask for much in return. As long as he thinks this way, in the future, our side will deviate more than others. This is human nature. Generally, people who can become the core of this kind of group have such charisma. And with such a charismatic personality, there was no one who didn't value friendship. Even if it's just on the surface, in order to convince people, he has to act like this. And for us, having such an attitude is enough. It's worth the price of the ticket. This is our biggest advantage. I'm a girl. When I get married in the future, I'll no longer be a member of the Gao family. But now, for the sake of the family, I have to say whatever I want to say, whatever I can think of. After all, the Gao family is my root. It's the one I can rely on. Gao Qiao stood there, frowning. After thinking for a while, she finally said, "To sum it up, this bounty on Zhuo Xiaoduo is indeed a great opportunity for the Gao family. It's a chance for us to rise. But the strategy we have to adopt is to rescue, not to kill. As for the ancestral home, there's no need to consider. In fact, because of this, they'll have to pay a heavy price. It's hard to say who will be the rightful heir of the Gao family in the future." I've said what I wanted to say. It had to be said that Gao Qiao's words made the entire senior management of the Gao family fall into deep thought. She was only an 18-year-old girl, but her foresight was so profound that it moved everyone's heart and soul. This was a true strategist. This was the true consideration of the family. All the young men's eyes were filled with admiration. The head of the Gao family, who was the grandfather of Gao Yin'er, who was killed by Zhuo Xiaoduo, was the one who was most insistent on killing Zhuo Xiaoduo. After hearing Gao Qiao's words, the hatred on his face faded and was replaced by a serious expression of contemplation. The few of you are also in the Hidden Dragon Academy. Do you think that Xiao's evaluation of Zhuo Xiaoduo is exaggerated? Chapter 619. The other Hidden Dragon High School disciples lowered their heads and pondered, recalling everything related to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Finally, they nodded affirmatively. What Xiao said is completely true, even a little underestimation. Not to mention anything else, just this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo could attract such an earth-shattering bounty. It's already evident. A Gao disciple laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm now in the third year of the Hidden Dragon High School. But if there's a bounty on me, I reckon, it won't even be worth 1,000th of the bounty on Zhuo Xiaoduo. All the youths laughed bitterly. Yes, it's worth money. This is also the value. Master Gao fell into deep thought again. After a long time, he sighed deeply. Today Qiao really made me look at you in a new light. The Gao family head pondered for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "But there's one thing you need to consider, and that is, if you want to gain the friendship and reward of such a dragon among men, you'll have to face a path of carnage. If you're on your own and don't ask for too much, you can expect a lifetime of peace. But this kind of person, this kind of core person, will definitely soar into the sky with the wind and clouds in the future. He will definitely not be willing to be ordinary, and it's even more impossible for him to be content with a little wealth. And in the process of soaring into the sky, there will definitely be countless wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Most likely, the core person will be fine, but his followers will definitely be covered in corpses along the way. You've also read novels, so you naturally understand a principle early on, and that is, basically, all the main characters have the destiny of being a jinx. Among the people around him, there won't be many who can walk through the wind and rain with him. If you want to walk this path, you have to be prepared. You don't know when your own corpses will pave the way for him. This is the real path of wind and clouds. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said, Grandpa, we also have a heart that's unwilling to be ordinary. Master Gao's gloomy face finally revealed a trace of a smile. He turned his head and looked at Gao Yin, and Gao Pinger's biological father. His eyes revealed a look of regret. What do you think? Gao Yu closed his eyes, the veins on his face, and he was in extreme pain. But he held on, gritted his teeth, and said, Qiao, makes sense. I have no objections. Everyone looked at his face and couldn't help but feel sad. Their beautiful twin daughters had died in the hands of someone else, but the family was still trying their best to help this person. As a father, everyone could imagine how sorrowful it was. However, there was nothing he could do about it. There was no other choice. Pass down my order to the people we've sent out. If anything happens, they are to protect Zhuo Xiaoduo at all costs. Patriarch Gao's veins were bulging as he gave the order. Even if we have to all die, we must ensure that Zhuo Xiaoduo is safe and sound. Emotionally, he really didn't want to give this order, but logically, this was the right thing to do. Yes, many people's expressions relaxed. I hope that everyone will remember. Patriarch Gao said helplessly. As the victim's family, Gao Yu made the biggest concession and sacrifice in this matter. I'm not speaking up for my son. This matter, everyone can see it. Rest assured, Patriarch, we will remember it in our hearts. That's it. Patriarch Gao sighed. You are come with me. The rest of you, adjourn. That night, the lights in the Gao residence were dim. In the study, Patriarch Gao and Gao Yu sat facing each other and didn't speak for a long time. Finally, Patriarch Gao broke the silence. What happened today? It's still hard for you to accept, right? Gao Yu didn't say anything. He just turned his head to the side with his red eyes. I know you're not feeling good, but I'm not feeling good either. Gao Panyun's gloomy face became even more depressed. If you go back, you won't be able to explain to Yin and Ping mother. If I go back, I won't be able to explain to your mother either. It's the responsibility of a father and an ancestor to avenge his daughter and granddaughter. However, we have no choice but to do this now. Gao Panyun sighed heavily. Gao Yu sniffed. His face was gloomy and his voice was dull, but there was a hint of relief in it. Thinking back, Yin and Ping were too spoiled back then. Their willful and domineering ways in the past often appear in front of me. It's probably because in today's society, the so-called privilege of beautiful women really gives those beautiful girls an illusion. They can get everything they want by acting coquettishly, and the crisis of life and death can be resolved immediately by saying soft words. It's reasonable for them to be at a disadvantage when they suddenly encountered a straight man like Zhuo Xiaoduo. Gao Yu's face twisted. I know what's at stake. I also understand that even if they were lucky enough to survive that incident with Zhuo Xiaoduo in the future in the martial world and on the battlefield, this kind of thing is unavoidable. Sigh, money can't buy anything. It's indeed a wise saying. For so many years, there were many boys born in the Gao family. Naturally, the girls were even rarer and more spoiled. I really don't have much experience in educating girls. Gao Panyun sighed. Each one of them was spoiled as they grew up, unlike the boys. No matter how cute and talented they are, they still learn martial arts from a young age. At this point, the small talk was over and it came to an end. There had to be an opening remark for the father and son's late-night talk. At this point in time, the future direction of the family is basically set. If Zhuo Xiaoduo dies midway, it can't be changed. Once you enter the circle that Xiao mentioned, there's no way out. You'll be labeled. Gao Panyun's face became cold and solemn. He stood up and paced back and forth in the study with his hands behind his back. What's more, after this incident, you'll completely cut off any hope of returning to the ancestral line of the Gao family. From then on, there's only one path to take. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Gao Yu's expression was pained. It's good that you understand. So, you're destined not to be the next head of the Gao family because you have a grudge against Wei Xiaoduo for killing your daughter. Gao Panyin practically used up all the strength in his body to say this sentence. Gao Yu's face was wooden. I understand. When Gao Xiao stood up and convinced everyone in the Gao family with her words, Gao Yu realized this very clearly. I'll give up my current position as head of the family after the situation stabilizes. Gao Panyin looked out the window with his hands behind his back. The moon was bright and the wind was clear outside. The bright moon was clear and bright. I'm your father, Yin Er's grandfather. The hatred in my heart is no less than yours. I've also raised Yin Er and Ping Er since they were young. Even if Xiaoduo doesn't care, we have to be careful. Since we've decided to stand by his side, we have to be careful at all times. We can't keep this thorn in our ally's heart forever. Since we're going to walk this path, we might as well take one more step and pave the path under our feet first. From now on, the position of head of the family. Gao Yu frowned and asked, I think Gao Xiao will do. Gao Panyun said in a low voice. Gao Yu was shocked. Gao Xiao, she's the second branch. After today's meeting, the current Gao family will no longer have two branches. There's only the future of the Gao family to speak of. Gao Panyin said in a deep voice, you have to always remember that if a family wants to develop, pass on, and last for generations, the most important factor is the sacrifice and compromise between the family members. Yes, although Gao Xiao is a girl, her decisiveness surpasses that of a man. With her breadth of mind and strategy, her future is very promising. Instead of marrying into someone else's family, it's better for such a daughter to stay in the Gao family for a long time. As long as the Gao family gives her the highest authority and the greatest kindness, she'll naturally be able to stay. Gao Panyun said indifferently, so, yes, of course, the younger generation of the family must also be equipped with good assistance. Gao Yu frowned. Father, master, don't you want Xiao to climb onto Xiao's bed? Gao Panyin frowned and thought for a long time without saying anything. Obviously, Gao Panyin didn't think of this at first. Instead, Gao Yu's words enlightened him and gave him a new idea. After a long time, he said, that bed isn't easy to climb. She might as well not harbor such thoughts. If Xiaoduo wants to climb on Xiao Er's bed, of course, everyone will be happy to see it happen. But if Xiao wants to climb onto that bed herself, it'll be even more difficult. There'll be thousands of obstacles. If she's not careful, the Gao family will become the target of public criticism. Not fighting is fighting. It's the right time to use it. You must remember this point. The Gao family must stay far away from that bed. If you get it, you'll be happy. If you don't, you won't feel any disappointment. This is a brilliant way to handle things. Gao Panyun said indifferently, our Gao family, compared to many other families, has a shallow foundation. If we act rashly, we'll make enemies out of thin air. Once we provoke an unparalleled enemy, we'll be destroyed in a day. Understood. That's all for later. Right now, I asked you to come because I want you to do one thing. Between us, father and son, we must first work through our own thoughts. This is the helplessness of the head of a family, the head of a clan. Gao Panyun smiled bitterly. I'll go with you to your place now and explain to your wife. With me, I think you'll feel better. He sighed. But after a while, I'll be the only one left to deal with your mother. Sigh. The father and son were speechless. The moonlight was like water, shining on their faces. There was some relief, some sadness, and some pain. Looking at his father's bent back, the last trace of resentment in Gao Yu's heart finally dissipated. He knew what kind of person his father was. For the sake of the family, he could disregard everything and give up everything. For the sake of the Gao family's longevity, Gao Panyun could sacrifice anyone. Now, the time had finally come, when he had to sacrifice himself for the Gao family. He was still the same, without hesitation. This attack was not fatal, but it was enough to let this kid know that there were countless experts in this world. In the eyes of a real expert, it was just a joke. Otherwise, you would feel suffocated when he saw that this kid was becoming more and more like a sightseeing tour. Although this was the situation that they were most happy to see, that the 4 people in this wave of attack were all experts in the truest sense of the word, experts. Therefore, even though Xiao's cultivation had increased tenfold, he still couldn't withstand a single aftershock. However, he was 1 against 4, and his body was as agile as the wind. In an instant, the 4 of them were at a disadvantage. But these 4 people's reactions were lightning fast. They responded with both attack and defense, and were not taken down by you immediately. But the difference in their actual strength was like heaven and earth. Under Yu's tyrannical attack, the 4 of them were all shocked, and they all used their trump cards to resist stubbornly. The Morning Blade, Chain Hammer, Ghost Head Spike, Poison Tooth Whip, and many other strange weapons were all used. The wind whistled, and dust filled the sky. Their power increased tremendously. Yu's eyes shone brightly. He had found one. These 4 people were the 4 people who had intercepted and killed Vice Principal Liu back then. This was really a case of searching high and low for something and finding it without any effort. They were one of the main targets of this plan. All of a sudden, Yu spread open her hands, and a hazy and clear radiance appeared. A clear and cold crescent moon appeared above Yu's head. The light was boundless, and it illuminated the universe. The 4 people were shocked. The 5 Supremes on the right. Supremacy Yu. Suddenly, they screamed and retreated. This is a misunderstanding. Their expressions were full of fear and shock. There is no misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. Supremacy Yu attacked aggressively, and the crescent moon blade in his hand moved back and forth. The cold light of the blade came in waves, like the moonlight shining on the waves of the sea, endless. The 4 people staggered and tried their best to resist, but they could not. They were no match to begin with, and after knowing the identity of the other party, they were even more unwilling to continue fighting. They kept looking around to see which direction they could escape to. Escaping as soon as possible was the most important thing. But with this distraction, they fell into an absolute disadvantage. Bang, 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 that the 3 people were kicked one after another, and at the same time, the light of the crescent moon blade swept past their thighs, and after a chill, their blood was boiling. The 3 people's legs had been cut off by the crescent moon blade. Another person screamed and turned into a rainbow, rushing out. Yu ignored him and attacked like the wind. He dislocated the shoulders of the 3 injured people, opened their jaws, pulled out their tendons, crushed their dantian, sealed their meridians, and applied medicine on their thighs. The whole set of actions was done smoothly and smoothly. The person who had escaped had just rushed out 200 meters, and a vast starry sky appeared in front of him. Supremacy Yu. This person's voice was stuck in his throat, and his eyes were full of despair. 2 of the 5 most powerful supremacies under the heavenly king of the right actually came this time. This person was so aggrieved that he almost shed tears. How big is this? Why do I have to trouble you 2 supremacies? Don't you think too highly of us? Now that I've been caught, I can't hide what happened back then anymore. With a look of despair, the moment his body was sent flying, he bit down with his teeth. Crack. What he bit was a steel-like big hand. Supremacy Yu put one hand in his mouth, and with a clever twist, the lower jaw fell off at once. He laughed sinisterly. If I can make you commit suicide in a one-on-one fight, wouldn't that be the biggest joke? Don't I have my pride? Similarly, he crushed his dantian, searched his meridians, sealed his brain, broke his shoulder. This series of processes was very familiar. Then, he picked that person up. It was the 4 of you who tried to kill Vice Principal Liu at the Sun Moon Pass, right? Who are these people? We're not in a hurry. Let's play slowly. The 4 of you, please hold on for a while longer. Don't confess so quickly. I like to play with good men the most in my life. Remember to hold on for a few more postures. Let me have fun. With a sinister laugh, he threw the four people together. They were brothers, so they had to be neat and tidy. Now, none of the four brothers were missing. None of them could be missing. Where's that kid? He ran away. Ran away. It's okay, sun followed him. That's good. One is scorching sun, and the other is Sunday. They are a match made in heaven. Huh, how many have we caught? With these four people, almost 300. Damn, that's still early. We've caught more than 20 of the Umno Alliance's assassins. I don't know if we can get anything out of them. 2 of the targets have been completed. When all the targets appear, we'll escort them back directly and end this farce in the Starry Mountains. It's impossible to catch all of them. There are too many people. There must be a trade-off. Understood. Where's heaven and earth? In front. These 2 people look more nervous than the 3 of us. When Zhuxiaoduo came out, he looked around and found that the surroundings were very familiar. It was a scene of devastation and destruction everywhere. This is a Snake Valley. Chapter 6:21. Zhuxiaoduo had been fleeing in a panic and had actually run all the way to the Snake Valley. However, what surprised Zhuxiaoduo the most was that, after running for a while, the burning pain in his chest and the internal injuries in his body seemed to have healed. This, besides the great improvement in his cultivation, his physical fitness and self-healing had also improved. This was not bad. At this time, the 2 people who had been flying all the way here were facing off against Zhuxiaoduo. In the Snake Valley, there were many cold attribute spirit plants. There were also countless types of poisonous snakes, which were of great benefit to practitioners who practiced the dark attribute cultivation method. Previously, the Snake Valley was guarded by the Snake King and was a place of great danger. However, the self-detonation of the Snake King by the 5th snake venerated god reigning realm caused considerable damage to the Snake King and also caused the entire Snake Valley to be heavily damaged. It almost completely collapsed and no longer looked the same. The 2 people opposite Zhuxiaoduo were 2 of the 3 ghosts of Yellow Spring, Hanged Ghost and Drowned Ghost. They practiced the underworld attribute techniques. Although the other ghost, Hungry Ghost, had fallen at the hands of the Centipede Queen, and they left helplessly, not even daring to collect the corpse. Their hearts were full of sorrow, but they still had to live, so they wandered around the Starry Mountains. Although they did not find Zhuxiaoduo, they accidentally found the devastated Snake Valley, which had a lot of things they needed. The 2 brothers had plundered this place ruthlessly, and their strength was quite good. They had almost beaten up all the poisonous snakes in the Snake Valley. It could be said that they had gained a lot and returned with a full load. If Zhuxiaoduo wasn't included, they would definitely be the first to receive a share of the profits from this single vote. However, the 2 brothers did not expect that just as they came out, they would meet a big treasure, Zhuxiaoduo. Zhuxiaoduo! Hanged Ghost's eyes were shining, and his face was full of surprise. They had gained a lot in the Snake Valley and thought that their luck had turned from bad to good. Now that they had bumped into Zhuxiaoduo, how could they not be overjoyed? When Zhuxiaoduo saw that it was the 2 of them, he immediately screamed and ran away. Even though his strength had greatly improved, he was still no match for 2 god-reigning cultivators at the same time. That bounty! Where do you think you're going? The 2 ghosts of Hades and Spring caught up in an instant. The Drowned Ghost was the first to notice and reacted the fastest. He activated his movement skill and rushed forward. His body flashed, and he was already above Zhuxiaoduo. His face was full of excitement. His right hand, like a ghost claw, grabbed at the air. Awesome. That's great. With this grab, spiritual energy transformed into a blade, and with a kacha, it surrounded everything. Then, without landing on the ground, he grabbed his head and flew away. There was no need to slow down. Boss was at the back, carrying Zhuxiaoduo's corpse while he was at it. Then, the 2 brothers could immediately retreat and collect their rewards. Indeed, there was a saying in a poem, "Those who are blessed need not worry, for a windfall from the sky will naturally come to them." The wind howled, and the might of this grab was fully displayed. It actually produced a sonic boom. But what happened next made the drowned ghost's face turn even paler than the real drowned ghost. In front of him was Zwa, Xiaoduo's head. He dared to say that he was 100% sure that he would be able to grab it. That was why he used all his strength. But the last moment when he grabs Xiaoduo's scalp, the bald head in front of him suddenly disappeared. In its place was a strange object with thin, sharp spikes all around it that flickered with a dim yellow light. It was round, like a sun, and it was radiating light. It was a cold, eerie light. The drowned ghost clawed viciously at the spikes of the sun ring. Puff! The sharp spikes effortlessly pierced through his palm that was filled with true yuan without any hindrance. They pierced through flesh and bone. The spikes protruded from the back of his hand. It was a supreme-grade divine weapon that could ignore spiritual energy defense. A pair of gloomy eyes looked into the drowned ghost's eyes. The sun spun slightly, and the person asked indifferently, "Does it feel good?" Ouch! The drowned ghost screamed, but because of this injury, he instantly understood the identity of the other party. He screamed miserably and fearfully, "Re. Lord Re." Lord Re was furious. He grabbed the drowned ghost and slapped him until his meridians were all broken. "You motherfucker. You can fuck me once, but you still dare to fuck me." He casually dislocated the drowned ghost's lower jaw. The drowned ghost's strength was not bad. Although he was still far from being Lord Re's opponent, he would not be defeated so miserably in one move. It was really because Lord Re had chosen the right time to enter the battle. The moment the drowned ghost was about to grab Xiaoduo, he felt that he was about to succeed. Just as he was feeling complacent, Lord Re suddenly intervened and caught him off guard. He was like a snake that passed by in front of him, aiming for his vital point. The drowned ghost's cultivation was not as good as the person's, his speed was not as good as the person's, and coupled with his carelessness, he was naturally crippled. On the other side, Hang Ghost, who had also seen this scene, was almost scared out of his wits. He desperately tried to stop the momentum of rushing forward. However, he was in midair and had just rushed forward at full speed. Even though he tried his best to stop, the momentum of rushing forward was hard to stop that he screamed, "Lord Re, we did not mean to offend you, we." Lord Re did not seem to hear him. The sun wheel that had just crippled one of the drowned ghost's hands suddenly flew over. As it rotated, it emitted thousands of rays of golden light. The abundant and irresistible power instantly enveloped Hang Ghost. "Since you are a ghost, don't come to the human world," Lord Re shouted coldly. His body had already turned into dozens of shadows surrounding Hang Ghost. Pung, 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 that the two exchanged 7 to 8 moves in midair. It was only the time of 2 blinks of an eye. Hanged Ghost spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a broken sack. His back slammed heavily into a tree and bounced back to fall to the ground. His body was dripping with blood, constantly flowing out. His legs had already been cut off by the sun wheel. At his dantian, there was a clear and eye-catching palm print. His thick and deep royal god cultivation had already been slapped away. With Lord Re's cultivation, if he really wanted to kill him, how would he need to use 7-8 moves? The reason he had spent so much effort was to capture him alive. Hanged Ghost's lower jaw hung limply by his mouth. His mouth was wide open and could not be closed. Lying on the ground, his eyes looked at the sky in despair. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the day when the 3 brothers had become sworn brothers. That day, it was drizzling and apricot flowers were dancing. The fragrance overflowed and refreshed the heart. The 3 of them were excited and knelt down at the same time. "The 3 of us have become sworn brothers. From now on, we will share weal and woe and rely on each other in life and death. We do not wish to be born in the same year, same month, and same day. We wish to die in the same year, same month, and same day." The oath that day, for some reason, had become exceptionally clear today, hundreds of years later. It was as if the 3 of them had gathered together again and recited this oath. He, hanged ghost made meaningless sounds from his throat, as if he wanted to laugh at himself but failed to do so. All these years, the faces of the people that the three of them had casually killed seemed to have gathered together at this moment and rushed towards him. He. Hanged ghost laughed coldly, wanting to say a few harsh words to show that he was not afraid. Ha! A slap landed on his face. Wanna die? Is this the final radiance of the setting sun? You haven't said anything and you want to die so easily? Let me tell you, there's no such thing in this world. I spent so much effort to capture you. Do you think I will allow you to die so easily? Saying so, a pill was already stuffed in a drowned ghost's mouth. Hanged ghost closed his eyes, completely disheartened. Closing his eyes was the only action he could do right now. After Lord Ree finished dealing with hanged ghost, he turned around and grabbed drowned ghost's body. However, he felt that something was wrong. Taking a closer look, the ring on drowned man's left ring finger was gone. Fuck, this little bastard. Lord Ree turned around in rage, only to discover that Zhuo had already disappeared without a trace. Fuck, he even dares to steal my spoils of war. Lord Ree had a headache. This brat was clearly fearless. Relying on the fact that he did not dare to do anything to him, he was getting more and more unscrupulous. Now he had already started to climb all over his face, even daring to steal the interspatial ring. I'm so angry. So Xiaoduo ran all the way, hurriedly walking, and another ring came into his hand. Now, the number of interspatial rings that I have seized has already risen to 488. This number is really encouraging. Looks like there is still hope of collecting 500. So Xiaoduo was very happy in his heart. He did not touch any of the interspatial rings that he had obtained. He was waiting to go back and slowly tidy them up bit by bit. Regarding the sorting of the interspatial rings, isn't there Li Chenglong? Let Swollen clean them up for me, tidy them up and sort them out, then I will keep them in the warehouse. As long as I can deduct a fraction of his debt as service fee, Swollen will definitely be overjoyed. Xiaoduo's range of activity was getting bigger and bigger now. After all, he had 5 invincible super bodyguards. His safety was definitely not an issue. After a series of encounters, although the upper limit of the 5 strength was still beyond his knowledge, but from the results of their battle with the 2 Huangquan demons, their strength was really ridiculously high. It was enough to crush all the people and forces in the Starlight Mountain range. After confirming the situation, Xiaoduo could not help but become more and more unrestrained. Facing 6 people at once, the kind with high cultivation. Then, I'll retreat, and the bodyguard will take over. He'll kill while I'll pick them up. I can probably steal 2 rings. Just now, there were only 2 enemies, so I can only take one at most. As for returning the rings to Ryu Xing and the rest, Xiaoduo had never thought of this idea. I picked them up with my own ability, so why should I return them? Moreover, you didn't make it clear that I was not allowed to pick up things in advance. I, Xiaoduo, have always been a reasonable person, not an unreasonable person. With this thought in mind, Xiaoduo, who had gained more and more, was in a better mood. But at the same time, the pressure in his heart was also increasing little by little. Chapter 622. This was because Xiaoduo realized that most of the enemies that he encountered later on were people that he couldn't handle. Even though his cultivation had improved greatly, he still couldn't handle them. Previously, everything had been smooth sailing. He could even kill Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators when he caught them off guard. Even in a head-on battle, there were already a few Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators who had died at the hands of Xiaoduo. However, when he encountered a nascent Soul Transformation Realm cultivator, Xiaoduo almost couldn't defeat him. If he hadn't recognized the situation in time and used his trump card to turn the situation around, he would have been defeated. Through this unexpected battle, Xiaoduo realized that he wasn't the only one who knew how to compress his true core strength to obtain a stronger cultivation base. Everyone wanted to have a broader future in a martial arts path. Taking the nascent soul transformation realm cultivator from before as an example, Xiaoduo estimated that this guy had stepped onto the thorny road at least 6 times. He had suppressed his true core strength at least 4 or 5 times in the embryonic breathing realm. He had even suppressed his true core strength several times in the primordial elixir realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so difficult to deal with. Such a nascent soul transformation realm cultivator was already like Xiaoduo, who could easily fight those of a higher level. It had to be said that the previous battle was quite a shock to Xiaoduo. When he suddenly encountered someone who was alone, Master Yu also reminded him that the person was a nascent soul transformation realm cultivator. Then, Xiaoduo rushed forward. In the end, when the long swords of both parties collided, Xiaoduo was directly pushed back. However, the other party only swayed a little, that was all. Regarding this result, Xiaoduo couldn't believe it at first. He felt that it was inconceivable. I can even kill a cloud transformation realm cultivator. How can I lose to a Xiao soul transformation realm cultivator? However, reality was cruel. Although in the end, Xiaoduo relied on the strong combination of sword techniques, divine weapons, and hidden weapons to take down the opponent without using his ultimate trump card, the big hammer, the process wasn't smooth sailing. It was full of ups and downs, and he was half dead from exhaustion. In addition, his body was full of injuries. If he didn't have a bodyguard by his side, Xiaoduo definitely wouldn't have dared to do this. Doing such a thing was tantamount to delivering themselves into the hands of others. There are so many talents in the world. What a pity. In the end, you're still not as good as me, the great genius. Xiaoduo sighed. Supremacy, Yu was disgusted by the sight, and the urge to beat someone up increased. Tian Wujiang was alone, and his whereabouts were exceptionally mysterious. His current whereabouts were already close to Xiaoduo's level of mystery. There was no other way. He suspected that everyone he met now might be from Shui City No. 1 Middle School. They were all here to assassinate him. He didn't dare to trust anyone. He had been sneaky all the way, and he still had to concentrate to look for Xiaoduo. It could be said that Tian Wujiang was the most diligent person in the search for Xiaoduo. For so many days, he had been searching without sleep or rest. As the old saying goes, Kung Fu pays off for those who work hard. Tian Wujiang, who was lurking in the shadows, almost cried tears of joy when he saw the bald man sneaking around. He lamented that the heavens had eyes and treated him well. Xiaoduo is here. I've been waiting for him. I've finally been waiting for him. Tian Wujiang held his breath and waited quietly. He had to catch him firmly, and he had to succeed as soon as possible. Then, he would immediately flee. Boss, there's someone lurking in front. He's an expert. Xiao Long took the initiative to report the news. He's at that rocky beach in the forest. Xiaoduo indicated that he understood. Then, he muttered in a low voice, "There's a ghost at that rocky beach in front. Why do I feel that it's not like that?" Supremacy's son, who was following him with his divine sense, couldn't help but be stunned. Rocky beach in front? It's still dozens of miles away. How did you find it? Feeling? Is there such a sensitive feeling in this world? Am I too ignorant and inexperienced? However, he would rather believe it than not. There had been too many exclamations from this bastard kid. He immediately used his divine sense to check what was going on. With this look, he naturally saw Tian Wujiang lying there quietly. His whole body was disguised in the same color as the surroundings. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. However, Supremacy's son's cultivation was much higher than Tian Wujiang's. He saw it with a glance. Not only did he see it, he also recognized the person's true identity. Isn't this the person Gu Qianfan wants to kill? Supremacy, son muttered in his heart. Should I kill him? Should I capture him? This guy is now the target of Gu Qianfan's students. If I capture and kill him like this, I'm afraid that old man will turn around and find trouble with me. He pondered as he slowly approached. Sure enough, when he saw Zhuo getting closer and closer, Tian Wujiang couldn't wait to rush out. Zhuo! Ahaha! Damn! No, no, no! Supremacy's son slapped him away. He was plastered on the side of the mountain like paste. Blood directly splashed out in a range of 17 to 18 meters. After pausing for 2 seconds, he stared in disbelief and slid down like noodles. Humph, I'll spare your life. Supremacy's son snorted coldly. Just treat it as me reducing the difficulty for the students of Water City First High School. Gu Qianfan, that old man's temper is not to be trifled with. I'll leave it to him. What a pity that just as he was about to leave. However, Xiaoduo rushed over like a gust of wind and took the interspatial ring from the dying Tian Wujiang's hand. He said apologetically, "You're already injured like this. I don't think you'll need it anymore. Give it to me. I'll help you do good deeds and build bridges and roads." Tian Wujiang wanted to roar. Who said I don't need it? I'm injured. You took away my space ring. Are you going to treat me? I've never repaired a bridge or paved a road in my life. I don't need it. But when he opened his mouth, only a ball of blood gushed out. He couldn't roar a single word. So Xiaoduo wiped the blood on the ring with Tian Wujiang's sleeve and then naturally put it into his pocket. He said sincerely to Tian Wujiang, "Take care." Tian Wujiang looked at him with grief and indignation. He was so angry that he couldn't breathe and fainted. Damn you, you took it all away. How can I take care of myself? How can I take care of myself? Supremacy's son couldn't help but look at Xiaoduo with a strange expression. This kid, this style of doing things, this feeling of being so poor that he went crazy. It actually reminded Supremacy's son of a legendary figure that hadn't appeared for a long time. This style of doing things was simply of the same origin. No, it should be said that compared to that person back then, this one in front of him seemed to be a little lacking. His experience, realm, and eyesight were still lacking. He carefully observed Xiaoduo's appearance. His eyebrows, his face, this charm. Supremacy's son sucked in a breath of cold air. It can't be. Xiaoduo scratched his head. Seeing Supremacy's son staring at him with wide eyes, he couldn't help but reveal a shy smile. "Uncle, what are you looking at?" It was a bashful smile. He really gave off the feeling of being cultured, refined, and courteous. Supremacy's son instantly combined this face with a certain gentle and refined and handsome face in his memory. He couldn't help but shudder, saying in a trembling voice, "You flatter me, you flatter me." Xiaoduo was taken aback when he heard this. What kind of reaction is this? With your cultivation and strength, what is there that you don't dare to accept? Only the heavens knew that Supremacy's son's heart was already in his throat. Heavenly King of the Right's reaction, Patriarch Nan of the South, is protecting him. My brain is really muddled with soy sauce. How could I not think of this? But even if he thought of it now, he didn't dare to say it. Just as Heavenly King of the Right had said, "If I could tell you his identity, wouldn't I have told you long ago?" Mummy, Supremacy's son was on tenterhooks. No wonder, no wonder. But he was really curious. That person, he wasn't young anymore, right? He hadn't come up with anything for so many years. Why? Did this thing suddenly appear? He couldn't help but sigh. The old ancestors' proverb really didn't lie. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, the son of a mouse knows how to dig holes. Sure enough, the son of a Pishio is also a money grubber. After leaving, Tian Wujiang quietly opened his eyes. After confirming that he was safe, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It's good that he didn't die. If he didn't die, everything would come to an end. But he still couldn't understand. Why did Supremacy's son want to protect Xiaoduo? If he knew that there was Supremacy's son protecting him, only a fool would come. That was seeking death. And Supremacy's son didn't kill him? Could it be because of Gu Qianfan? Tian Wujiang was not a fool. He immediately thought of the reason. Damn it, he's treating me as a whetstone. Tian Wujiang didn't know whether he was sad or happy. Happy because he had temporarily saved his life and there was still room for him to live. Sad because, sooner or later, he would be stabbed at Hidden Dragon High School, and the rest had already met up with the people from Water City First High School. Even Grandma Sure had returned to the team and gathered together with Wen Xingtian, Vice Principal Chung, and the rest. Now, a large group of people was looking for Zhuo Xiaoduo in the entire Starlight Mountain Range. They had already circled around the Three Demon Kings area several times. But under the deliberate instructions of Ri, Yu, and Xing, they had all avoided them in advance. If they met those people in advance, first, there wouldn't be many assassins who would dare to come. Second, there would be a large-scale battle. Of course, they weren't afraid, but Hidden Dragon High School and Water City First High School would definitely have casualties. Of course, there was a third point. Hidden Dragon High School would strictly protect this guy and even directly send him back. That way, this plan would be abandoned halfway and couldn't be completed. So, they didn't let Zhuo Xiaoduo meet up with them. And Zhuo Xiaoduo was also happy to have a super bodyguard following him, allowing him to take the opportunity to make a fortune. And on the other side, Qin Fangyang had already rushed into the Starlight Mountain Range. Blood splattered under his sword. He had already killed several groups of bounty hunters and was searching all the way to the Three Demon Kings Valley. Yi Changqing and the rest looked around in circles, but they couldn't find him. They couldn't even find a clue. Occasionally, they would clearly hear the sound of fighting, but when they ran over, there was nothing. That this kind of thing happened many times. Everyone came to a realization. This guy isn't deliberately hiding from us, is he? Looking for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Tomorrow is my birthday. Cough. Maybe I don't have much time to write. I'll write tonight and update tomorrow morning. Chapter 6:23. Everyone from Hidden Dragon High School frowned. Thinking about Zhuo Xiaoduo's usual behavior, he was crafty and eccentric, as naughty as a monkey, and as cheap as a bitch. The possibility of him hiding from everyone was very high. That little bastard. Wait till I catch him. I'll beat him half to death. When Xingtian had already cursed this sentence thousands of times in the past few days, he was getting more and more exasperated. In the end, when he opened his mouth, everyone could guess what he was going to say. They even took the initiative to say, being his class teacher is so fucking tiring. Sigh. Everyone rolled their eyes at this. If you're so fucking tired, give it to us. But you won't let us. You have the face to call Zhuo Xiaoduo cheap. It's all your fault. Look for the area in front. If there's nothing, let's go back to the mountaintop and wait. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. This kid. I don't know where he got his trump card from. He actually dares to play like this. In the previous few battles, his opponents were definitely not ordinary. That kid must have something to rely on, otherwise he wouldn't be like this. That was the reason. This was already a consensus that Zhuo Xiaoduo was definitely not in danger. If not, with this kid's cowardly personality, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Therefore, although they couldn't find him now, they were more and more relieved. The mountain here collapsed. When Xingtian looked at the collapsed mountain peaks on both sides and studied for a while, this should be the time when the Centipede King was playing with the ring, right? I remember it was here. Yi Changqing nodded, indicating that he didn't remember wrongly. The Centipede King just finished a battle. This place collapsed. This place just collapsed. There shouldn't be any signs. Even if Zhuo Xiaoduo dug a hole again, he wouldn't choose to dig here. Everyone glanced at it and lost interest. Might as well find a few unlucky people to rob the rich and give to the poor. They turned around and were about to leave. Suddenly, Grandma Sure's gaze froze, and she said in a low voice, "Wait. There. Why does it seem like there's movement? Something seems to be coming out from the ground." Everyone turned around. Sure enough, they saw that the ground over there. There was a faint movement, very light. It was as if something was trying hard to get out, but it didn't have enough strength. Seeing the strange situation in front of him, when Xingtian had an idea. His eyes lit up, and he quickly made a hand gesture. Voice transmission. Everyone slowly retreated, but naturally formed a large circle. Their gazes were all focused on the center area, the pile of rocks, the ground that was writhing in the pupa. When Xing Tian's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He suppressed his voice and said, "Everyone, pay attention. It's very likely that's what Xiaoduo caused that time. It caused the foundation of this place to become unstable and collapsed. Then the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. The underground is moving. It should be some kind of heavenly treasure that's going to transcend the power of the earth and come into being." Everyone held their breaths, but after thinking about it carefully, they all felt that what Xing Tian said was very reasonable. "Be careful. Don't let the treasure escape." When Xing Tian commanded calmly, "Something that can come out of the ground like this should be an extraordinary treasure. Even if it already has spiritual intelligence, I wouldn't be too surprised." Everyone's breathing suddenly quickened, and their gazes became more and more heated. There was a possibility that it was a heavenly treasure with spiritual intelligence. This was a legendary treasure, not to mention possessing it. Even if they could only see it once, it would be a great opportunity that was hard to come by. When Xing Tian and the other hidden dragon martial artists looked at the ground slowly rising, their eyes became brighter and brighter. It's out, it's out, it's out. And at that time, when Minister Ding and Minister Nin decided on this plan, they had a secret discussion with Yi Changqing. He had to catch all of those vermin, thoroughly catch all of them. Otherwise, there would be big problems in the future. Therefore, under the leadership of Yi Changqing, Hidden Dragon High School opened a gap for this plan. As expected, this slit was quickly torn apart by someone, and a large hole was formed. Since the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Tournament had been planned for such a long time, they had to give the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Tournament an explanation. The beginning and end of the Hidden Dragon Rising to Heaven plan was roughly like this. But now, no one knew about it at all. It was even more unexpected. Because of Zhou Xiaoduo's intervention, this Hidden Dragon Rising to Heaven plan had completely changed. It had become a different kind of Hidden Dragon Rising to Heaven plan. Zhou Xiaoduo was fighting at this time because a group of Jianghu people, after discovering Zhou Xiaoduo, naturally rushed up to him. These people's strength wasn't high. Zhou Xiaoduo alone was enough to deal with them. According to the previous practice, Ryu Xing and the others wouldn't make a move. They were happy to take it as training children. While Zhou Xiaoduo was fighting hard, his mind was still wandering. The strength of this group of people wasn't high, but the space rings on their hands couldn't be fake. Another bunch was in his pocket. Kill! Suddenly, a violent roar came. 8 people rushed out like lightning, crazily slashing at the people besieging Zhou Xiaoduo. "Young Master Zhou, we're from Fenghai's Gao family. We're here to protect young Master Zhou under the orders of our master and several young masters and young ladies. We're on the same side." Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Gao family? Fenghai's Gao family? Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly felt mixed feelings. He didn't know what to do. Feng Hai's Gao family, the Gao family where Gao Qiao came from, and the Gao family where he killed 2 genius girls? Are they really here to rescue me? He thought of the message Gao Qiao and Gao Chengxiang sent when he left the city. Come back quickly. Danger. From this message, it wasn't hard to tell that these 2 people must know something. But even if there was a precedent, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still surprised that the Gao family sent people to rescue him. Well, are they really here to rescue me? Or are they here to kill me in the name of rescuing me? When you've experienced more, you'll naturally understand my current, normal state of mind. Revered Lord Ri smiled faintly and patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder. I will remember it and never dare to forget it. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded solemnly. Regarding these words, limited by his experience and knowledge, he still didn't understand much. But he understood that these were the life experiences of revered Lord Ri. It was the philosophy of life imparted by a senior who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. I cannot understand it when I listen, but in the future, I will remember it in my heart and slowly understand it thoroughly. Zhuo Xiaoduo's greatest advantage was that he was humble and open-minded. When he saw his own shortcomings, he would immediately correct them. When he saw the strengths of others, he would immediately learn. As for the chicken soup for the soul that his classmates grumbled about, he never rejected such things. In the educational message that Zhuo Chonglu once sent to Zhuo Xiaoduo, he said, "Chicken soup for the soul. After listening to it too much, you will naturally be annoyed." Therefore, young people nowadays are tired of drinking this kind of chicken soup. But what I want to tell you is, perhaps chicken soup for the soul may not have much effect, but if you drink this bowl of chicken soup, at least it won't poison you to death. At least, it is nutritious. Otherwise, why would it be called chicken soup? Why not call it arsenic soup? All chicken soup for the soul is the experience of the predecessors. Some even contradict and repel each other when put together, but it depends on how you look at it and understand it from different points of view. When you impatiently say that it is just a bowl of chicken soup and repel it, you will naturally not get the nutrients in the chicken soup. This is the inevitable result. So Xiaoduo had always seriously considered and followed his father's words. It was probably because of this that he developed a characteristic of accepting all rivers into the sea. If it makes sense, I will accept it, no matter how annoying it is. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not annoyed by Sun Sage's repeated preaching. On the contrary, he was very grateful. These were all life-saving experiences on the battlefield of the Jianghu. Although he said this to some people in a peaceful big city, there would still be too many people who disdainfully tilted their head. Fuck, another bowl of chicken soup. The people of the Wu family had been waiting for an opportunity and for the next order from the family. But when they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo being besieged, they did not know what to do, how to deal with it, how to face it. Go forward to rescue him, or add insult to injury. Without further orders, they could only choose to bide their time. They also saw that the people of the Gao family rushed forward and reported the news back to the family. But the main family was still in an endless stalemate that, when he turned back, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already disappeared without a trace. After hundreds of battles, Sun Sage was also protecting Zhuo Xiaoduo while constantly dealing with affairs. The people of the Wu family in Shangjing have been confirmed. The people of the Wei family have been confirmed. The evidence is conclusive. The people of the Gao family have been confirmed. The people of the Lu family have been confirmed. There were also people of a few families who had been caught. But Minister Nan asked for a few more days, because the interrogation needed time. From the many families involved in the case, they had to figure out who was the one who arranged everything. And where did the people of the Umno Alliance start? But for the next few days, they really did not need to fight anymore. Of course, it was not impossible for them to seize more. Therefore, Zhuo was allowed to join the people of the Hidden Dragon High School. Here, one thing had to be mentioned. The people of the Hidden Dragon High School had taken a great advantage of helping Zhuo this time. If they had followed the initial plan, Sun, Moon, and Star would have only protected Zhuo. If the people of the Hidden Dragon High School had found Zhuo early, at this point in time, it was inevitable that they would have suffered heavy casualties. It was even possible that they would have been completely wiped out. But after the repeated cycle of Xiaoduo acting as bait in the front, and when someone attacked, the 5 masters at the back personally took care of the situation. The people of the Hidden Dragon High School were all unharmed. Instead, they had profited greatly and gained a lot. This had to be said to be a miracle. The 5 people, including Sun, Moon, and Star, who were hiding in the dark, watched Xiaoduo join the people of the Hidden Dragon High School. That should be Xiaoduo's teacher, right? He actually punched and kicked him as soon as he came up if this guy's guts were not small. He actually dared to fight like this. He was really sharp, but it was too enjoyable to watch. They wished they could be in his place. After all, the 5 of them had been dissatisfied with this guy for a long time. He watched as this brat was slapped, kicked, and beaten up by this group of people. His bald head was being tossed here and there, that in an instant, his ears were pinched red. Lord Sun became more and more envious. He couldn't help but think of his teacher. When I have time, I have to go back and see my teacher. I haven't seen him in a long time. Thinking about it, he sighed and touched his head. Every time he went back, the old man would be angry and stare at him. Why haven't you found a wife yet? You're about to die of old age. How long are you going to wait? Since you're here today, you're not allowed to leave. Don't move. I'll introduce you to a few. He still had lingering fears. Chapter 6:27. Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing and the others finally saw Xiaoduo, who they hadn't seen for a long time. How could they tolerate Xiaoduo's temper? They escorted this kid and began to withdraw. Naturally, there were endless battles along the way. However, too many experts had already been dealt with previously. The remaining ones were mostly bounty hunters. It was rare for a large group of people to gather together. Naturally, they were much easier to deal with. 3 days later, everyone from Hidden Dragon High School, including Xiaoduo, withdrew from Starlight Mountain Range. 4 days later, they returned to Fenghai City. Under Lord Ri's insistence, the 5 of them remained invisible to protect them. Watching this group of people enter Fenghai City and enter Hidden Dragon High School, they finally let out a sigh of relief. All right, you two go back and hand in your orders. We will continue to stay here and list Starlight Mountain Range as a military area. From now on, it will be a forbidden area. Okay, the 5 of them parted ways. Watching heaven and earth leave, Lord Yu finally couldn't help but ask, Big brother, your attitude changed a lot. What's going on? Lord Ri chuckled, his face full of wrinkles like a blooming chrysanthemum. Guess. How am I supposed to guess? Why don't you tell us? You can't guess? I can't. I won't tell you. Fuck. Shangjing. Shangjing had been in chaos for 3 whole days. First, the entire Shangjing's network collapsed. Other than the military's private line, all other modern facilities, as long as they were related to the network, were all unusable. Phones and computers could only play standalone games. They couldn't even maintain basic calls that countless people were cursing. Countless companies were stomping their feet, and countless bosses were on the verge of bankruptcy. However, looking at the aura that was constantly gathering in the sky and getting bigger and bigger, everyone understood one thing. Perhaps, or probably, something big was going to happen. Looking at this situation, it seemed like a big battle was going to happen. A whole team of 1,000 Yinhua experts gathered in the sky and formed a square formation. From all directions, countless experts rushed over after receiving the news. As time passed, more and more people came. Chief Nan's burly body was on the roof of the Ministry of Finance, holding a phone in his hand. The screen was flashing. Everyone who saw it was speechless. There's no internet in the country, but you're chatting on your phone. Is this really okay? Showing off so much, being so smug, and being so smug at such a high altitude. The department head really knew how to play. Showing off in front of the whole nation. You don't have an internet cafe? Ha ha, I do. The old women rolled their eyes and touched the mobile phones in their pockets. Other than Snake of Gluttony, Solitaire, and other games, they couldn't play anything else and could only be used as bricks. They were speechless. You could be even more arrogant. Behind Chief Nan of the South, there were 10 orderly messengers who stood quietly, waiting for orders. Chief Nan looked at the messages that came in one after another on his phone with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. The first target. The Chief of the South ordered in a deep voice, Shangjing the Gao family. Capture the entire family, young and old. Time limit 5 minutes. Behind him, a messenger suddenly disappeared. Nan Fong looked at another message. Wu family same. He couldn't help but sigh. The third clan, Wei clan. Lu family. Nan Fong felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. These 4 clans, which one of them didn't have many heroes? Which one of them wasn't a meritorious clan? Countless ancestors shed their blood, died on the battlefield, and heroically killed their enemies in exchange for today's prominent status and generations of clans. At the same time, all the major cities in the Yinwu Empire were under military control. Through the direct network of the military headquarters, information was transmitted smoothly and orders were issued for arrest. Everyone on the list was arrested, with no exceptions. I only want results. I only want to ensure that the culprits are caught. Whoever escapes from the hands of the culprits will be charged with the same crime. The orders of the Southern Chief were cold and even cold-blooded. I don't care if there are spies in the military. However, the families of the people on the list may not be sentenced to death after they are arrested. However, if any of the soldiers let them go, the soldier himself and his entire family will be charged with an additional crime. All of them will die. As long as the spies are willing to sacrifice themselves, they can escape. Under such a resolute order, there was no possibility of favoritism. Who would be willing to exchange their family's lives for someone else's? Moreover, their standpoints were different. All the spies who jump out, even if their families aren't in the Astral Souls continent, will be included in the 9 Heavens Pavilion's must-kill list. From the dying to the weak to the newborn, everyone's names will be on the list. There are no exceptions. However, as long as there is one person, the kill order will not be lifted. The mission will only be canceled after all of them are dead. The orders became stricter and stricter. They fell into the hands of the various military departments like lightning from the 9 heavens. After receiving the orders, almost everyone went crazy. Everywhere was filled with orders like, if you don't complete the mission, bring your head to me. Shangjing's Gao family. The Gao family's patriarch, who was in a secret chamber, had an ashen face. 2 days ago, with 2 loud booms, the secret escape tunnel that had been prepared long before the establishment of the family, leading to the outside of Shangjing City, collapsed. From that moment onwards, everyone in the Gao family was only allowed to enter and not leave. They were all under control. They were only waiting for evidence and for arrest. If it was proven that the Gao family was innocent in the end, it would just be an apology or some compensation. However, if it was proven and the evidence was conclusive that the Gao family's patriarch's heart was as clear as a mirror, this time the Gao family was doomed. Walnut. Walnut. The Gao family's patriarch looked at the round walnut in his hand. He looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. Master Bai, I finally understand what you mean. You're saying that the Gao family is just a walnut. It looks tough, but under a hammer, it can't withstand a single blow. Perhaps it's better to teach me to give up early and to live peacefully. Only then can I escape this disaster. Ha ha ha. You're right. I misunderstood. The Gao family's patriarch exerted force in his hand, and the walnut in his hand was instantly crushed into powder. The Gao family was once a family of generals. The Gao family's patriarch was choked with sobs. I'm just asking for a few high positions to make the family one step further, to protect the glory of our ancestors. Why do we have to go to this extent? Why do we have to go to this extent? At this moment, there was another loud bang. A team of more than 100 people slowly descended from the sky. The main gate of the Gao family's ancestral home was smashed with a bang. Fully armed soldiers rushed in from all directions, completely surrounding the Gao family's residence. We're following orders. No one is allowed to resist. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Such a stern voice rang out continuously throughout the Gao family's ancestral home. It was as if the voice was echoing. On both sides were the Wei family's ancestral teachings written by Wei Zhongyuan himself. A loyal heart only serves the country, full of righteous blood guards, astral souls. Beside the Grand Magus, there were many statues in military attire. They were lined up on both sides, densely packed. There were more than 190 of them. These were the ancestors of the Wei family who had sacrificed themselves in the Sun-Moon Pass for thousands of years. All of them were furious, as if they were reprimanding these unfilial descendants. The Wei family head knelt at the front, his eyes lifeless. Now, their only hope was the meritorious deeds of their ancestors and their final protection. They hoped that the meritorious deeds of their ancestors would be able to make the royal family and Minister Nan, who was in charge of law enforcement, give them a way out. Countless soldiers swarmed in from all directions, bringing with them the biting cold wind. However, when they arrived, they could not help but lighten their footsteps and stop. They stood at attention. Looking at the solemn ancestral hall in front of them, they did not make any further movements. The soldiers who wanted to arrest the Wei family looked at the Wei family's ancestral hall and the statues of the heroes of their predecessors. Their hearts were filled with an indescribable feeling. Escort those 4 clans to the Ministry of Finance. Settle them in the courtyard and give them a few tents. I like to see who dares to cause trouble under my watch. That night, Nan Zhengxian was dressed in a rare military uniform. He had reverted to the uniform of the Southern Army's marshal. Carrying incense and strong wine, he went out alone. He first went to the Wu family's ancestral hall. First, he burned some incense and candles. Then he sat there cross-legged, placed bags of food, and opened jars of wine. Don't say that I didn't take good care of your descendants. Brother, if you were all alive and saw this, you would have acted faster than me. It wouldn't have come to this. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's drink. Let's drink. Don't worry, your descendants will be left behind. Your shelter will also be reserved for you. Brother, let's drink. Then, he went to the Gao family's ancestral hall. Finally, he went to the Wei family's ancestral hall. Nan Zhengxian was speechless as he looked at the statues that filled the room. Zhongyuan, Nan Zhengxian stood with his hands behind his back. He gently touched Wei Zhongyuan's statue with a white towel in his hand. He wiped the statue until it was spotless. I've wanted to uproot your family since 10 years ago. Nan Zhengxian sighed softly. As a man, I hate unworthy wives and unworthy sons the most. Zhongyuan, today, whether I accompany you or you accompany me, let's have a good drink. I'll drink with you. I know you won't feel good today. You can accompany me. How can I feel good in my heart? Nan Zhengxian drank the whole night. He accompanied his old brothers and the heroic spirits of his old subordinates as he reminisced about the past. At dawn, he finally returned home, singing military songs. He did not circulate his energy to expel the smell of alcohol. He allowed himself to be drunk. The interrogation of all parties was in full swing. After the arrest, network communications were also fully restored. Until the afternoon, the Crown Prince came to discuss matters with Chief Nan on behalf of the Emperor. After sobering up, Chief Nan got out of bed. He was about to speak when he suddenly received an urgent report. Emergency report from the Hidden Dragon Institute. Speak. This. The adjutant's eyes darted around. The Crown Prince understood. I'll leave for a while. Chief Nin laughed. What's there to leave for? You say it out loud. What is it that the Crown Prince can't hear? Yes. The adjutant's face turned bitter. But since the order was given, he naturally had to obey. The Hidden Dragon Institute has caught the culprits who killed the vice principal's 2 granddaughters. There are also the 4 culprits who ambushed Yi Chongqing. But there are a lot of people involved. The person who came in to report was Nan Zhengqian's adjutant. He also knew the severity of the matter. On the other hand, Chief Nin had just woken up from a hangover and did not think in that direction. He really didn't expect that the news he received this time would be so explosive, so shocking, so coincidental, and so right by a stroke of luck. Beside him, the Crown Prince, who was sitting gracefully and as steady as a mountain, jumped up when he heard this. His eyes were bloodshot. What? His voice was so loud. Chief Nin immediately had a feeling. This is bad. This is bad. He could not help but glare at the adjutant. How could this kind of thing be said in front of the Crown Prince? For so many years, the Crown Prince had been unable to forget this matter. The Crown Prince rushed in front of the adjutant and grabbed the phone. He only took a glance at it, but he suddenly bristled with anger. The Prince of Zhongyuan, the Crown Prince roared. His eyes were about to crack. Roar. Nan Zhengqian also roared, causing the whole building to shake for a moment. It was as if the evening drum and morning bell had enlightened the Crown Prince, who was about to explode with a cool breeze. The Crown Prince came to his senses in an instant. He panted heavily and turned to Chief Nan. He gritted his teeth and said, Chief Nan, I will never. Minister Nan took a deep breath and said, You can't act rashly on this matter. You should go back and ask for His Majesty's opinion first. Nan Zhengqian lowered his voice. And so far, only the 3 of us know about this. We can't let more people know. The Crown Prince's face turned red. But I must go. If you go out of the capital now, you will die for sure. Even if I were to bring my men to protect him, he would still be killed. Nan Zhengqian said soberly. This matter is not as simple as you think. Once the royal family is in turmoil, the consequences will be dire. The Crown Prince's crazed look slowly disappeared. He was panting heavily. The rims of his eyes slowly turned red. As tears glistened in his eyes, he seemed to see the white-clothed girl from back then. She was cold and peerless. She was tall and proud. She had a face that could topple cities and a figure that was gentle and beautiful. One person and one sword defeated 2 martial artists. Countless geniuses couldn't even lift their heads and breathe in front of that peerless beauty. She even took away his heart. Every night, he dreamed of that girl's sword. Her white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a fairy flying in the sky. Her black eyes were staring at his face. That country-toppling face, those exquisite lips, and that faint smile. And that sentence, I will wait for you in Qianlong. The Crown Prince left. To prevent any accidents, Nan Zhengqian personally sent him back to the palace. He also met with the emperor and had a secret meeting for half an hour before he left. Chief Nan sighed deeply when he walked out of the palace. He felt that he was really unlucky recently. Bad luck kept on coming. I am little chick from the Eastern Army. Back then, you told me that I would gain weight. It is a pity that I am still so skinny. I must live up to the name little chick that Marshal Nan gave me. Aha, nothing much. I just missed Marshal Nan and called to ask about you. Ha ha ha. Didn't I just fight another battle recently? I used the same saber that Wei Zhong Yuan gave me. Now that I have made a contribution, it is inevitable that I will think of him. All right, Marshal Nan, you are busy. Duh. Hello, Marshal Nan, I am Little Dizzy Egg, the one in the Northern Army. Little Dizzy Egg, I lost myself in the military assessment. Marshal Nan, you and the other marshals named me Little Dizzy Egg together. Haha, yes, it's nothing. I always thought that it was not easy for everyone to live. Since Marshal Nan has taken care of me so much, I especially wanted to say hello. It's cold, Marshal Nan. Do you still remember old Wu? Wu Buitao, Marshal Nan. He died in a battle on such a cold day. Sigh, Marshal Nan, you don't know how cold it is in the northern borderline. My nose is still dripping. No matter how high my cultivation is, I can't withstand the cold wind. Hello, Marshal Nan, I am covered in hair. Hee, our brothers miss you very much. When are you coming back? When you are not here, we are not in the mood to fight and drink. It's nothing. We just haven't greeted you for a long time. We miss you so much. Yes, our old brothers are all here. Just now, Big But was still talking about the Battle of the Volcano. Haha, I still remember that LV Chongfeng was a deputy general that you personally appointed at that time. In the blink of an eye, he has died so many years ago. It's nothing, we just miss you. Okay, you were busy. If Nan Zhengxian was not in charge of such a phone call, if it were someone else, they would not have been able to handle it. Only Nan Zhengxian, the great Buddha, could sit there and calm down. No one dared to be presumptuous. Marshal Nan had been answering such phone calls for a few days. It could be said that since the people were captured, there was nothing for him to do with the interrogation. He only needed to wait for the follow-up report. However, his main job became to answer the phone calls during this period of waiting. He had a headache from answering the phone calls, but his blood was boiling. However, he had to answer the phone calls. Not a single one of them. With his official position and status, he could totally refuse to answer all these calls. He could just issue a cold order. Whoever dared to disturb him through the phone would be dealt with according to military law. Then, everything would be over. However, as a soldier, Nan Zhengxian deeply understood the feelings between comrades, especially the old brothers who were still alive. Something had happened to the family of their old comrade who had been sacrificed for many years. Even if these guys racked their brains, they would still want to ask about the situation. Now, all the calls were just to laugh it off. No one pleaded for leniency. The military was the place with the strictest laws. Who among the soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles did not know the seriousness of the military law? Since Minister Nin had personally arrested them, how could they run away? However, if they did not ask, how could they face their old comrade? Therefore, each and every one of them smiled and begged their respective commanders to get Marshal Nan's number. Then, one by one, they shamelessly called over. No one begged them. Even more so, no one asked them to do so. All of them did it on their own accord. They also knew that the descendants of their old comrade must have crossed the line. That was why Marshal Nan had personally taken action. However, at this moment, they abandoned their own principles and ran over one by one. Each of them did not even frown when they were stabbed hundreds of times by a steel knife. Now, they were all high-ranking generals who could command the world. Some of them bowed humbly, some of them flattered and said soft words. Every one of them was already so old, but they still brought up the pet names that would make them furious if they heard someone talk about them casually. They came to talk to Nan Shuai, trying to worm their way into being friends with him, and indirectly revealing their past friendship. They knew that Marshal Nan had committed an unforgivable crime. Therefore, they did not say anything to plead for leniency. However, Nan Zhengxian understood that every word that came out of their mouths was a plea from the bottom of their hearts. They hoped that he would be able to feel compassion for them. It was not for this group of bastards who had forgotten their ancestors and violated the law. It was for his comrade who had been through life and death with him on the battlefield. He was no longer here. He had the obligation to help him take care of his family and continue the bloodline. Nan Zhengqian understood this feeling. He understood it better than anyone else. Therefore, he kept his phone open and answered the phone continuously. He was not annoyed at all. He wanted this group of brothers to do their best for their brothers. Even when he looked at the names of these people who called, his heart was only filled with boiling warmth and comfort. Therefore, he continued to answer these pleading phone calls. He answered them in high spirits, and his eyes were moist. Don't worry. I know what you want to say. Don't you trust me, Nan Zhengqian? Don't play tricks with me. Go do your thing. I know what you want to say better than you do. Get out of here. Go fight your war. Am I not better than you to worry about these things? I can't spare those who break the law. Can't I spare even the roots? Do you look down on me so much? Do you think I'm purely cold-blooded? Just talk to me. Chapter 630. Chief Nin felt that if he really executed these families, he really wouldn't dare to face these gazes. Therefore, even if these old generals didn't come to plead for mercy, he wouldn't be so ruthless. In the past, he had fought hundreds of battles in the mountains and rivers. In exchange for a little leniency outside the law, Nan Zhengqian felt that he could be selfish for once. The law was indifferent to human feelings. It wasn't just empty talk. However, I'll clean up the culprits of the crimes for you. I believe you'll do the same if you're still around. Those who are guilty will be dealt with severely. There will be no leniency, and they'll all be killed. The descendants of meritorious officials will also be punished. However, I won't implicate them. If I did it 10 years later, I'm afraid the crimes would really be monstrous. Then, not even a dog would be left. Yi Changqing didn't tell Nan Zhengqian the truth. Zhou Xiaoduo was indeed being beaten up, but when Xingtian wasn't the only one who was beating him up. Yi Changqing was also beating him up. When Xingtian, Grandma Shi, Xiang Quangren, Zhan Xiaofei, and everyone else who participated in the Starlight Mountain Range rescue were all beating Zhou Xiaoduo up. This frisky monkey had to be beaten up. After this incident, everyone was really scared to death. The truth was that he was playing hide-and-seek with them most of the time in the Starlight Mountain Range. He clearly knew that they were waiting for him, but he didn't come out to meet them. Tens of thousands of assassins were hunting him down. Even though the people outside were so anxious that their hearts were about to burst, he was still leisurely and carefree. For the next few days, Zhou Xiaoduo was being served until he cried out in pain. I really didn't do it on purpose, Zhou Xiaoduo explained miserably. This was clearly a plan. You used me as bait, so why did you still beat me? Can't you be more reasonable? You're all role models. Zhou Xiaoduo felt wronged. In the end, I'd already thought of a way out, but those bodyguards wouldn't let me come out and meet with you guys. There were so many super practitioners blocking in front of me. What could I do? Although these people were usually reasonable people, they intended to be unreasonable to the end when it came to him. Forget about when Xingtian and Yi Changqing. However, Grandma Shi did not care about this. She did not know about any plan, let alone the bait. In any case, she had been so anxious these past few days that her heart had turned into 8 pieces. This little naughty monkey was actually so good at playing hide and seek that the old lady was angry. She lived close to Zhou Xiaoduo, so he couldn't avoid her even if he wanted to. All he had to do was think about it and rush up to her in a single breath. Within a day, Zhou Xiaoduo was beaten by Grandma Shi 17 to 18 times. It wasn't dark yet. Zhou Xiaoduo's swollen buttocks were gone, and swollen again. He deliberately put on an aggrieved face and greeted her with a pitiful look like a kitten. However, she didn't pity him at all. Instead, he was beaten even harder. You still feel wronged. You still dare to feel wronged. Grandma Shi scolded him as she waved a long whip, chasing Zhou Xiaoduo around the villa's courtyard. No matter how he dodged, the long whip seemed to have eyes. It stuck to Zhou Xiaoduo's buttocks and whipped him. Wait until after dinner. Zhou Xiaoduo supported his swollen buttocks and returned to the bedroom under Li Chenglong's gloating gaze. It seemed that he had passed the high martial arts school, but there was still another obstacle. Zhou Xiaoduo was nervous. His parents probably didn't know that he had gone out for training, right? Now that it was over, he had to quickly tell them that he was safe. Family group. Obedient Xiaoduo. La la la, la la la, I'm an obedient puppy. After school today, the teacher praised me for being a good kid. Father. He. After such a long time, she was actually a little amused to not hearing this kid's shouts. Li Chenglong wiped his sweat and went upstairs. His whole body was steaming. What's up? Swollen was working very hard now. He was racing against time in his cultivation. His level of effort was more than 10 times more than before. Even at lunchtime, he would do martial arts squats while eating. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of food, he would immediately go back to cultivate. In a day, he would spend more than 10 hours in the gravitational machine that with such hard work, the results could be seen with the naked eye. His progress was very fast. Although I've positioned myself as a military advisor, I can't be a weak point. Otherwise, Zhou won't be able to carry me. If I fall behind, I won't be able to catch up. Chapter 631. Something's up. Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand mysteriously, winking at him. What's up? Li Chenglong put on a cautious expression, looking cautious and suspicious. Is this guy trying to trick me again? Every time boss would show this kind of expression, I either got screwed over or my debt multiplied again for no reason. Damn, what's with that expression? Do you think I'm tricking you? Zhou Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. Ha! Li Chenglong rolled his eyes at the sky and chuckled. His pronunciation was perfect. You're making my balls hurt. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes, put the Tower of Destruction on the table, whistled, and pointed, Go in. Li Chenglong was not to be outdone, and whistled. Together. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Okay, two dogs. There were so many things, and they couldn't fit in a bedroom that was more than 20 meters long. Fisk, why are you being so mysterious? Li Chenglong knew about the existence of the Tower of Destruction. When Xingtian borrowed it and returned it to Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong was there, and when Xingtian did not hide it. Regarding this, Zhou Xiaoduo only reminded him not to leak it out, and that was it. After all, Yi Changqing had the Tower of Destruction, and it was not a secret at all. But now that the tower was in Zhou Xiaoduo's hands, there were not many people who knew about it. Zhou Xiaoduo had always been very careful when it came to keeping secrets, but Li Chenglong had always been steady, and it was not a big deal for him to keep it a secret. However, only Zhou Xiaoduo knew about the change in the flow of time and the transformation of the nature of the tower. This time, asking Li Chenglong to go in was the result of Zhou Xiaoduo's careful consideration. Even if we go in, I'll have to carry you. Amidst Li Chenglong's blood-curdling screams, Zhou Xiaoduo grabbed the back of Li Chenglong's swollen neck and dragged Li Chenglong into the tower. He had to take advantage of this. Fuck, don't lift me up. Li Chenglong's feet were lifted off the ground as he was dragged in. As soon as he entered, a scorching heat wave hit him in the face. He almost suffocated on the spot. So hot. Why is it so hot in here? Huff, huff, huff. Ow. Then he screamed, fire, fire. Inside, the heart of the ardent sun had not absorbed any heat for the past few days. Of course, the heat inside was extraordinary. As soon as Li Chenglong entered, he almost immediately entered the red-hot furnace. This was also because Swollen's cultivation had improved considerably. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear this heat. He wouldn't be able to withstand it. Regarding this, Zhou Xiaoduo was actually holding back. He roasted Li Chenglong for a full 2 minutes before using the Flaming Sun Sutra to absorb the heat. He just stood there and watched as Li Qinglong's clothes and hair evaporated in a very short time. A brand new big bald head was born. Swollen couldn't take it anymore and wanted to go out. Zhuo Xiaoduo comforted him as he absorbed the heat. After about 20 minutes, the entire space finally became warm and comfortable. It was no longer like a furnace purgatory like before. However, Li Qinglong had already followed in Zhuo Xiaoduo's footsteps. He was completely naked from head to toe. Every part of his body was bare. He was squatting on the ground with his hands covering his private parts. His face was full of shame and anger. "This is too much. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? You exhibitionist," Zhuo Xiaoduo said with extreme disdain. "Why are you covering your little worm? Fuck, don't point your butt at me." Li Qinglong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "How am I an exhibitionist? Isn't this all your fault? Do you still have a conscience? Why did you only protect my body and not my clothes?" Li Qinglong hurriedly took out clothes from his space ring and put them on as he complained angrily. "Being happy alone is better than being happy together." Zhuo Xiaoduo touched his bald head and said, "Now I finally feel a bit of balance. Brothers should share blessings and misfortunes. Don't you think so?" Swollen was so angry that he was about to explode. "You turned me into a bald man because of this reason. You're crazy. Don't be angry, don't be angry. There's really good news. After experiencing misfortune together, we'll naturally enjoy blessings together. Great news is waiting for you." The corpses of the two monster kings, the two saber-winged tigers in the yellow circle, and the heart of the sun had been hidden by Zhuo Xiaoduo on the other side of the earth vein. It was not that Zhuo Xiaoduo did not trust Li Qinglong. It was just that he had some reservations out of his cautious nature. Changlu's godchild. Relationships between people are like this. They can be so close that they can talk about anything, but they can never reveal all their wealth. Especially when it comes to treasures that you have a lot of, but your brother doesn't. Zhuo Xiaoduo would always remember Zhuo Changlu's teachings in his heart. Never test people's nature, because a test will be followed by a loss. It could not be said that there were no people in this world who would not be jealous or greedy in the face of such a peerless treasure. However, it would be good if there was 1 in 10 billion people. Take the supreme gray jade of astral souls as an example. If Zhuo Xiaoduo gave Li Qinglong 1 piece, Swollen would be grateful. However, if Zhuo Xiaoduo gave him 10 pieces in one go, he would be inexplicably shocked, but he would not be as touched as when he was only given 1 piece. Furthermore, if he knew that you had 1,000 pieces or more, he might complain that you gave too little. Why didn't you give a few more pieces? You didn't care about brotherhood at all. This was probably the difference between being indebted to someone and being hated to be indebted to another. Zhuo Xiaoduo would not test him like this. Why are there so many space rings? The moment Li Qinglong looked at them, he was indeed shocked. On the empty ground in front of him, there were 20 rows of space rings neatly arranged. 50 in each row. 20 rows, 50 in each row. That was a total of 1,000 space rings. 1,000 space rings. Li Qinglong felt that he was going to faint. This is simply, even if the wealth in the space rings was not included, just these 1,000 space rings were already a considerable amount of wealth. Space rings were not easy to get. For ordinary practitioners, they had to at least have cultivation in embryonic breathing realm to have enough deific consciousness to open the space rings. Zhuo Xiaoduo had a higher starting point. The first thing he got was the space ring that Blind Hong had left him. Now, he had obtained so many space rings in one go, which made the space rings seem like common goods. In terms of quality, more than 70% of the space rings that Zhuo Xiaoduo had obtained were better than the space rings that Li Qinglong was wearing. After all, it was the lifetime savings of a high-ranking bounty hunter. How could it not be good? What are the things in these rings that I have not cleaned up? I definitely can't clean it up by myself. It would be a waste of time. Let's do it together. It will definitely be faster. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Li Qinglong said angrily, "What do you mean by let's do it together? Isn't it just me doing it alone?" How can I not know you? Zhuo Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly. Since you understand, then let's start working engineerly. Li Chenglong straightened his neck and said, How much is the commission? Zhuo Xiaoduo said angrily, What commission? Li Chenglong said, Don't you pay when you hire people to work? You said that we will do it together, but how much can you do? Don't you have any idea? You still owe me now. So Xiaoduo started counting with his fingers. The market value is about 1.5 Umno Alliance continents. That is that. Li Chenglong's attitude was tough. As for the debt, you can calculate it however you want and add interest. But the benefits in front of him had to be obtained first. Say it. 2 rings of the best quality with the largest storage space, and 1% of the total profits. Swollen demanded. Bullshit. Why don't you go rob bank? It's fine if you want the rings, but you dare to ask for 1% of the total profits? That's too much. Zhuo Xiaoduo was angry. Get out. I'll count it myself. I'd rather work hard than be exploited by a villain like you. I'm not going out. Also, you should know who's exploiting who. Li Chenglong, you're too greedy. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Zhuo Xiaoduo was angry and started giving examples. This is like the richest man in the world. He has more than $1 trillion in assets, and he wants to know how much money he has. So he hires a few accountants and says, Count it for me. Then these accountants say to the richest man, We can count it, but we want 1% of it. Li Chenglong, do you think this is reasonable? Don't you think you're too much? Li Chenglong was stunned. Damn, it actually makes sense. Then tell me how much you'll give me. I'll give you 100 mid-grade astral souls jades. Zhuo Xiaoduo said generously. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. 200 mid-grade. 10,000 high-grade. Li Chenglong demanded an exorbitant price. Go to hell. 8,000. Go to hell. 5,000. Deal. Li Chenglong was discouraged. Based on his understanding of Zhuo Xiaoduo, he knew that he had asked for too little. Zhuo Xiaoduo crossed his legs and whipped Li Chenglong's back. You've already received your pay, so hurry up and get to work. You're a long-term worker. What are you waiting for? Even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest like you. Li Chenglong muttered to himself regretfully. I've lost money. I've lost money. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo came back, Li Chenglong had already known that this kid must have gained a lot. As his closest subordinate, he would definitely be able to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. This was the inevitable outcome. Li Chenglong knew that if he went out this time, he would also share the good things with Zhuo Xiaoduo when he came back. This was the relationship between the two of them. However, this guy treated it as his pay. This was a clear price. But this was simply bullying. I shouldn't have mentioned the pay. I should have asked for a gift. Li Chenglong felt that he had been tricked. He should have received 2 gifts, but now he only received 1. I've lost so much. He started to work on the space ring, which made him complain even more. Mamma mia, the divine sense restriction on it hasn't been broken. Isn't this a scam? Chapter 632. Li Chenglong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This time, it was even worse. He had to use his own spiritual power to melt the imprint on the ring, and then erase it. Only then could he open the interspatial ring. In this way, the workload was not just multiplied, it was multiplied by 10 times, or even dozens of times. It should be known that many of the imprints on the rings were left by Cloud Transformation Stage, or even Royal God Stage cultivators. Li Chenglong, the Shao Ant. Cough, cough. Left skinning. You're ruthless. Li Chenglong gnashed his teeth and began to work. Of course, the other worker was not idle either. Before Li Chenglong came in, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already sent Xiao Long out to continue moving the earth veins. Now, the treasures in the interspatial ring could only sustain life, but could not grow. How could this be? Eat my food, live my house, play my games, drink my money, take my money, and don't work. How could this be justified? So Xiaoduo expressed that he couldn't stand such a situation. After promising the little dragon a generous reward of 1 dd per earth vein, the little dragon happily went out to work. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the first ring was unlocked. Walla Walla. A pile of things appeared in front of him. All kinds of medicinal pills, healing pills, cultivation pills, detoxification pills, recovery pills, spirit pills. Everything. All kinds of clothes, disguise tools, hidden weapons, astral souls, jade, medicinal herbs, tints, bedding, underwear, food, drinks, tobacco, alcohol, sugar, tea, and all kind of other things. There are also 2 martial arts manuals. There were more than 100 kinds of things. It was as if he had poured out a grocery store. Moreover, it was the super kind. Li Chenglong's heart jumped in fright. Fuck. Immediately, he sorted these things one by one. Useless things like tents, clothes, and so on were all thrown to one side. These things were either thrown out or burned to ashes in the interspatial ring. As long as they were useful, they were sorted and placed at a distance of more than 10 feet. If there were any, they were directly thrown out. In this way, 50 interspatial rings were taken out in a row. Li Chenglong completely lost his temper. He directly lay on the ground and played dead. She refused to get up no matter what. Being able to do this kind of work was simply a gift from the heavens. He handled it accurately and quickly. However, in this situation, Li Chenglong was at a loss. He had suffered a great loss. This was simply bullying. It looked like there were only 1,000 rings, but in some of the interspatial rings, there were actually several other interspatial rings. Among them, the biggest haul so far was a small mountain of resources after one of the rings was opened. There were also more than 30 space rings that had yet to be unsealed. In other words, they weren't empty, but the kind that hadn't been checked yet. That this was equivalent to increasing the workload for the swelling by several times. Li Chenglong worked himself to death to open the first row of 50 rings, but in reality, he had done the work of 120 rings. Swollen felt like he was about to go crazy. Looking at the piles of various materials around him, he was dazzled. There were 120 rings, and the items stored in them were listed below. 1 piece of supreme grade jade of astral souls. More than 40,000 pieces of superior grade jade of astral souls. Middle grade jade of astral souls. More than 2 million. Various types of elixirs. 1,900 bottles. Various mid-grade and low-grade heavenly treasures. 140 stocks. 17 pieces of superior grade heavenly treasures. 27 martial arts manuals. Various types of swords and weapons. 340. And a mountain of miscellaneous items. Cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, clothes, bedding, tents, and other daily necessities were all included in the same category. But for Boss Sun, getting these things was really more delightful than receiving money. In fact, the value of these things was much higher than the Astral Soul's jade powder. Mr. Sun couldn't help but feel grateful. He made up his mind that he wouldn't let Mr. Zhou down, and he would do everything beautifully. So Xiaoduo left as soon as the matter was settled. He didn't give much. He only gave out 50 bottles of wine, 10 sticks of expensive cigarettes, more than 40 pounds of candy, and 5 to 6 pounds of top-grade tea leaves. These are just a drop in the ocean from what he had seized. However, he knew that it wouldn't be good if he gave too much. Tobacco, wine, and sugar were used quickly, so he gave more. Tea was slow, so he gave less. These were at least enough to support Mr. Sun for 2 to 3 months. However, if he wanted more in the future, it would depend on whether he performed well. If he really gave him all the high-end tobacco, wine, sugar, and tea in a mountain, Mr. Sun might just retire. As long as he sold those things, he would become a new super millionaire, and he wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. So a Xiaoduo wouldn't do such a thing. If he retired, who would work for him? In the space, Li Chenglong was sweating profusely. It wasn't because of the heat of the heart of the sun, but because of the centipede, meat. Choo-choo didn't know how to deal with it. The meat was raw. How should he eat it? Should he eat it raw or cooked? Chapter 633. Li Qinglong felt that when Zui gave him the meat, he did not say that it was cooked. Instead, he gave him raw meat directly. What did this mean? Did this mean that this meat had to be eaten raw for it to be effective? That should be the understanding, right? Besides, this was usually the case that Li Qinglong also thought of roasting it before eating it, but he thought that if he roasted it, the spiritual energy inside would be gone. Cough, not to mention roasting it, even if the spiritual energy was consumed. Li Qinglong felt that he would cry until he fainted. This was a great opportunity. Roasted it all away? What a joke. Looking at the white and translucent meat, it looked like prawn meat, and there was basically no fishy smell. But with this appearance, the taste should not be too bad. He would just treat it as sashimi. Li Qinglong only hesitated for a few seconds before he opened his mouth and took a big bite. Sure enough, other than a slight fishy smell, there was no other feeling. After chewing a few times, there was a faint sweetness. Fearing that he did not chew enough and could not use the spiritual energy, he closed his mouth tightly and chewed slowly in his mouth. He chewed the raw meat over and over for 5 minutes, savoring the aftertaste for a long time before he stretched his neck and swallowed it. He carefully put the rest of the meat away and began to circulate his energy to digest it. A few minutes later, Li Qinglong subconsciously screamed. He only felt that there was a sudden explosion of spiritual energy in his stomach. Countless spiritual energy suddenly emerged and rushed towards the meridians all over his body with an explosive force. The spiritual energy in his dantian that had just been compressed was rapidly increasing at a terrifying speed. Fearing for his life. It can't be, right? Only one bite. Li Qinglong didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly circulated his martial arts with all his strength to digest the abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in his dantian grew denser and denser. Even though his dantian rotated faster and faster until it reached its limit, the spiritual energy rushing up from his stomach was still endless. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know, and neither did Li Qinglong. Li Qinglong's idea was correct, although Zhuo Xiaoduo ate a lot. The amount he ate was dozens or even hundreds of times more than swollen, and a piece of meat was worth several kilograms. However, masters were roasted the meat and ate it. Naturally, a lot of spiritual energy would be wasted during the roasting process. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo benefited a lot before, it was only because of the large amount. It could be said that it was a real luxury, a waste, a reckless waste of a treasure. So Xiaoduo did not think that Fei would be so stupid as to eat it raw. However, Li Qinglong did indeed eat it raw, and the result of doing so was that the spiritual energy was not wasted at all. So the effect this time was simply explosive. While it was not just explosive, it was almost bursting that he was sweating profusely. He calmed himself down and did his best to compress his quintessence. Even if the timing was not right, he could not care that rumble. Where? Zhuo Xiaoduo was filling it with the astral soul's jade powder. But Li Qinglong did not have time to see where the sound was coming from. He had to compress it as soon as possible. Start. However, with this compression, a heart-piercing pain arose spontaneously and surged crazily. Li Qinglong's 7 orifices were full of spiritual energy. He was crazily absorbing and compressing while screaming crazily. This went on for a whole 2 hours before he lay on the ground like a pile of mud, trembling all over. The second round of compression was finally done. As for the spiritual aura in his dantian, it was still nearly half filled by the spiritual aura that entered his dantian. This is too close. Yes, we are brothers. Li Chenglong was about to cry again. He patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder heavily and sniffed. Everything is said without words. Ha ha. Suddenly, he felt refreshed and laughed loudly. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned again. After thinking for a while, he realized that Swollen had suddenly improved a lot and was a little too excited. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not feel much because he still had tens of thousands of kilograms of such meat. He only gave away 2 kilograms in total. How could he feel? How is it? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. The second compression was completed directly. Li Chenglong was pleasantly surprised. I only took 1 bite. Only 1 bite. The spiritual energy there could not be contained. Not only did I complete the second compression, but the remaining spiritual energy also accumulated more than half of the spiritual energy in my dantian. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so surprised that his eyeballs almost popped out. No way. The effect is so good. 1 bite. Is it because Li Chenglong's dantian is too small? But that shouldn't be the case. I often cultivate with Zong Zong. No one knows him better than me. Although his dantian can't be compared with mine, it's still much stronger than the average person's. Zong Zong's dantian can't be compared with Zong Zong's. Fortunately, Boss reminded me not to eat too much early. Li Chenglong was still scared. He took out the meat and pointed at it. Look, I only took a small bite from here. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. You ate it raw. Li Chenglong was stunned with the meat in his hand. He paused for a while before he came back to his senses. It tastes good raw. It's not inferior to raw fish. Don't you? Eat it raw? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked strange. It's not sashimi. Of course, it's roasted and stewed. The expression on Li Chenglong's face immediately turned extremely strange. After a while, he said fiercely, I like to eat it raw. This meat tastes fresh and sweet. It's delicious. It's your loss that you didn't eat it raw. Ha ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect this guy to be so reckless. Did he really think it was sashimi? What are you laughing at? Not only will I eat it raw now, I will eat the whole piece raw. Li Chenglong was angry out of humiliation. I know that you eat it after roasting it. Even if it tastes better after roasting it, it will inevitably lose most of its spiritual energy. Li Chenglong said with a pained expression, I know you're laughing at me, but I really can't bear to roast and eat such a precious treasure. Zhuo Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder. You think too much. I'm not laughing at you. You should eat it raw. You're doing the right thing. Ha ha. Li Chenglong was furious. The two of them started to wrestle. After a long time, the two of them calmed down. Li Chenglong went out of the Tower of Annihilation to rest. He really needed to rest now. After he went out, he fell asleep on the bed. When he woke up, he found that it was dawn. He washed up and went to school. When he arrived at school, he went to class. When he entered the gravity room to set the time, he found that his phone was broken. It's only 9 o'clock, but it's already afternoon. The quality of this phone is really bad. Unscrupulous merchants. I will never buy Fruit Brand in the future. He quickly adjusted his phone, put it into the space ring, and began to cultivate. After Li Chenglong left, Zhuo Xiaoduo also sat down and seriously considered this problem. He had harvested tens of thousands of pounds of meat this time. Li Chenglong could improve so much with just 1 bite. However, he didn't feel anything after eating for a few days. Did this mean that there was a limit to the effect of this thing? When the body adapted to this energy, no matter how much he ate, there wouldn't be any growth. In other words, no matter how much he ate, it would only satisfy a little of his appetite. The moment the bounty was released, the wealth and treasures needed for the bounty would be taken over by the people of the king of Hell Palace, who was so bold that they even dared to kill the people of the king of Hell Palace. Suddenly, there were discussions everywhere. After about 10 minutes, the king of Hell Palace released the hunting progress chart. About 2 hours later, the first hunting progress chart suddenly turned black and ended, turning into a string of ellipses. All the assassins who were paying attention to the information were in an uproar. This meant that the gold medal assassin sent by the King of Hell Palace was killed. The King of Hell Palace immediately issued a new notice. The other party's current identity is fake. The third palace master of the King of Hell Palace will personally lead the troops to arrest the culprit. After the investigation, the entire family will be under the King of Hell Palace. The King of Hell Palace will offer a bounty of the same price to this family. Note: the original bounty for Zhuo is cancelled. All the assassins were filled with righteous indignation. Not anger towards the King of Hell Palace, but anger towards the person who issued the bounty. After so many days, it had caused an unusually heavy number of casualties. It's time, but you ran away. What a fucking thing this was. The entire underground world was in complete chaos. No one suspected that the King of Hell Palace was faking it, because this kind of faking was an irreparable loss for the King of Hell Palace. The loss of reputation alone was unbearable. All the assassins left messages one after another. Find them. Count me in on the hunt. You must find them and join the hunt. I can't get that bounty, so I'll take this one. The crowd was agitated. At this time, Qin Fangyang also knew that Zhuo had returned to Fenghai City. Since he knew that Zhuo was safe, he instantly lost interest in hunting these people. He, who was riddled with wounds, found a secret place and began to heal his wounds. He was going to go to the Hidden Dragon High School to check on Zhuo at dawn. After making sure that Zhuo was fine, he was going to leave. However, when the sun rose in the morning, he took out his phone to check the time and found a message from Zhuo. "Teacher Qin, where are you?" Qin Fangyang immediately replied, "I'll call you in 2 hours." Zhuo replied, "Okay." Qin Fangyang immediately came out of his hiding place and left the Starlight Mountains as fast as lightning. He didn't even turn his head. After receiving Qin Fangyang's reply, Zhuo immediately felt relieved. He felt that he had a backbone to support him. Then he would wait for Teacher Qin's news. Zhuo's trust in Qin Fangyang not only exceeded when Xingtian, but also almost caught up with Hurun. When Xingtian was still likely to consider problems from the perspective of the academy and the overall situation. However, Zhuo firmly believed that Teacher Qin would only consider problems from his own standpoint. This was the fundamental difference between the two of them. The reason why he trusted Teacher, who was also the same. While Zhuo was waiting for Qin Fangyang, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Xiaolong was panting heavily as he moved an earth vein back to the cave. He was just chased out of work yesterday. In less than a day and a night, he actually came back with a ley line. Wasn't his efficiency too high? How can you be so fast? Zhuo was a little in disbelief. Xiaolong was so tired that he was out of breath. While panting, he gestured and explained. It turned out that this guy had divided a ley line into 5 parts and then took out 1/5 of it. Every day, he would move about the same amount. One ley line would be taken out for 4 days, leaving 1/5 behind to maintain the original landscape. It was not a big deal. In this way, it wouldn't cause any big changes when he took out the other ley lines. This way, he could deal with it faster. Zhuo agreed that this idea was very correct. A small stream flowed slowly was the absolute truth. It was much more reliable than building a tall building all at once. Xiaolong saw the jade astral soul's powder that was like a small mountain at a glance. He was immediately energized. He started to work again, and he was in high spirits. This time, the amount of jade astral soul's powder collected was almost twice as much as the total amount of jade astral soul's powder collected before. It was really worth being happy about. Overnight, the space in the Tower of Annihilation changed greatly. The ley line was originally very short, but now the highest point was already dozens of meters high. It was long and winding, and it seemed to have a bit of an atmosphere. However, the matter of changing the ley line in the space was not as simple as Zhuo thought. Xiao Long had been busy since he came back. He was busy until Qin Fangyang called, but he was still busy. He was so busy that he was overjoyed and overjoyed. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialist. Zhou Xiaoduo would not accompany him. After all, Zhou Xiaoduo knew nothing about how to do these things. He could only let Xiao Long do it on his own. It was fine as long as he couldn't swallow the thing inside. Xiao Long repeatedly said that he couldn't do it. It was just a virtual shadow. He couldn't swallow it even if he wanted to. At this moment, Qin Fangyang called. His voice was as calm as ever. "What's the matter?" His voice was calm, and there was a hint of impatience in his tone. However, Zhou Xiaoduo could still hear the hidden happiness and relief in Qin Fangyang's voice. "I miss you, Teacher Qin." Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly laughed. "Nonsense. Why do you miss an old man like me?" Qin Fangyang rebuked angrily. However, he couldn't hide the indescribable comfort in his heart.